check. Hello. Hello. Check 1, 2. Hello, hello, check, 1. Huh? Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, check, 1, 2. Hello, check, 1, 2. Check. Hello.
Check. 1, 2, 3, check. Check, 1, 2, 3. Check, 1, 2, 3. Check. check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, check. Check, 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 1, 2, 3, check, check.
Shri Mahadevasham चरणकृतं वाक्कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वा विहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेवशं चरणकृतं वाक्कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वा विहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेवशं करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं वा विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धि श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धि श्री महादेव शम्भो करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वापराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धि श्री महादेव शम्भो
That's the lightest.
कायजं कर्मजं वा
Check, check, check. Very good morning and a warm welcome back to all the national, international delegates, the panelists, dignitaries, students and staff to the India consultations. I hope after the sumptuous dinner yesterday, all of you could have a good night's sleep and all of you are recharged with the morning yoga sessions. Today, we are going to have some enriching panel discussions on topics which are of utmost importance for today's youth. The first panel discussions for the day is on youth behaviors and mental health, including addiction and neurodivergent issues. There is an interplay between the developmental and psychological needs of young people and their mental health. The former may be a vulnerability in non-conducive circumstances. For the latter, while the latter is essential for the former to actualize. Mental health problems often emerge from aberrations in these dynamics. This panel discussions brings together experts from diverse fields, including child mental health, maternal mental health, addiction, public health, and education psychology. The panelists will discuss the interplay described earlier through the lens of their professional arenas. To facilitate insights on building resilience in young people today. With the challenges that they face at the individual level, familial level, social level, including the digital challenges that they face. Without further ado, I will call upon the panelists. To start with, Dr. Alexis Palfreyman. She is an honorary research fellow from the Institute of Global Health, University College, London. She is currently also the country dissemination lead for the NIHR Global Health Research Group on Violence and Mental Health in South Asia study in Sri Lanka. She has completed her PhD in Demographic and Population Studies and also has a master's in Social Research Methods and Maternal and Child Health. Her areas of interest are global mental health, maternal and child health, sexual and reproductive health, and interpersonal and self-directed violence, suicidology, and school health. Next, we have Dr. Christopher Lemon, who is a psychiatry registrar in the Northwestern Mental Health, Melbourne, Australia. He has his MD from the University of Notre Dame, Australia, School of Medicine, Sydney, and also has a Master of Philosophy specializing in telehealth. His areas of interest are clinical psychiatry, telehealth systems, and public mental health leadership. Then we have joining us Ms. Aisha Siddiqa. She's currently a psychological counselor and lecturer, an EMDR practitioner, at BRAC University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She's a master trainer of neuro-linguistic programming, national trainer in disaster management and mental health support, Government of People's Republic of Bangladesh. She's also a master trainer in psychological first aid for school mental health program, Ministry of Education. She's also her country's representative of the National East England South Asia Mental Health Alliance, Newcastle University, UK. She's completed her MPhil in Educational Psychology, Diploma in Counseling, Masters in Educational Psychology from Department of Psychology, University of Dhaka. Next we have on stage Dr. Joanna Bucker, Professor for Psychology and Graduate Program in Medical Science, University of Valedictory, Brazil. She has done her PhD in Psychiatry and also a postdoctoral fellowship in the Department of Psychiatry from Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Her areas of interest are cognition in psychiatry, childhood adversities and their impact on mental health. Next we have our very own Dr. Jayant Mahadevan. He's an assistant professor of psychiatry, addiction medicine, Department of Psychiatry, NIMHANS. He's completed his MD in psychiatry and done a super specialization in addiction psychiatry from NIMHANS. His areas of interest are vulnerability to addiction, behavioral addictions, co-occurring mental illness and addictions, and psychiatric genetics. Next I call upon Department NIMHANS. She has done her MD Psychiatry and PhD Psychiatry.
A very good morning to everybody present here today. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be moderating this panel discussion on youth behaviors and mental health. And we will be touching upon addiction and neurodivergent issues, as Dr. Preeti mentioned. To begin with, the youth is an idea. It is a promise that brims with energy, brims with hope. And the world over, as we have this distinguished panel from so many different parts of the world over, there is a need, there is a recognized need to nurture and care for youth, to understand what young minds need in order to actualize their developmental potentials and for them to be mentally and physically well. As parents, teachers, or health professionals, whatever field we're working in, we often come across certain things that concern us when it comes to young people. To name a few things, young people engaging in substance use, self-harm when you hear of it happening in young people, or young people's exposure to the digital spaces that surround us more than ever has been in the history. So when all of this happens, what sense do we make of it? To what extent are these issues transient? Just a reflection of a young person's very normative struggles with careers, education, relational issues. To what extent, just that, and to what extent do we really need to gear up and do something about it? Where do we draw the line? Where are those boundaries defined? So, and especially when it comes to youth with neurodivergence, comes to youth with neurodivergence, what are their self-hooks like? What are the issues that come up there? So, there are multiple issues that have bound us, and I'm delighted to be moderating this panel discussion, with our guests here today. Dr. Preeti has already introduced them. So, let's get straight to, some of the issues and learn from our panelists. Dr. Arvind, let me start with you. You've been engaged in a very important work in Kolar district in Karnataka, where you've been running this youth behavior surveillance. So could you start by telling us, what insights have you got about youth behaviors and how they're impacting young people?
Thank you, Dr. Isha. So basically, the information that I am sharing in this platform today is basically from the experiences that we have gained from the community lab, community youth lab, we call so, Kolar district in Karnataka. So that Kolar district in Karnataka has been adopted as a community youth lab for all our activities. So we are implementing youth behavior, health and behavior surveillance in the district for the past 5 years. And the main focus of our activity there is to track the behaviors of the youth and their health, because our policies, programs need to continuously evolve and adapt to the situations. And we know that the years are changing by, and the traditional risk factor, traditional health conditions are changing, and now the newer risk factors and health conditions are also becoming more common. For example, digital technology related hazards. And the focus for us while working in that community lab is we are looking at youth who are in the age group of 15 to 30 years, because that's what our both state and national policy says, or rather it's defined, the policy defines individual in the age group of 15 to 30 as youth. So from our experiences in looking at the theme of this Y20 consultation, what we have observed is basically when I look at the occupations of the youth in Kolar district. When I say Kolar district, though the figures are from the district, but what we feel is based upon our experience and knowledge, these informations are more or less generalizable across the nations, maybe with certain limitations. That apart, what we have found is in Kolar district, 1 in every 5 youth is engaged in agriculture related activities. So where are these 4 other youths are going to? So the question is that. So we do have certain information that non-agriculture related activities are now taking a predominance in youth's life. This question is very, very important for us, because we need to know where youths are going. We need to know why they are going there. We need to know their aspirations, because India, with the bulging youth population, has a potential to offer the demographic dividend. From that perspective, youth occupation is very important. So when I see the perspective of we working in Kolar district is, for us, anything and everything related to youth is a behavior. So that's what the perspective we have taken to. So apart from moving on to health perspective, we do have collected information on blood pressure, we have collected information on smoking, alcohol, all those habits. So those numbers are there, so I don't want to bore you with those numbers. But what is that interesting that we have observed is, or which is rather very disturbing is, when we asked youth, can you rate your mental health, can you rate your physical health? 30% of the youths in the district said their physical health is poor. So this is very, very, very disturbing for us. Similarly, 20% of the youth said their mental health is very poor. Okay, fine. So we didn't stop at that. Our concern was even bigger. So because of these issues, were you not able to perform your duties in the past 1 month? So that was a question we asked. So we were shocked. Because of this poor physical health or mental health, youth misses 1 to 3 days in a month not doing his duties, going to school maybe, working in a going to college, working, or even for that matter, housewife who is working in the house. She is not able to perform her duty to the fullest extent because of poor mental health or physical health. The question is, we have to use the potential of the youth to the maximum. In order to do that, their physical health and mental health should be very, very optimum. So I think that's a very interesting and a starking figure.
Thank you very much for sharing those insights. I mean, you did say 5 years, with so many emergent issues coming up, the shift from the agrarian lifestyle, youth, exploring other areas for occupation and, career growth, and then all these issues coming up. So let me now, ask Aisha, because you're a psychotherapist, you work with young people, you work with their families. Emerging mental health problems on the one hand, and assisting these young people on the other hand. How do you bridge this gap? What are the ways in which you assist young people?
Thank you so much. It's a very relevant question because young adulthood or in our life, parents or the family setting is the very important arena of our life. So childhood is the most beautiful time of our life. So why I'm depressed as a young adult? I'm anxious as a young adult. When I'm go to give a presentation, I become very anxious. So what's the root? Where the root? The root is from the childhood. So if a child is always getting negative messages from their family, from their parental figure, it becomes the inner voice of that person. That if you get the idea about yourself that I can't, so it becomes the inner critic of mine. And we're feeling it, everyone, we're feeling it. That's why to work with the family, with the parents is very important in the young adulthood as well. I'm working with the university students, so they are coming with so many issues. So the interesting information to you that all the feeling that gives us the unwanted feeling that is coming from fear. And the trust, the building of our trust about ourselves and about the world, the time is our childhood. And the interaction with our attachment figure, that's our parental figure. So that's why we need to work with the families in a very intense way. So to communicate with the parents, we literally do the parent sessions, parenting seminar where both parents needs to be there. And in the case of the young adults, when I sit with a individual for the individual session, in the first session, after sharing, the parents will be there. It's a mandatory rule of our university that the parents and the family needs to interact with the psychotherapist. So it's a very important thing because the depression, anxiety, or the other negative self-image, these all are the causes of the childhood experience, the attachment style with the attachment figure. That can be my father, that can be my mother, any parental figure, anyone. So that is the basic reason. That's why we need to work with the family and the young adult in a collaborative way. And the family counseling is a very important factor to working with them.
Thank you, Aisha. The emerging inner voice and how attachment relationships, modulate this over the life course and determine outcome. Thank you for sharing those important insights from your work. And this, I think, directly relates to what we can learn from you, Joanna, about how early adversity, so childhood adversity, how does that shape a young person's growth, cognitive outcomes, and how they perform later on in adult life?
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today at Y20. Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to share my research on such an important topic as youth mental health. I've been working the last decade about childhood trauma and stressful situations and their profound impact on cognition and mental health. Childhood trauma has been described as one of the most severe environmental stressors and a critical event for investigation in the prevention of psychiatric illnesses. Also, unfortunately, there is a high prevalence of early trauma in our society. Around 50% of the adults have reported some form of childhood adversity. And some of the risk factors are low socioeconomic status, parental psychopathology, and family abuse history. Another important piece of information is that early childhood trauma is related to worse outcomes. These experiences may result in cognitive impairment because this period is crucial for cognitive development. Therefore, my focus today will be to share with you some quick information about two studies I've published on childhood trauma and its consequences in cognition and mental health. I started my research around these topics with a study that was conducted with a sample of children in the south of Brazil. The objective was to evaluate if children with early trauma had cognitive impairment compared to children without early trauma. The results show that children with trauma had attention and working memory impairment, so the negative consequences of trauma can even be observed during childhood. In the second study, we decided to evaluate the consequences of childhood trauma in adults with severe psychiatric illnesses, patients with bipolar disorder, for example. We investigated the impact of early trauma on specific cognitive dysfunction in patients who had recently recovered from their first episode of mania. We included 4 groups in the study: patients with and without childhood trauma, and healthy subjects with and without childhood trauma too. Among the patients in our study, we found that trauma was associated with poor cognitive performance. This included deficits in intellectual functioning, attention, verbal, and working memory. All this data suggests that childhood trauma is a risk factor for mental disorders, including cognitive impairment and expression of the symptoms. On top of that, the impact of birth adversities can be found even during childhood.
Thank you, Joanna. I'm quickly going to ask Jayant to, touch upon, Joanna has spoken about a whole lot of mental health problems and how early experiences shape cognitive functioning, that then shapes mental mobility. So how do you see addictive behaviors and disorders coming in the same thread?
Thank you, Isha, and again, thank you to the organizing committee to offer me an opportunity to talk to all of you about the intersection between youth and addiction. I think there are a couple of things that one needs to bear in mind when we're talking about addiction in the context of young people. One of them has got to do with the fact that experimentation with substances is something that can occur during adolescence and young adulthood. And it is something which is seen as a part of a range of high-risk behaviors. Various reasons why this may occur, including the fact that the development of the brain and the parts of the brain associated with regulation of emotion, of impulses, the brakes of the brain in a sense, develop later. They don't develop in adolescence, but they probably develop in early adulthood. That being said, given that adolescents and young adults are at a higher risk for experimenting with substances, I think as Joanna had mentioned, there are certain individuals who are definitely at higher risk for developing problems with substances when they do experiment with substances, and those risk factors are both internal and external. And so individuals with certain temperaments which are characterized by a high need for novelty, with deficits in self-regulation, as well as people who are prone to negative mood, who are prone to worry, contribute to the risk of addiction. And in addition to that, I think difficult circumstances, poverty, the exposure to adverse childhood experiences, and this is something which I think has been studied across the world, including in our setting, and we've been able to see that there is a clear link between some of these things, even things like environmental exposures to pollutants, and how they influence the way the brain develops, how it influences cognitive function, and then eventually the risk for developing mental illness and addiction. So it's a common pathway. So all sorts of mental illnesses and addiction funnel through the same pathway. With this background, very briefly, I think I can say that what we've seen is that the age of initiation of substance use has come down across the world, particularly in India. The means by which young people access information about substances has changed, and so that kind of dovetails into the whole digital technology and digital access and exposure. The norms around substance use have changed. In fact, the use of substances as a method of coping, particularly in young people, is something which occurs very often, and this is borne out by the fact that a majority of young people who come to us in the clinic actually have co-occurring mental illness or problems with neurodivergence, including learning disability, ADHD, depression, or anxiety, right? And the real hit has also got to do with the fact that there's a lot of stigma that still surrounds help seeking. And so ultimately, a lot of young people don't come to the clinic willingly, and so that's the challenge that we face.
Thank you for that. Alexis, panelists before you have been referring to this idea of individual risk interacting with the environment. Now, sometimes this risk-environment interaction is not visible till such time as a young person attempts some kind of self-harm or attempts suicide. And I think sometimes it's only at that end point that we actually begin to understand, what are lay behind. So I want to ask you, from your work in the area of suicidology, what are we understanding about suicides in young people? Especially, you know, are there differences across men and women, girls and boys in this? You know, your response to that.
Thanks. Yeah, so I have a particular interest in the role of gender in shaping different mental health outcomes, and also how we respond to men and women and girls and boys differently, and what we believe are the drivers for boys and girls and all genders differently. And I think the role of gender is massively underestimated in mental health and how it's shaping what the issues are and what the responses are. So when it comes to self-harm and suicide, I think one of the things that we're seeing globally is that gender norms and gender roles are being recast, they're being redrawn. There's a lot of upheaval across all societies about what it is to be a successful young man now, and what it is to be a successful young woman. And the pressures that are on young men and young women are different. They're both very intense, but they are different. And if we continue kind of ignoring those differences and treating young men and young women the same, we're actually going to miss a lot of opportunities to more effectively support them. So I think for young men, one of the things that we're seeing is as masculinity has been so tied to successful economic outcomes, and we're seeing the economic turbulence across a lot of societies, we see young men sort of struggling to understand, how do I get into a successful job? How do I earn enough money to start a family, to get married, to set up as an independent young adult male? And for women, I think there's an awful lot of pressure to literally be everything, to be Beyonce, to be beautiful, to be a career woman, to be the perfect wife, the perfect mother, and that pressure starts accumulating at an incredibly young age. And what I would say is, for some of these, like, adolescence is becoming quite drawn out in many societies, where we're seeing young people stay at home longer. They're struggling to kind of get successful enough jobs that they can move up and move out and start their own homes and their own families. And what's happened with young men in many settings is that they're filling time with more addictive behaviors. So filling time with unhealthy digital diets. There's a lot of addiction to pornography. There's a lot of addiction to gaming. There's increasing addiction to gambling. And on the flip side, in terms of what girls are being increasingly exposed to, this is lowering the age of sexualization for girls, especially. This is also true for boys, but it's particularly acute for girls. And so things like TikTok, Instagram, etc., are very predatory spaces. And so what we're seeing is an exposure to harms through the digital space, which is accumulating. And I think for men grappling with some of these addiction issues, not only is that negative for their own mental health, but it's actually increasing their risk in terms of how they treat women and girls in their lives around them and other people as time goes. So it's a risk, there's kind of a follow-on risk to the people that are going to live in their lives as they go forward. And for young women, if you scratch below the surface, in almost all cases of self-harm and suicide, there are absolutely clear markers of violations of their sexual health, violations of their reproductive rights, violations of their bodily autonomy, and lots to do with gender-based violence, sexual and gender-based violence. So I think it's really important that we look at young men and young women's risks as unique, and that we fit responses to that. And I would also just say gender also affects what young people have access to in terms of coping. So in terms of what coping strategies are available to young women in many parts of the world, it's going to be different from what's available to young men in terms of resources and spaces and what they're allowed to use. And that goes for young men as well. The sorts of things that are acceptable for young men to do in terms of coping is not the same. And so we need to take a more gendered approach, I think, in thinking about these things.
Yes. Christopher, you know, a lot of what has been spoken about now, one often wonders, and, you know, sometimes we have parents who come into the clinic with young people say that, you know, this used to happen. This, you know, has happened earlier. So, you know, whether we take the individual risks, or we take childhood trauma, or we take, you know, the gender differences, not just an experience of distress, but also in the expression. So we've heard of stuff like this, but something that is completely new and that's like hit us so badly in the last couple of decades is the entire digital space. And yesterday you mentioned a very interesting thing that stuck with me, digital citizenship. So could you perhaps talk about that and tell us how that's taking youth mental health?
Thanks so much. I think that we've already heard trappings of this all through the panel about how the digital space is greatly affecting young people. But I think I'd sort of add an extra layer to that and sort of interpret what's being said as very much hinging on the idea of identity formation. So as a young person, you are trying to work out who you are and where you fit in this world. And we've heard about some of the forces that shape that process, the family unit, the cultural unit, other sort of communities that a young person is part of. And increasingly, sort of really without any choice, the digital space has become a major pillar in that process. So I sort of thought of this idea around this panel as digital citizenship because it sort of evokes this idea of having rights and responsibilities in the digital space. And that's really important for young people to learn about. It's important for everybody to learn about. But it's especially important in that process of working out your identity and sort of these issues of gender, of substance use, of family relationships. Often in clinical practice, you'll be working with a young person and they'll come to the consultation and they've already been looking up this issue for months online. They're part of a Reddit thread that talks about it. They've seen a YouTube video about this diagnosis. They think they have ADHD because they've got a TikTok video that sounds just like them. So they bring so much of the digital world with them into the reality space where we're working. And there are sort of pros and cons of this influence on our work and influence on young people. Some of the pros is that young people are sort of digital natives. They're born into this infrastructure now. Friends of mine have children and it's recorded on an iPhone from the moment they enter the world that we live in. And this gives them sort of a really unique perspective and a sort of sense of purpose to actually shape the way that we integrate digital systems into our lives and into mental health care. So there's a great opportunity there. But as we've heard about, there are some digital hazards as well, and some responsibilities on others in communities to shape, I guess, exposure to some things online. In addition, there are lots of unique things about being online, but there are also some sort of long-standing issues that affect young people and their identity formation. One of them is bullying. This is a major public health issue, and it has been shown in particular that cyberbullying is an independent risk factor for suicidality in adolescents. So these are complex issues. The digital sort of sphere is sort of around them, and we need to grapple with them one by one.
Thank you. I mean, quite clearly, the youth today, and how being in the digital space, like you said, from the time that they're born, and how do we integrate that into everything that contributes to a young person's identity formation? Very well put. Let's move into a second round with our panel, where I would like all of you to each one of you, to perhaps give one or two recommendations, based on your experience in your field of work. What should we be doing in terms of youth well-being, youth mental health, both at an individual as well as at a systemic level? So I will start with you again, Dr.
Basically, most of the concerns expressed by the panelists here in terms of suicide, addiction, substance use, they have specific interventions. But being a public health professional, I look at much higher up what could be those broader interventions that can be placed. What we have found is 30 to 40% of youths have communication problem with their family members. I think if we can address that communication problem in turn will boost a relationship among the family members, and it becomes a platform to share your emotions and concerns. And when we look at who is the single important source of seeking help within the family, unanimously we have found across physical, mental or sexual health, mothers have been the most important source. But what is more concerning being a father is, fathers have been the least important person in the family with whom youth share their concerns, feeling and emotions. So I think these informations need to be used to form specific interventions. And also underlying all these concerns like addiction, suicidality and all others, where are these youth engaging in their free time or pastime activities? Because we know that creative free time or pastime activities are known to address many of these conditions that are expressed. We have observed only 15% of youths are engaging in creative free time activities. So these are some of the broader determinants. I think if we focus this, maybe at a population level, we can definitely see some improvement. So ultimately what I would say is we need more evidence. We need more evidence-based policies and programs.
Thank you. Aisha, your recommendations?
So I again go to the individual, because as a young adult, you all have the right to talk about yourself. That already mentioned that to talk about your parents, about your mental health issue, it's your right. So when you feel having fever, you definitely go to the doctor. So it's completely all right to go to the psychiatrist or psychologist for your mental health service, because it's your right as a human being, as a young adult. And the first thing I want to mention second thing I want to mention very importantly, that the self-care and appreciation to yourself. So no need to wait for the external appreciation. You can appreciate yourself in a broad aspect, because we all have our own qualities. We all have our own qualities, I repeat, and also the areas of improvement. So self-care is very easy to take. Just listening your favorite song, staying some time with your childhood, positive memories, and also the self-acceptance is very important. And for self-care, particularly, I practice one thing I want to share with you, because it's very helpful for me, the self-appreciation by self-affirmation. So we will check quickly, only within 30 seconds. So I will repeat one line, so repeat after me, okay? By closing your eyes or keep open your eyes. Just feel it. This is the truth for right now. Okay? Are you ready? Yes. Okay, so the first one, I am confident.
I am confident.
I am confident.
I am confident.
I am powerful.
I am powerful.
I'm okay the way I am.
I'm okay the way I am.
I love myself the way I am.
I love myself the way I am.
Feel the vibe. And you are the hero and heroine of your life. So take the charge to take care of yourself. Thank you.
Yes, I think we already have a renewed energy in the audience. Thank you for that very, very important inputs to young people. Joanna, how would you like to add to the recommendations for young people and systems?
So my recommendations are to focus on the risk factors related to early trauma, like low socioeconomic status, family psychopathology, and family abuse history, and help families that are more vulnerable. And it is important also to invest in research. So I'm a researcher, so it's very important that we can keep doing research and found more interesting things related to this. And to inform parents and caregivers what is childhood trauma and its consequences for mental health as well. And related to cognition, it is recommended to start a cognitive remediation program. So there are a few interesting protocols about cognitive remediation related to functioning and psychoeducation. So it's very helpful, especially with adults, like bipolar disorder. So it's very important.
Thank you. Jayant?
Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to add very much new, because I think echoing what most people on the panel have said, one has to look at broad-based interventions. But I mean, if one were to look at things that work, particularly in the context of addiction and addictive behaviors, I think one looks at it at various levels. You look at it at the individual level, and I think in general, a move away or a focus away from just building academic skills to be able to build life skills And so there is a good amount of evidence to suggest that working on emotional regulation, working on the ability to be able to tolerate uncertainty, because we live in a very uncertain and unpredictable world, and managing distress and tolerating uncertainty are skills that we need to have as individuals, right? And dovetailing into that, I think it's important that a lot of these interventions are developed or delivered in the context of family and schools. And so some of us here, of course, are parents and teachers, and I think it's important for us to be able to offer consistent support to the youth and offer this support in an unconditional and non-judgmental manner, which is something which I think we do struggle with in different societies at different points of time, and particularly for individuals who have difficulties. And again, we have an increasing recognition of neurodivergence, and the fact that we need to be able to pay special attention to that is something which is particularly important. I think a willingness to inform oneself as parents and teachers, I think that is very, very important as well. We cannot hold the views that we've had in our generation or in times gone by, and a willingness to discuss high-risk behaviors, which is something I think a lot of us are very uncomfortable with, and I think that's something which we need to do. And finally, and I need to say this, at a systemic level, I know these are interventions which are much more difficult to think about, to be able to implement. But as Joanna had mentioned, I think we need to focus on inclusivity towards vulnerable groups, towards groups which do not have the kinds of facilities which a lot of us have. And we need to address inequality.
In the world about being this self-made, super high-achieving individual. There is not a person on the planet that is self-made. Everybody is socially made. You come into this world because your mother grew you and birthed you, and probably a health team also helped with you entering the world. So you enter because of other people, and you grow and develop because of other people. So we're social creatures. We have to think socially in terms of responses. So I think the one thing I would say is of course there are individual things that young people can do, but I think we need to put much more pressure on people in positions of leadership, that we are not shaping and investing in the enabling environments that will help young people thrive. Because we are socially created and socially made, we need social investments. So what I mean by that is we need suicide prevention, for example, to start from the very foundations of what are the systemic risk factors. And then if you're preventing that upstream effect, you have in place interventions and then post-vention responses that are tailored to the group or to the person that you're working with. But yeah, the social regulation side of things, I think the digital space needs to be much better regulated to protect young people in the first place, and to not put the responsibility on young people themselves to know how to detox and step away from the phone. And the final thing that I would say is, to the best of our abilities, get off our digital devices and meet in person and spend time with people in person, because that's how we develop the healthiest ways of functioning.
Thank you. Christopher, would you like to add to what she's saying about the digital space and what recommendations there are?
Yeah, no, I think there's sort of the issue of regulation of the online space is a particularly thorny one. The pandemic sort of threw us into this model sort of out of necessity, and we're sort of now looking over our shoulders trying to work out how do we sort of say this is safe, this is not, this is acceptable, this isn't. And I think that's a sort of fairly clear priority for a lot of governments and organisations around the world. Particularly in Australia, we've recently sort of adopted a set of national standards for digital mental health systems that look at issues of privacy and addiction and safety and how this sort of gets integrated into sort of hybrid models of care for mental health. But I think sort of, one of the sort of easy recommendations I would make that you just take home today is just to ask about it. So you work with a young person, you have a young person in your life, and you just ask about it. How's it going online? I can't tell you how many times I have worked with a young person and sort of said, how are things going at school? I say, oh, it's fine. But then you sort of ask the additional question of, what sort of apps do you use, and how do you like to spend your time online? And you may get a very different answer. I mentioned before this issue of cyberbullying. This is rife in our communities, and if we don't ask about it, if we don't have a conversation about it, then we miss this whole other area of the person's care. So just ask about it.
Thank you. I think that's such an important and simple thing to do, because probably it's not really built into our systems as yet to ask that question. How's it going online? Thank you for that. I think that's going to become critical in the work that a lot of us in the audience do. I think we may have time for a couple of audience questions. So I would like the audience to share their questions if they have any. Please mention your name, your affiliation, and which panelist you're addressing your question to.
Hi, my name is Akshita and I'm an expressive arts therapist, and this question is to anyone who would like to answer it. So we have been talking about youth and addiction and neurodivergent issues, but I'm also wondering about gender and sexuality and not belonging to a linear identifying gender, and how do you kind of bring that into your practice on a systemic level? Also, like, what are the considerations when we speak about addiction and neurodivergent issues? So that's my question, and it's open to anyone.
Thank you. Alexis, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so one of the things that I would say, so I'm not a clinician, right? So I'm not working, when I see patients, I'm working with them in a research capacity, not in in an intervention capacity as a clinician. But one of the things that I would say is that we don't actually conduct much mental health research that is gender conscious. And that applies to any gender, right? So epidemiology is fantastic about disaggregating data, separating data to say boys are like this, girls are like this. But moving beyond putting people into categories, I mean, that's not gender conscious, right? That's just disaggregating, that's just grouping your data. So I think we need much more intentionally gender conscious research with young people of all genders to understand what role that plays so that we can design better interventions. And that's been a historically overlooked feature of young people's identities. I mean, I think we've done better in recent years around socioeconomic status, racism and ethnicity. These kinds of things have had more airtime in recent years, but gender hasn't had a productive conversation yet. So part of this is a research response from my angle.
Thank you for that. I think we'll take one more question and then, yes.
I'm Abubakar. I'm Abubakar Estui from Sierra Leone. First, I want to share a just sort of thought in relation to mental health, and later analyze the question which is purely related to the question I'm about to ask. Like, when it comes to mental health, let's look at the parental side, how we schooled our children. Like, I was watching one video, a child said, I want to kill everybody in the world except my parents. So it means that children may lack empathy or sympathy. I also watched one documentary, and the man was saying he had a feeling of eating human being. So he said he had that feeling when he was a child. So we see the amount of empathy. If someone either have empathy or sympathy, we need both the empathy and the sympathy. Then after that, I realized that we have problem with one thing. We don't have problem with laws. We have problem with psychology. Psychology in the sense, in the area where we are currently in the digital age. And I'm very much pleased today I'm sharing chats with millions of people around the world from different countries, Australia, United States, and United Kingdom. We cannot use the 12th century, 11th century, 13th century, 18th century to 20th century psychological theories to solve the 21st century psychological problems. If we continue to use them, we are drastically changing. So the theory in the psychology sectors need to change, but there is no changes in those sectors. Yeah, so I want the panelists to at least tell us the relationship with the sympathies. Like, for example, I know if someone hits me, it hurts. But what if I hit someone? So how best you can analyze to us and teach us. We need amount of some improvement in these sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aisha, would you like to respond?
So thank you so much for your sharing. And I want to share one thing that, as I said, that every message is coming from the very beginning of our life, but still, as a young adult, you also have so many responsibilities you can start. So I want to mention one program in my university regarding the sympathy and empathy. So we have a peer support group to support the peer. They are trained in psychological first aid, and they were there for their peers. So in this training, during the screening period, we just see the empathetic understanding of the mental health crisis when I select somebody for the training. So this is a little step, but your sharing is very important, that we need to update, because the need, desire to the youth or to the mankind is changed day by day. So it's really interesting and also controversial that you can start from your side. The system will change if we start from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid, in order to keep the rest of the program for the day going, I think we will not be taking any more audience questions for this panel, but I think the panelists will be with us, so they could come up and discuss different aspects that they would like to with you later on in the day. I would like to thank each one of you for sharing wonderful insights from your individual lines of work. We have had learnings about things that operate at the individual level, at the family. We spoke about social systems, and I think a couple of very novel ideas, where Alexa spoke about gender-conscious research. Are we really doing it? And in fact, that rings big, because very often gender differences are post-hoc analysis. So you say, yes, we also found gender differences, but that's not the primary question. And in this today's day and age, we know that it needs to be. And of course, we learned a lot about our presence in the digital space and what that does mean and should mean for youth when we consider their overall well-being and mental health. So thank you all very much for being a part of this panel discussion this morning, and I thank the audience for being patient and also for sharing wonderful questions with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Isha. Please be seated, all the panelists. Please be seated. Thank you, Dr. Isha, for moderating the session, and all the panelists for this very interesting discussion, and the audience for some thought-provoking questions. Now I request Dr. Prabha Chandra, Senior Professor, Department of Psychiatry and Dean Behavioral Sciences, to kindly come up to felicitate our panelists. because the chief guests have already arrived. Just a 10-minute break is what we are going to have. So the chief guest is already here, so please come back in at the earliest.
देखिए बेटा
Now dance performance now next.
ಅದೇ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್
Excuse me, sir. Sir, now
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೋಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ
यारे
Hello, mic check. Good morning once again, everyone. Welcome back from the tea break. Earlier today, we delved into the crucial topics of addiction and neurodivergent issues, aiming to understand and address the challenges faced by the youth. All of you who heard that session will agree with me that it was a very engaging session, so thank you to all the panelists and the moderator for that first session. We now invite all of you to the much-awaited Y20 dialogue with the dignitaries. It's time for a meet and greet session where you'll have the opportunity to engage with our esteemed guests. With us today as our guests, we have Ms. Meeta Rajiva Lochan, IAS Youth and Sports Secretary, Youth and Sports, and Honorable Minister of State, Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji, and all the delegates who've joined us. To welcome them, we would like to present a captivating cultural performance by the Abhinava Dance Company, Bengaluru, a leading name in the realm of Indian classical dance. Known for their relentless exploration of creative expressions, they have carved a niche for themselves as pioneers in the field. Rooted in tradition, the Abhinava Dance Company has developed their own style, a very unique style of dance presentation, capturing the essence of Indian classical dance in innovative ways. Their performances are a visual and auditory treat, featuring original musical compositions specifically crafted to complement their choreographies. Blending classical and global influences, their compositions transport us into a realm where art and culture shine in all their grandeur. The founders of the Abhinava Dance Company who are with us today, Srimati Nirupama and Sri T.D. Rajendra, have been in the space for over 30 years now. They are India's foremost classical dance exponents. Their contributions as dancers, choreographers, teachers, producers, and organizers have left an incredible mark on the world of dance. With over 200 original choreographies to their credit, they have captivated audiences across 5 continents, reaching 7 million connoisseurs worldwide. Today, we are privileged to witness their latest presentation, Bahurang. As the name suggests, this production immerses us in a vibrant tapestry of swirling colors, celebrating the beauty and grandeur of our rich Indian culture, art, and philosophy. Through meticulously choreographed sequences filled with energy, enthusiasm, and innovative themes, the brilliant team of Abhinava Dance Company, under the creative direction of Nirupama and Rajendra, will transport us to a realm of artistic brilliance. So with that, I'd like to welcome Srimati Nirupama Rajendra, a very senior guru, very well-known person, to take us through the next 45 minutes. Over to you, madam.
Sadgurubhyo Namaha. Very good morning, friends. It is such an exciting event for us because you have some beautiful youngsters, talented, skilled, who have prepared themselves specially for this morning. And it is my privilege
giving the bouquet on behalf of all the dancers. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Abhinav, I would like to thank the director of this function. Also, our student, Dr. Meera, the beautiful dancer. And thank you, Meera, for coordinating. I thank one and all of you. Namaskar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And that was a very ceremonial welcome to our guests here for the next very important session, the Y20 Dialogue with Dignitaries. Our institute, NIMHANS, is very proud to host the Y20 consultation in association with the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India. And this focuses on the very crucial theme, health, well-being and sports, agenda for youth. I have with me Dr. Shika Adil, and we will be doing this in a bilingual fashion in English. We are very honored to have with us today the guest of honor, Srimati Meeta Rajivalochan, IAS Secretary, Youth and Sports, Government of India, and the chief guest of today's function, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji, who is also the Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We have with us on the dais our own beloved Director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, our Registrar, Dr. Shankar Narayan Rao, the Dean of Basic Behavioral Sciences, Dr. Prabha Chandra, and Neurosciences, Dr. Yasha, and the Organizing Secretary of the Y20, Dr. Pradeep. So on behalf of all of you, we welcome the dignitaries today.
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। आज का कार्यक्रम Y20 परामर्श कार्यक्रम निम्हांस एवं युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल मंत्रालय भारत सरकार आयोजित कर रहा है, जिनका मुख्य विषय युवाओं के स्वास्थ्य, कल्याण और खेल पे आधारित है। हमें बहुत गर्व है कि आज हमारे बीच हमारी अतिथि विशेष आदरणीय श्रीमती मीता राजीव लोचन जी, जो न सिर्फ एक IAS ऑफिसर हैं, बल्कि युवा कार्यक्रम और खेल मंत्रालय भारत सरकार में सचिव की तरह काम कर रही हैं। हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं। मैं हमारी निदेशक महोदया माननीय प्रतिमा मूर्ति जी एवं हमारे कुल सचिव माननीय श्री BS शंकर नारायण राव जी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो हमारे न्यूरो साइंसेस और बेसिक साइंसेस डीन डॉक्टर यशा एंड डॉक्टर प्रभा के साथ इस कार्यक्रम का उतारण करें।
In our country, it is customary to begin by seeking blessings of the Almighty. I invite Sri Vidya, who's a project coordinator, life skills program from the Department of Epidemiology, to deliver the invocation song, Mahaganapatim, which invokes the blessings of Lord Ganesha, who symbolizes health, happiness, and ensures smooth conduct of any program without any obstacles. Sri Vidya.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकाप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम्।
Thank you, Sri Vidya, for the soulful rendition of the invocation. In Indian tradition, lighting of the lamp symbolizes knowledge. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to begin the proceedings on an auspicious note by lighting of the lamp.
Hello. 1, 2, 2.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो
Begin today's
भवेत्.
proceedings. It's my pleasure to invite our beloved director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, to welcome the guests and the dignitaries. Namaskar. Good morning to everybody.
Hello.
It's day 2. We've all met. We all know each other. So I'm going to keep this very short and crisp because the minister has to depart for another program. First of all, on behalf of all the people here, I wanted to thank the Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey, for being in our midst, as well as Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Youth Affairs. Between the two of them, practically so much is covered. All the youth are covered. The climate and the environment and the forests is covered. So if we have their blessings and their support, we'll be able to do a lot together. Sir, मैं सिर्फ क्योंकि समय का भाव है, मैं सिर्फ कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप तो बहुत कठिन स्थितियों में आप आए हैं, आपका बैक टू बैक कमिटमेंट्स थे, इसके बीच में आप यहाँ आए हुए हैं, हमारे बीच में हमें प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए, तो हम आपका आभारी हैं सर। आप पहले भी निम्हांस आ चुके हैं और आपको पता है कि हमारा इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में हम काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं, योग में और आयुर्वेद में हम सब जोड़ने के लिए हम बहुत प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट में भी हम काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं। तो आपको यहाँ हम चाहते थे कि आप ज़्यादा समय हमारे बीच में बिताए, मगर हमें पता है कि आप इतना बिजी हैं, तो हम बहुत आभारी हैं आपका कि आप थोड़े समय के लिए हमारे साथ आ चुके हैं। I'd also like to thank श्रीमती मीता राजीव लोचन मैम, आपका भी बहुत प्रोत्साहन रहा है। हमें पता है कि हर Y20 में आप स्वयं जा चुके हैं और हम आशा करते हैं कि ये Y20 आपका जो होप था, हम इस सब को मीट कर सकते हैं। सबको धन्यवाद और थैंक यू वेरी मच।
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very warm welcome. We are privileged to have with us today a very distinguished personality who has been instrumental in promoting youth and sports in our country. Her dynamic and inspiring leadership has seen several reforms, in particular, empowerment of women, the youth of India, as well as encouraging incorporation of artificial intelligence and robotics in education. Her latest book, Making India Great Again, Learning from History, resonates very closely with the Y20 theme. It's indeed my pleasure to invite Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, IAS, Secretary of Youth and Sports, Government of India, to address us and share her valuable insights.
Honorable Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, Director NIMHANS Dr. Pratima Murthy, Deans Dr. Yasha, Dr. Prabha, Dr. Rao, Dr. Pradeep, delegates and my dear friends. Friends, NIMHANS has done such great work in the cause of mental health that it is difficult to find words to do justice to all their contributions. When the Department of Youth Affairs was entrusted with the task of organizing Youth 20 consultations, and one of the themes was health and wellness, NIMHANS was the first name that came to mind. And we really appreciate the work done by them, the contribution that they have made in the field of mental health. This is one of the oldest institutes in the country. It goes back actually to an institution that was set up as an asylum in 1847. And then in 1925, it was rechristened as a mental health hospital, which shows a paradigm change in how society began to regard mental health from a medical angle rather than as a social problem. And in 1954, the All India Institute of Mental Health came into being. Friends, we have drawn upon as a nation NIMHANS' services time and again, most recently in the pandemic, where they set up a helpline, the Tele-MANAS helpline. This helpline works 24/7, and I was just seeing in the stalls outside, it operates in 31 different states in India and in several regional languages. So it offers telecounseling, and at a second level, if the issue can't be resolved, it's escalated to a mental health expert and further to a district mental health program as per requirement. I was looking at some of the statistics of this helpline. It says that over 17% of the complaints that it has received and processed relate to anxiety and stress, and another 13% relate to sadness of mood. So friends, these are very important indicators. This particular issue of mental health is particularly important for the youth of the country. They stand at the cusp of adulthood, and they need to be counseled. Robust support systems are required for that. India has done a lot of work in this field. However, there is so much more to do. Through the G20 forum and the Youth 20 engagement group, we would really like to share what we have done. India brings a lot to the table, and we would like to know what other countries have done. In the first session today, we heard from various experiences from Brazil, from Australia, from Bangladesh, from the United Kingdom. And if in this forum, we could leverage each other's strengths to make concrete recommendations about the way forward, it would be wonderful. We expect that this forum will generate a few concrete recommendations which would enable us to set up a robust ecosystem for youth and to equip them to be leaders of tomorrow in every sense of the word. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Murthy and her team and the entire faculty and students of NIMHANS for organizing such a wonderful consultation. Thank you, Pratima ji. Thank you, NIMHANS. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for that very inspiring address. It is now our privilege to have with us the chief guest, the Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, as the Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Distribution, Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He has played a very crucial role in shaping policies. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to the Honorable Union Minister, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji.
आज हमारे बीच मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री भारत सरकार आदरणीय श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी उपस्थित हैं। उन्होंने खाद्य एवं सार्वजनिक वितरण विभाग, पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन विभाग में नीतियों का आकार देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। सर, हम आपको आमंत्रित करते हैं कि इन लोगों को संबोधित करें।
आज सर्वप्रथम आप सबको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। आए हुए सभी विभिन्न देशों के अतिथिगण, यहाँ के इस संस्थान के सभी ऐसे चिकित्सकगण, प्राध्यापकगण, उपस्थित देवियों एवं सज्जनों, आज मंच पर यहाँ उपस्थित G20 के और इस Y20 कंसल्टेशन के उपलक्ष्य पर उपस्थित हमारे स्वास्थ्य कल्याण और खेल विषय पर आयोजित इस राष्ट्रीय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य एवं तंत्रिका विज्ञान संस्थान, इसके द्वारा जो यह आयोजित कार्यक्रम है, कल से ही ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा था, तो इस कार्यक्रम में पधारे हुए हमारे यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स, युवा एवं खेलकूद के सचिव के रूप में यहाँ डॉक्टर मीता राजीव लोचन, साथ ही इस संस्थान के निदेशक डॉक्टर प्रतिमा मूर्ति जी, और यहाँ बैठी हुई डॉक्टर प्रभा एस चंद्रा जो डीन है, और BS शंकर नारायण राव, साथ ही रजिस्ट्रार हमारे डॉक्टर यशा, डॉक्टर प्रदीप। और मैं जब इस संस्थान में पहली बार आया था, सामने बैठे हुए हैं डॉक्टर गंगाधर जी। डॉक्टर गंगाधर जी बहुत ही योग्य और यहाँ के इस संस्थान को आगे बढ़ाने में इनकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। मैं उनके लिए भी शुभकामना प्रकट करता हूँ। वो निदेशक रहे या ना रहे, लेकिन इस संस्थान की चिंता बराबर करते रहते हैं, ये विशेषता है। और अभी भारत अपने मेडिकल कमीशन में वहाँ डायरेक्टर है, तो ये सौभाग्य का विषय है। मैं पहले भी 2 बार यहाँ आ चुका हूँ। स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय का जब काम देख रहा था तो उस समय मैं यहाँ आया था, और लगातार इस संस्थान को जानने का बहुत मौका मिला। जैसा कि मैडम राजीव लोचन ने कहा कि ये संस्थान बहुत ही प्राचीन है, बहुत ही पुराना इंस्टीट्यूट है। ये ठीक है कि बीच में पहले कुछ और नाम से चल रहा था, बाद में 1954 के करीब ये इंस्टीट्यूट इसको भारत सरकार ने एक भव्य स्वरूप दिया। और आज हम ये देख रहे हैं कि आज इस संस्थान के अंदर ये G20 के माध्यम से जो Y20 कंसल्टेशन, उस विषय पर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय गोष्ठी, और वह विषय जो है, मैंने पहले कहा कि स्वास्थ्य कल्याण और खेल के विषय पर हम कैसे युवाओं को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, उनको कैसे उनके स्वस्थ जीवन की कामना करते हुए और उनकी मानसिकता को भी स्वस्थ बनाना, ये सबसे बड़ी बात है। केवल स्वस्थ शरीर ही नहीं, बल्कि मन, बुद्धि और आत्मा, ये जो इंटीग्रेटेड है। और सचमुच इस संस्थान में जो इंटीग्रेटेड हेल्थ पॉलिसी का समग्र स्वास्थ्य हर दृष्टिकोण से उस पर ध्यान दिया जाना, और उस पर ये केंद्रित संस्था दुनिया में महत्वपूर्ण संस्थान के रूप में ये काम कर रहा है। भाई और बहनों, हमारे मीडिया के भी बहुत सारे साथी हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि यहाँ लगभग 15 देशों से लोग आए, 15 कंट्रीज के लोग। हमारे यहाँ भारत की संस्कृति है वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, और सचमुच भारत में युवाओं के प्रेरणा स्रोत स्वामी विवेकानंद है। उनके जन्म को, जो जन्म दिवस होता है, भारत में युवा दिवस के रूप में मनाया जाता है 12 जनवरी को हर साल। उन्होंने 1893 में शिकागो, जो विश्व धर्म संसद वहाँ लगा था, जहाँ बहुत मेहनत करके परिश्रम करके उनको जाना पड़ा, और उसमें भी उनको बोलने के लिए कितनी कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ा, तब उनको मौका मिला और उन्होंने उस धर्म संसद में ही पहली बार कहा था, अयं निजः परो वेति, जो हमारे वेदों में है, गणना लघु चेतसाम उदार चरितानां तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। मैं, इसका मतलब है कि न मेरा है न पराया है। ऐसे छोटे विचार से व्यक्ति करते हैं, जो छोटे विचार के व्यक्ति ऐसा करते हैं कि ये मेरा है वो पराया है, लेकिन उच्च चरित्र वाले लोग समस्त संसार को ही अपना परिवार मानते हैं। और ये G20 का जो मुख्य उद्देश्य है, Y20 का, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी इस G20 के अध्यक्ष हैं, और यह भारत के लिए गौरव की बात है कि आज हमें वो स्थान प्राप्त हुआ है और दुनिया के तमाम देशों का स्वागत करने का भी हमें अवसर मिला है। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरा विश्व का कल्याण हो, तो इस भाव से भारत सदियों से काम करते रहा है। और स्वामी विवेकानंद ने जब अपने उस उद्बोधन में कहा था 1893 को शिकागो में, युवाओं से भी और संपूर्ण विश्व के लोगों से कहा था कि भारत एक ऐसा देश है जो पूरे विश्व की चिंता करता है, विश्व कल्याण के लिए काम करता है। जब भी हम किसी समारोह, किसी सांस्कृतिक, आध्यात्मिक, विशेष करके आध्यात्मिक कार्यक्रम में भाग लेते हैं, हमारे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य से लेकर सभी लोग कहते हैं विश्व का कल्याण हो, मानव का कल्याण हो। तो हम मानवता के लिए और विश्व के कल्याण के लिए अगर सही अर्थ में कोई सोचने वाला देश है तो वो भारत है। हमारी परंपरा प्राचीन काल से, और निश्चित रूप से हम सब लोगों ने आज उसी परंपरा को हम पालन करते रहे हैं। और जब कोई व्यक्ति किसी दूसरे राष्ट्र में पहुंचता है तो निश्चित रूप से अपने देश के नागरिक के साथ साथ वो हमारे अतिथि हो जाते हैं। और इसलिए आप सभी जो हमारे अतिथि गेस्ट के रूप में विभिन्न देशों से यहाँ आए हैं, हमारे यहाँ कल्पना है अतिथि देवो भव, अतिथि देवता के समान होते हैं। तो मैं आप सबको और आप सब में वो देवत्व का स्वरूप देख रहा हूँ। आप सभी देवता के समान हैं और निश्चित रूप से आपके आगमन के साथ साथ जो हमारी संस्कृति है, उस संस्कृति के अनुसार हम आपका स्वागत भी उसी भाव से करते हैं कि आप मेरे देवता हैं, यू आर आवर गॉड। हमारे देवता के रूप में आप आए हैं, तो आप में वो देवत्व है, उस भावना को हम कद्र करते हैं। यहाँ 300 से भी अधिक ऐसा मुझे बताया गया कि लोग कल से आज तक उपस्थित रहे हैं, विभिन्न जगहों से आए हुए, और वो केवल भारत के ही नहीं बल्कि विश्व के, जैसा कि मैंने कहा, अनेक देशों से यहाँ पधारे हैं। और सचमुच में भारत सरकार आपका स्वागत करता है और आपके सत्कार अपनी संस्कृति परंपरा के अनुसार आपने देखा कि कल से ही जिस नृत्य भाव से स्वागत किया गया, सचमुच में ये दक्षिण भारत का कर्नाटक का यह प्रांत उसके लिए बराबर ही जाना जाता है। इसको कौन सा नृत्य कहते हैं? ढुल्लुक। तो इतना अच्छा नृत्य जो लोगों के मन को भा लेता है। आपका स्वागत कल से ही इस भाव से हो रहा है। हमारा भी आज यहाँ आने पर, आगमन पर इस प्रकार का भव्य स्वागत हुआ। मैं इसके लिए संस्थान के निदेशक और यहाँ के तमाम लोगों का आभारी हूँ कि आपने इस प्रकार का पूरे दुनिया भर के देशों का और हम सब लोगों का स्वागत किया। इसके लिए संस्थान के सभी पदाधिकारियों का भी मैं आभारी हूँ। हमारे इस भूमंडल में जहाँ तक और इस भूमि में अगर भविष्य किसी के हाथ में है तो युवाओं के हाथ में है। और स्वामी विवेकानंद ने उस समय कहा था, युवा ही विश्व को आगे बढ़ा सकता है। उसमें त्याग की भावना है। युवाओं में जो त्याग की भावना है वो देश को और दुनिया को आगे बढ़ा सकता है। और दुनिया के अंदर जितने भी देशों में क्रांति हुई, चाहे वो चीन का ले लीजिए, जापान, जर्मनी, कहीं का भी, तो उसमें युवा शक्ति आगे आए। और भारत में तो आप जानते हैं कि इस भारत के अंदर आज़ादी के बाद अगर दूसरी लड़ाई करप्शन के खिलाफ, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ अगर लड़ी गई तो युवाओं ने लड़ी। और जिस प्रांत से मैं आता हूं, क्योंकि उसमें हमारी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेवारी रही छात्र युवा शक्ति को संगठित करने में, हम लोगों ने गुजरात के एक हॉस्टल से आवाज उठी थी 1974, 73, 74 में, और हमने बिहार में एक छात्र आंदोलन खड़ा किया था। और बाद में लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण जी को हम लोगों ने उस आंदोलन का नेतृत्व सौंपा और देश के अंदर एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ। आजादी के बाद 1974 के उस बिहार के छात्र आंदोलन के माध्यम से देश के अंदर भ्रष्टाचार और तमाम ऐसे विषयों कुरीतियों पर हमने प्रहार किया और छात्र युवा शक्ति बड़ी संख्या में हमारे जैसे लोग जेल और सेल के अंदर बंद कर दिए गए थे। 74 में DIR मीशा में बंद रहे। मुझे वह दिन भी याद है जब 2 जुलाई 1974 को हिंदुस्तान के अंदर पहला कांड बिहार फुलवारी सिप जेल कांड हुआ था, जहां जेल के अंदर भी हमने उस करप्शन के खिलाफ वहां भी लगातार आंदोलन कर रहे थे, बाहर और भीतर, जिसके कारण मुझे गर्म सलाखे से भी दागे गए। मेरी मौत हो चुकी थी और मैं जीवन और मौत के साथ PMCH पटना मेडिकल कॉलेज में 6 महीने तक अस्पताल में रहा, जिसको जेपी भी देख करके जेपी रो पड़े थे। और जेपी ने उस समय हिंदुस्तान के कई सभाओं में कहा था कि ये जो हमारा स्वकीय शासन है ये परकीय शासन से भी ज्यादा क्रूर है, जो अपने छात्र और युवा शक्ति पर इस प्रकार का प्रहार करता है। जिस युवा शक्ति को हमको आगे बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है, अगर हमारे खिलाफ युवा शक्ति लड़ रही है, हमें अपने में परिवर्तन करना चाहिए, ना कि उस पर क्रूरता अपनाने की आवश्यकता है। और इसलिए हम बराबर कहते हैं स्टूडेंट्स यूथ पावर नेशंस पावर, युवा शक्ति राष्ट्र शक्ति। आप सभी वो युवा शक्ति एटम बम के समान है, जो एटम बम अगर मरुभूमि में किसी एटम बम को छोड़ दिया जाए तो हजारों फीट गहराई से वो पानी का स्रोत निकाल करके आगे पीने के लिए पानी का स्रोत, सिंचाई के लिए पानी का स्रोत उस परमाणु शक्ति के द्वारा, एटम बम के द्वारा हम करते हैं, उसका विस्फोट करते हैं। उसी प्रकार से छात्र युवा शक्ति ये एटम बम है। इसका रचनात्मक स्वरूप पानी का सृजन करना, यानी मरुभूमि से पानी को निकालना, तो हमें छात्र युवा शक्ति का जो कंस्ट्रक्टिव अप्रोच है उसको आगे बढ़ाने की आवश्यकता है। और निश्चित रूप से मुझे लग रहा है कि भगवान ने ये शरीर दिया है, क्षिति जल पावक गगन समीरा, पंच तत्व निर्मित या अधम शरीरा। ये पंच तत्वों से निर्मित शरीर है और पंच तत्व में ही विलीन हो जाता है। इसलिए पंच तत्व की रक्षा करना हमारा पुनीत कर्तव्य भी हो जाता है। तो जहां हम स्वास्थ्य की बात जब करते हैं तो हमें प्रकृति की याद आती है। प्रकृति, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी बराबर ये कहते हैं कि हमें प्रकृति पर्यावरण की भी चिंता करना है और हमें देश की प्रगति को भी आगे बढ़ाना है। प्रकृति और प्रगति, नेचर को हम जो हमारे अनुकूल है, इसलिए नेचर जब प्रतिकूल हो जाता है तो कई प्रकार की आपदाएं भी झेलना पड़ता है। और मैं उसका शिकार ही नहीं, मैंने उसको झेला है। केदारनाथ की 2013 की त्रासदी, और उस त्रासदी में मैं बिहार का स्वास्थ्य मंत्री था उस समय, और मैं जब केदारनाथ के उस त्रासदी में गया था, 100 परिवार, 17 लोगों में से आधे लोग चले गए, और जो आधे लोग यानी हम केवल 8 लोग परिवार के बच पाए, मैं, मेरी पत्नी, मेरे दोनों बच्चे, दोनों के एक एक बेटे और बहू, 8 लोग, यार हमारा 3 खानदान जा रहा था। कई बार डूबते बचते, और श्री केदारनाथ के गर्भगृह में 4 दिनों तक भूखे प्यासे उस -डिग्री टेम्परेचर में कैसे रह गए, ये मुझे भी पता नहीं, ये ईश्वर की बड़ी कृपा है। और हमने उसके पहले कहा था, जब मैं केदारनाथ बद्रीनाथ से ऊपर जा रहे थे, तो हमने कहा था कि देखो ये सारे उत्तराखंड में देवभूमि है, यहाँ गंगा को बांध दिया गया, यहाँ बड़े बड़े डैम बना दिए गए, बिजली, यहाँ देखता हूं लोग आध्यात्मिक रूप से आते हैं, शराब की बोतलों को मैंने देखा। मैंने अपने बच्चों को कहा, परिवार को कहा, देखो प्रकृति अपना स्वरूप कुछ बदलेगा। और पता नहीं क्या, मैंने 14-15 तारीख को ये बात 15 तारीख को कहा, और 16 जून 2013 को वो विस्फोटक स्थिति का सामना भी करना पड़ा। 2-2 ग्लेशियर का पहाड़, जो आज जलवायु परिवर्तन की बात करते हैं हम लोग, उस मंत्रालय को भी देख रहा हूं। तो जलवायु परिवर्तन के कारण आज किस प्रकार से परिस्थिति पैदा हुई कि आज ग्लेशियर का पहाड़, जो केदारनाथ जी के दोनों ग्लेशियर का पहाड़ 2 था, तो एक पहाड़ 16 जून को ध्वस्त हुआ, दूसरा पहाड़ 17 जून को। हमने दोनों पहाड़ को ध्वस्त होते हुए और हजारों लोगों को कागज के पुड़िया की तरह बहते हुए उस दृश्य को हमने झेला है, देखा है, उस झंझावत को। और इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा कि हमारे युवा प्रकृति और पर्यावरण के अनुकूल काम करें। आज युवाओं में जो एक चिंता है, हर युवा चाहता है, उसकी अभिलाषा है, हम अच्छा पढ़ें, अच्छा करें, अच्छा बने। और उसके कारण कई बार उनके मन में फ्रस्ट्रेशन भी होता है। और मैं देखता हूं कि आज कई गंदे गंदे लत हमारे छात्र युवाओं में है, उसको कैसे बचाया जाए। मैं कई शहरों में देखता हूं कि आज छोटे छोटे 12 साल 14 साल उम्र के बच्चे आज ड्रग एडिक्ट्स के शिकार हो गए। आपने तो इस संस्थान में कई लोगों को इसका इलाज भी करते हैं। और ये ड्रग एडिक्ट्स से बचाना, ये सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हमारी युवा शक्ति, हमारा छात्र किस ओर जा रहा है, हमें उससे बचाने की आवश्यकता है। और सचमुच मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यह प्रयास भविष्य के लिए हमारी नई पीढ़ी जो है, हम उसको कैसे बचाएं। जब मैं बिहार में स्वास्थ्य मंत्री था, तो हमने उस समय एक योजना लाई थी, नई पीढ़ी स्वास्थ्य गारंटी योजना। उसमें 0 उम्र से 0 से लेकर के और 16 साल के उम्र तक के बच्चों और बच्चियों के लिए हमने पूरी तरह से स्वास्थ्य को मुक्त रखा, यानी बिना पैसे का उनका इलाज होगा, और जो बच्चा पैदा होगा वो हमारा बच्चा है या सरकार का बच्चा है। और उसी आधार पर बाद में 2011 में भारत सरकार के मंत्रालयों में जब विचार विमर्श हुआ, तो उस समय भारत सरकार के तत्कालीन केंद्रीय मंत्री ने कहा कि ये बहुत अच्छी स्कीम आपने लाया बिहार में। और उसको देखते हुए बाद में बाल स्वास्थ्य योजना भारत सरकार की बनी, उसी के तर्ज पर। तो मुझे गर्व है कि हम युवाओं के बीच, छात्रों के बीच हमने काम किया है। हमने पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर छात्र युवा शक्ति को अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद के माध्यम से वर्षों अपने जीवन का वो जो कालखंड है, उस कालखंड में, युवा कालखंड में 15 साल तक पूर्णकालिक कार्य करता रह करके और विद्यार्थी परिषद के माध्यम से पूरे देश के छात्र युवा शक्ति को जोड़ने का काम किया। पटना विश्वविद्यालय छात्र संघ का अध्यक्ष भी रहने का अवसर मिला मुझे और बाद में 74 के उस आंदोलन के बाद आपातकाल भी हमें झेलना पड़ा। 1975 में हजारों युवाओं को 74 और 75 में, जहां 74 में बिहार में कहा, और उस भ्रष्टाचार की लड़ाई इतनी बड़ी कि तत्कालीन शासन में बैठे हुए शासक और उन्होंने देश के अंदर आपातकाल लगा दिया। आज 24 तारीख है, 24 जून है, 25 जून की अर्धरात्रि में और आपातकाल लगा दी गई। हजारों लोगों को देश में, सारे छात्र युवा और ऐसे निर्दोष युवाओं को और नेताओं को भी जेल के अंदर बंद कर दिया गया। लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण को भी, जो डायलिसिस पर चल रहे थे, उनको भी जेल के अंदर बंद करके और मौत के घाट बाद में उतर गए वो। तो लोकतंत्र की हत्या किस प्रकार से की गई, ये भी हमें उस आपातकाल को हमने झेला है, देखा है। आपातकाल, और उसके बाद कहते हैं जब आपातकाल के बाद सरकार बनी तो उसको दूसरी आजादी के रूप में लोगों ने नाम दिया। 1947 में देश आजाद हुआ और बाद में वह दूसरी आजादी 1977 में जब हमारी सरकार केंद्र में मोरारजी भाई देसाई के नेतृत्व में बना तो उसकी दूसरी आजादी का नाम, यानी कि स्टूडेंट्स और यूथ के द्वारा जो भारत में परिवर्तन हुआ और अंत में उस आपातकाल को हटाना पड़ा। तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री के द्वारा जिस प्रकार का ये स्वरूप पेश किया गया था, उस सरकार के द्वारा ये देश में निंदा और दुनिया भर के लोगों ने उसकी निंदा की और अंत में उनको आपातकाल संघर्ष और आंदोलन के कारण हटाना पड़ा था। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारी युवा शक्ति वो ऊर्जावान बने, उसकी ऊर्जा को हम समाप्त ना करें और उसके लिए जहां खेल कूद मंत्रालय यहां बैठी हुई है, खेल कूद का, युवा संस्कृति का, तो युवाओं में पहले अपने चरित्र के ऊपर हमें नैतिक चरित्र पर बल देना है। हमारा जो मॉरल वैल्यू, जो नैतिक का हमारा मूल्य है, उसको किसी भी हालत में नहीं खोना। अगर आपने नैतिक चरित्र को खो दिया तो जीवन में आप कुछ भी नहीं बन सकते। इसलिए हमें अपने चरित्र की ओर, अपने आचार, अपने विचार, अपने व्यवहार, और इसके लिए अभिभावक और अभिभावक के साथ जो संस्था हमारी कॉलेज होता है, उनको भी ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है, ताकि हमारे बच्चे, हमारे युवा गलत चीजों का शिकार न बने। और ये दुनिया भर के लोगों की ये चिंता है। इसलिए दैहिक, मानसिक और सामाजिक रूप से पूर्णतः स्वस्थ होना ही स्वास्थ्य कहलाता है। हम केवल ऊपर से स्वस्थ हो गए ऐसा नहीं, हमको मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ होना है। और इसलिए हमें मानसिक रूप से, जिसको कहते हैं शरीर, मन, बुद्धि, आत्मा, इसी को कहते हैं एकात्म। और इसी एकात्म मानववाद के युगदस्ता पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी ने पूरे विश्व को एक नया चिंतन दिया, एकात्म मानववाद। इसलिए शरीर को स्वस्थ रखना, और इसके लिए ये स्वस्थ रखने का, यानी उसको सब तरह से इंटीग्रेटेड जो हमारी हेल्थ है की पॉलिसी है, उसमें हम कैसे उनको केवल दवा से ही नहीं, बल्कि पहले दवा ना हो, प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन का प्रयोग अच्छा से अच्छा, हमारे यहाँ प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन का डिपार्टमेंट भी रहता है मेडिकल कॉलेज में। तो बच्चों को, युवाओं को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए हम अनेक इस प्रकार के काम करते हैं। इसलिए किसी व्यक्ति की मानसिक, शारीरिक और सामाजिक उस रूप से अच्छे होने की स्थिति को ही हम स्वास्थ्य कहते हैं कि अच्छा स्वास्थ्य है। और इस परिभाषा के अनुरूप व्यक्तियों में और स्वस्थ करने में राष्ट्रीय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य जो और तंत्रिका विज्ञान संस्थान, इसकी देश में और दुनिया में बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, बहुत महत्ता है। उसकी उपयोगिता और उपयोग, उपादेयता ये अतुलनीय है। ये पूरी तरह से इस संस्थान का और इस तरह का आयोजन करके आपने संस्थान में जो इतने उत्तम कार्य किए हैं उसके लिए ढेर सारी बधाइयाँ भी इस संस्थान को मैं देता हूँ। पूरे विश्व की जनसंख्या, आप जानते हैं कि पूरे विश्व की जनसंख्या का लगभग 8 अरब हमारा है, 8 अरब जनसंख्या, उसमें से 1.8 अरब वो किशोर युवा हैं जो 10 साल से 24 वर्ष के युवा हैं। और इस वर्ग का स्वास्थ्य विश्व स्वास्थ्य संगठन जो WHO की परिभाषा के अनुकूल बनाए रखना और उसका संवर्धन करना वर्तमान पीढ़ी की प्राथमिकता ये होनी चाहिए। और निश्चित रूप से स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा था उस समय कि भविष्य के लिए मेरी आशा चरित्रवान, बुद्धिमान और दूसरों की सेवा के लिए सब कुछ त्यागने वाले और हमारे आज्ञाकारी युवाओं में निहित है। ये स्वामी विवेकानंद ने उस समय युवाओं को आह्वान करते हुए कहा था, उत्तिष्ठ जागृत प्राप्त बराड़ बोधता, उठो जागो और लक्ष्य तक पहुंचे बिना विश्राम मत करो। उन्होंने युवाओं को कहा था कि अपना व्यायाम के द्वारा अपने मांसपेशी को, मतलब ब्रह्मचर्य का व्रत धारण करते हुए छात्र अपने युवा अपने मांसपेशियों को इतना सुदृढ़ बनाओ कि ताकि तुम्हारा शरीर भी स्वस्थ रहे और तुम अच्छा विचार भी कर सकते हो, तुम्हारा मन भी स्वस्थ रहे, तुम्हारी बुद्धि भी तीव्र हो। तो इस दृष्टिकोण से स्वामी विवेकानंद का वाक्य हम युवाओं के लिए प्रेरणादायक है। आपके द्वारा अभी तक संपन्न हुए कार्यक्रमों का विवरण आपसे थोड़ा कम समय में मुझे जानने का मौका मिला। मैं तो कल ही आने की बात थी, लेकिन कुछ विशेष कार्यक्रम के कारण मुझे कल आना संभव नहीं हुआ, इसलिए वो परिवर्तन करा करके आज का कार्यक्रम में मैं यहाँ शरीक हुआ हूँ। कल से सत्र चल रहे हैं और जहाँ तक मुझे जानकर खुशी है कि कल से अब तक बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा आपने किया है और औपचारिक और अनौपचारिक चर्चाएं भी यहाँ होती रही हैं। मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के संवर्धन के बारे में, युवा स्वयंसेवा, मीडिया, कला और संस्कृति, थिएटर, प्रौद्योगिकी की जो भूमिका, इन सभी आदि विषयों पर आपने चिंतन, मनन और मंथन भी किया है। युवाओं के समक्ष जो आने वाली यह सब चुनौतियां हैं जिन्हें हमें आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मूल मंत्र सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, इसी मूल मंत्र से हम इसको आगे करने वाले हैं। हम सभी हितधारकों के साथ, जो हमारे सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनके साथ मिल करके विचार करना है, उसका समाधान करना है और सबको संगच्छद्वम संबद्धम, यह जो ऋग्वेद का मंत्र है, सब साथ चले, सब मिलके चले, सबके विचार एक हों, सबके वाणी एक हो। ये जो हमारे पूर्वजों ने ऋग्वेद में, ऋषियों ने, मुनियों ने जो ये परंपरा, हमें उसको भी अपने जीवन में ढालने की आवश्यकता है। जहाँ तक अस्वस्थता का प्रमुख कारण जो शारीरिक विकार होता है, जिसका मूल कारण केवल आहार परिवर्तन ही नहीं, ये तो ठीक है, आहार शुद्धो सत्व शुद्धि, आहार की शुद्धता, जैसा कहते हैं ना, जैसा मन वैसा, जैसा आप भोजन करेंगे, जैसा भोजन वैसा मन। तो आहार शुद्धो सत्व शुद्धि, आहार की शुद्धता हमारे शरीर के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक है, इसलिए अच्छा आहार करें, शाकाहारी हो तो आनंद होता है। और आज पूरी दुनिया शाकाहारी की दौड़ में आगे बढ़ रहा है। विश्व के अंदर कई जगहों पर जहां मांसाहारी थे, अब वो धीरे धीरे आप देखते हैं कई वो शाकाहारी बन रहे हैं। तो हमारे लिए आहार जो भी खाएं वो शुद्ध भोजन करें, जिससे आपका जीवन शुद्ध हो। और उस प्रकार से जो जलवायु परिवर्तन भी है, जो नैसर्गिक अस्वस्थता का जो परिवर्तन भी है, उसी प्रकार से आयुर्वेदिक में हम जो आयुर्वेद आपके संस्थान में यहाँ योग, आयुर्वेद सबको जोड़ करके आपने इंटीग्रेटेड रूप से लोगों के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता आप करते हैं। और निश्चित रूप से सुश्रुत संहिता में भी ये लिखा हुआ है कि व्याधिर्भित्ति क्षुद्राई देह विष्ट पैरवी बाधिता स्वास्थ्यं विवाह न्यथा ये ज्ञेयं निरुद्धं नैक मोहितम, यानी जो हमारे संस्कृत में लिखा है कि किशोर रोग विष्टियों और जो विषाक्त पदार्थ खाने से हमारे शरीर में वो विवाद होता है, विषाद वो काफ़ी जहरीला हो जाता है। इसलिए विषाक्त भोजन, प्रदूषित वायु से दूर रह करके हमें स्वास्थ्य को, अपने स्वास्थ्य को बनाए रखना है। अनुसंधान से पता चलता है कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के लिए, ये अनुसंधान यहाँ इस संस्थान में बहुत सारे रिसर्च करते रहते हैं, तो मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के लिए शरीर का स्वस्थ होना अत्यंत ही आवश्यक है। और चाणक्य नीति में ये लिखा हुआ है, आरोग्यं परमं भाग्यम। चाणक्य नीति में आरोग्यं परमं भाग्यम स्वास्थ्यं सर्वार्थ साधनम। आरोग्यहीनो जगत सर्वे, आरोग्यहीनो जगत सर्वं कोटि जन्मसु जीवितम, याना स्वास्थ्य सबसे बड़ा मूल्य। सारी बिल्डिंग हमारे पास है, सोना है, हीरा है, जवाहरात है, वो कुछ भी नहीं है जी। हमारे लिए सबसे कीमती हमारा स्वास्थ्य है। और इसलिए स्वास्थ्य सबसे बड़ा, स्वास्थ्य रहना ये भाग्यशालियों के लिए सबसे बड़ा भाग्य है, और वह सबके लिए सर्वार्थ साधन भी है। स्वास्थ्य के बिना जीवित रहने वाले व्यक्ति का जीवन कई जन्मों में निरर्थक होता है। और इसलिए स्वस्थ जीवन, हमारी काया निरोगी काया। कैसा काया, कैसी काया? तो निरोगी काया। हम वैसी काया चाहते हैं कि हमारे पास आरोग्य हो, हम आरोग्य काया। इसलिए राष्ट्रीय मानसिक जांच एवं तंत्रिका विज्ञान संस्थान इस पर ज़्यादा काम कर रही है, लोगों का इंटीग्रेटेड मतलब। और इसलिए युवाओं में जहां आसन, व्यायाम, योग, आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस हमने मनाया कि विश्व के 176 देशों में। हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अमेरिका में योग कर रहे थे, हम सब लोग यहाँ योग कर रहे थे। तो योग अपने जीवन के लिए स्वस्थ बनाए रखने के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। इसलिए योग, आसन, प्राणायाम, इससे भी हमारा शरीर स्वस्थ होता है। यह कोई आध्यात्मिक चीज नहीं है, ये शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए, और योग जोड़ने का काम करता है शरीर को। और इसलिए यह इस संस्थान के माध्यम से यहाँ आपने इन सब को जोड़ने का काम किया है। इंटीग्रेटेड बना करके आप लोगों के मानसिक विकार को भी दूर करते हैं, और उनके मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को बनाते हुए उन्हें आध्यात्म की ओर और उनकी आत्मिक स्वास्थ्य जो है, उसकी जो आत्मिक अवस्था है, उस ओर ले जाते हैं। तो मैं आज इस आयोजन के जो विश्व के अनेक देशों से आए हुए हमारे युवाओं को मैं चाहूँगा कि आपने जो मंथन किया है, जो विचार किया है, ये Y20 कंसल्टेशन निम्हांस के अंदर सचमुच में ये बहुत ही उपयोगी होगा और देश के युवाओं के लिए कल्याणकारी होगा। न केवल देश के लिए, दुनिया भर के देशों के लिए, यूथ के लिए, युवाओं के लिए ये कल्याणकारी होगा। जो मंथन करके आप समुद्र मंथन से, जो ये जब समुद्र मंथन हुआ था 14 रत्न निकले थे। मुझे विश्वास है कि निम्हांस में कल से और आज तक जो आपने मंथन किया है पूरे विश्व के आए हुए लोगों ने, उसमें से जो रत्न निकलेगा वो युवाओं के लिए प्रेरणादायक ही नहीं बल्कि युवाओं को संवर्धन करने का काम करेगा। आइए हम सब मिलकर के अपने इनोवेटिव आइडियाज जो आप सब लोगों ने प्रस्तुत किया होगा, आपके इनोवेटिव आइडियाज से सरकार और सरकार के हमारे यहाँ सचिव बैठी हुई हैं, कल से आई हुई है, तो इन्होंने बहुत सारी चीज़ों का आपके माध्यम से, आपके चर्चा के माध्यम से जानकारी किया होगा। और खेलकूद मंत्रालय, युवा मंत्रालय के माध्यम से ये काम देश भर में Y20 के द्वारा चल रहा है। मैं इसके पहले भी 2 स्थानों पर गया था, ये तीसरा स्थान, और लगभग ये अंतिम है, शायद अंतिम है ना मैडम, और मैडम भी तीनों स्थान पर मिली थी। तो बहुत मेरा सौभाग्य है कि युवाओं से मिलने का। मैं बराबर चाहता हूँ कि मैं 70 वर्ष का युवा हूँ, मैं कहता हूँ कि मैं 70 वर्ष का युवा हूँ, तो हमारे मन में वही युवा शक्ति और बराबर युवा बने रहे। हर लोगों में ये अपने स्वास्थ्य के प्रति चिंता और प्रकृति के प्रति, पर्यावरण के लिए ये अनुकूल कैसे हो। तो मैं चाहूँगा प्रकृति रक्षिति रक्षिता, प्रकृति की रक्षा करेंगे तो प्रकृति आपकी रक्षा करेगी। धर्मं रक्षति रक्षता, धर्म की रक्षा करेंगे तो धर्म आपकी रक्षा करेगी। तो आइए हम प्रकृति और पर्यावरण के प्रेमी बने और हर युवा अपने अपने जन्मदिन पर एक पेड़ जरूर लगाए। मैं आपसे यह आह्वान करूंगा, एक पेड़ अपने जन्मदिन पर, अपने पूर्वजों के संस्कार का कोई दिन हो तो जहां जल तर्पण करते हैं तो पूर्वजों की स्मृति में एक पेड़ अगर लगाएंगे तो निश्चित रूप से उससे जो ऑक्सीजन पैदा होगा, हमने कोविड के कालखंड में देखा है, डॉक्टर साहब बराबर उस समय बात होती रहती थी हर संस्थान से, प्रधानमंत्री जी कितना चिंतित रहते थे, और आपने कोविड का दुनिया भर के लोगों को स्वदेशी आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के कड़ी में उस कोविड से हमें बहुत प्रेरणा मिली। और उस समय हम लोगों ने ऑक्सीजन के लिए लोग कितना परेशान होते थे, और उस ऑक्सीजन के लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पूरे देश में नगर वन योजना लाई है। हमें शहरों में विशेष करके वन नहीं होता, घूमने का, भ्रमण करने का, ऑक्सीजन हमें कम मिलता है, इसलिए 1000 नगर वन और नगर वाटिका हमने अपने मंत्रालय के माध्यम से देश भर में ऑक्सीजन के लिए, और अभी ग्लासगो के कॉन्फ्रेंस में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो पंचामृत परोसा है कि हमें दुनिया भर के लोग, जो भारत बहुत ही कम, मतलब उसका 8वां हिस्सा भारत कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का उत्सर्जन करता है और दुनिया प्रगति की ओर जा रहा है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा नहीं, हमें प्रकृति को भी देखना है और हमें प्रगति को भी देखना है। प्रकृति और प्रगति, नेचर, कल्चर, लिटरेचर, देन फ्यूचर। तो हमें नेचर, कल्चर, लिटरेचर और फ्यूचर, हमें भावी पीढ़ी को भी उस ओर आगे बढ़ना है। तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हम सभी लोग इस कार्यक्रम में आए हैं, बहुत बहुत मैं आप सबका शुक्रगुजार हूं, और इस संस्थान का कि मैं यहाँ आया, अपने पुराने संस्थान में आया हूँ, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, और यहाँ गंगाधर बाबू भी मिल गए फिर से, तो और भी अच्छा लगा। मैं संस्थान के निदेशक को बहुत बहुत उनको बधाई भी देता हूँ, साधुवाद भी देता हूँ कि आपने यहाँ बुला करके लोगों के मानसिक स्थिति को भी बदलने का, और उनको हर प्रकार से जीवन स्वस्थ कैसे रहे, खुशहाल कैसे हो, इसको बनाने का जो चर्चा आपने देश भर के और दुनिया भर के लोगों के साथ जो किया है, ये निश्चित रूप से हम सब के लिए प्रेरणादायक होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। आप सभी सुखी हो, मंगलमय हो, भद्र हो, और एक दूसरे की पीड़ा को अपनी पीड़ा समझ करके पीड़ित मानवता की सेवा के लिए हम आगे रहें। मानव सेवा, माधव सेवा, मानव सेवा, माधव सेवा, नर सेवा, नारायण सेवा, जन सेवा, जनार्दन सेवा, इस सेवा को कभी ना भूलें। और वही सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, इन्हीं शब्दों को कहते हुए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरा विश्व का कल्याण हो, इसी भावना से मैं आप सबका विनंती प्रार्थना करते हुए आपकी स्वस्थ की कामना करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आदरणीय यूनियन मिनिस्टर जी। We would like to thank him for gracing us with his presence today and for sharing his very valuable inputs. To conclude this session, I would invite our registrar, Dr. Shankar Narayan Rao, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. I am very sure that you have witnessed the energy and the kind of leadership has been exhibited by our Union Minister, Shri Ashwin Kumar Chaubey ji. On behalf of Y20 consultation, on behalf of G20, and most importantly from NIMHANS and also from the Ministry of Youth Affairs, we take this opportunity to thank Honorable Union Minister Ashwin Kumar Chaubey ji profusely for taking part and also addressing us. And his words of wisdom will have a larger impact onto the environment as well as the youth, both put together, that will have a huge impact onto our well-being as well. So on behalf of Y20 consultation and on behalf of the NIMHANS, I request our director, deans, and also our Honorable Secretary to felicitate our Honorable Union Minister Ashwin Kumar Chaubeji.
Continuing, however, with our panel discussions now simultaneously in this hall and Hall B. We do hope you enjoy the scientific deliberations over the rest of the day, and thank you very much for attending this.
I request all the delegates to please be in their seats. I understand that all of us are hungry, but I think the food counter will open only by 2:30, so we as well fill our top with all the knowledge and then go on to satiate our hunger. So I request all the people to please attend this second parallel session, which is a very important session, and we shall start in the next few minutes. on youth-centric mental health promotion models in India. This panel discussion will showcase youth-centric mental health promotion models in India, which is a very important event of the Y20 consultation, which is focusing on the theme of health, well-being, and sports. The panel consists of 5 eminent panelists who are involved in implementing mental health models for the community and who will provide valuable insights into their programs and share their experiences. Overall, this panel discussion will provide a platform for experts to share their knowledge, experiences, and best practices in implementing mental health programs for youth. It aims to promote collaborative learning and create awareness about effective mental health interventions. I invite all the panelists and the moderator, and we have a keynote speaker for this session. I request all of them to please assemble backstage so that we can initiate the session. I first invite our keynote speaker, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, Padma Shri awardee. Sir is the recipient of the Sir C.V. Raman Award from Karnataka government and of course a Padma Shri awardee. A very well-known figure, current emeritus professor of the Department of Integrative Medicine and also the member secretary for the medical rating of medical colleges at the National Medical Commission. He has innumerable publications and has been a guide and mentor to numerous students at NIMHANS. And of course, his research areas are yoga, schizophrenia, public health, electroconvulsive therapy. Sir has been the ex-director of NIMHANS and has completed his education from here. So it's an honor for us to have you with us today as the keynote speaker. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I'll now invite the moderator for the session, Dr. Lavanya Gardi, who's the program controller, SCAN Medical Research Trust, onto the stage. Dr. Lavanya Gardi, please be seated. Thank you. Is a community health professional with over a decade of public health experience. She has experience in implementing large-scale community-based statewide cohort studies and mental health. And she has been partnering with a number of organizations worldwide, including the WHO, UNAIDS, Wellcome Trust UK, Boston University, University of Canada, to name a few. Her special areas include mental health, HIV/AIDS, NCDs, and MCH components. Dr. Lavanya is recognized for her leadership in translating knowledge to programs, designing and implementing community-based innovation programs. Before I announce the next panelist, I would also request delegates who are interested in participating in the panel session that is going on in Hall B to be seated. The panel session is on road safety, and those who are interested, I'd request them to please proceed to Hall B. Our next panelist that I will invite on stage is Dr. Muthu Raju, who is the program coordinator of Project Summer. Welcome, Dr. Muthu Raju. Dr. Muthu Raju is a psychiatric social worker by profession, and he's completed his doctorate from the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. He has clinical experience of conducting a number of individual psychosocial interventions and community-based interventions for clients with mental health problems. He has been part of implementing 2 large-scale youth intervention programs in Karnataka, namely the US Spandana and the Life Skills. He has authored a number of publications, has written books, chaptered a few, and
has received the Young Achiever Award from the prestigious institution Public Health Foundation of India, New Delhi, for the year 2021. I welcome Dr. Mutturaju to this panel. Our next panelist, youth leader, Ms. Yashaswi Chinnappa, is the program coordinator of project BUHMI, Bhoomi. Yashaswi is a dedicated psychologist by profession with extensive experience in the field of mental health and education. She has completed her MPhil and MSc in psychology, and she's currently serving as program coordinator at NIMHANS and has been working in the last 2 years in leading the Bangalore Urban Mental Health Initiative. She has previously extensively worked with children with special needs, and she's also served as assistant professor in her capacity at the Department of Psychology in Acharya Institute. She also has conducted research and authored a number of books and papers. I welcome Yashaswi to this panel. Our final panelists, a youth again, Shri Suyansh Pandey. Can I request Shri Suyansh? Shri Suyansh is the track chair for the Shared Future, Youth and Governance and Democracy track for the Y20 at the G20 India. By profession, he is an advocate at the Supreme Court of India and partner at law firm. Prior to his law practice, he has worked in Delhi, and he's also co-authored a book called Good Governance Compendium 2.0 with 35 exemplary governance models. He also contributes articles to mainstream media portals on legal issues of national importance. Suyansh, we are honored to have you here, and I welcome all the panelists, and I request 2 more panelists? We also have another 2 more panelists. We have Dr. Swati Ravindran, who is a psychiatrist and who's with the Tele-MANAS of India. Dr. Swati Ravindran, I welcome you. And we have Ms. Sharmita Shetty, who is the project coordinator of US Spandana, one of the largest youth programs and supported by the government of Karnataka, helmed by the Center for Public Health. I invite all the panelists and I request our moderator, Dr. Lavanya Garadi, to please moderate the session. We'll initially start with the keynote address of Dr. B.N. Gangadhar. I request our keynote speaker, Professor B.N. Gangadhar, to deliver the keynote address.
Is it from here or I should come there?
Forever a youth, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar.
Thank you very much. I know the session is coming between the lunch and all of you. To begin with, let me welcome all the international delegates who have come from faraway places to participate in this Youth 20 consultation. Wish them all the best. Of course, the rest of the audience, many of them I know already being a faculty of this place. Many of you have joined and are familiar with the work that we are doing. And today we are talking about health, wellness, youth, sports, and so on and so forth. I may not be a sports person, but I'm surely a sportive person to be with all of you on this occasion. But health, we say, is wealth. And we know there is no health without mental health. And we all keep saying, where there is a will, there is a way. So it looks like our mental stamina seems to be the topmost on the priority with respect to that concept of well-being. And in this context, why it is relevant to the youth, as has been said by many in many of the earlier sessions, youth form the most energetic human resource on this planet. And although the number corresponds to 25-30% of the population, but if you put that energy quotient together, perhaps the youth would account for more than 50% of the human energy quotient that drives the entire planet. So on this occasion, this energy quotient has to be totally well sustained, well harnessed, well utilized, and also actually taken care of. That can happen only if we ensure that the health, and in particular the mental health, is in a fit condition. And I am sure we are going to be hearing from many, many youngsters who are leading very sterling programs in mental health in the community, both urban and rural, using modern methods and also using traditional methods. And we are going to be hearing from them as to how we need to advocate for well-being, the concept of well-being, and how to preserve this well-being. And we heard in the previous session the Honorable Union Minister for State talking about yoga and the other traditional methods in which the spiritual health can be enhanced, and as a process, well-being and health also can be enhanced. So sports, of course, there is no reason to avoid, not to mention about it, is an important mediator for well-being and health. I'm sure we are all going to be practicing it. And in this session, we are going to be hearing some very, very unique experiments about promoting mental health in the community, urban or rural, using tele approaches or using traditional approaches. And I welcome each one of you to welcome the speakers, participate actively in this discussion, and take this message home that where there is mental health, there is wealth and health together. All the best and good luck for all of you. Thank you very much.
Switch it on.
We should use the black one. The white one doesn't work.
Thank you so for your kind words. Welcome to all the panelists. We have an array of programs here, a broad spectrum of different kinds of programs. We will start with your Spandana. Would you like to say a few words on your Spandana? How the program evolved, specifically taking into consideration the stakeholder consultation, developing of different modules, the kind of leads the program has. A little bit about Spandana.
Yeah.
Youth is a very critical and transitional phase in the life cycle of human development. And considering the challenges faced by the youth during this phase, we came into like 158 categories, namely, and then it was categorized into 6 areas again. So these 6 areas are safety, relationship, gender, sex and sexuality, personality development, education and career. So initially, during the implementation of the program, various workshops were conducted with the stakeholders, that is parents, youth and mental health professionals. After considering all these workshops, expert workshop was conducted wherein the modules were developed and it was decided to outline the activities of the program. Also discussions like what are the challenges faced in recruiting the Yuva Parivartakas and Yuva Samalochakas was also discussed. So talking about Karnataka specific, 1/3 of the population of Karnataka is youth, that is about 20 million. Now also considering the challenges faced by them, Karnataka state government came up with a youth policy in 2012. The main aim of this youth policy is to reach, to engage, and to empower the youth so that the overall development of the society takes place. Yuva Spandana. Yuva Spandana is the program based on the motto, Youth for Youth. Here, the problems addressed, the issues related with the youth are also addressed by providing sensitization programs and also guidance and referral services at the Yuva Spandana Kendras in the district stadiums. Also, about the reach and achievement, the program has reached 8.3 million people of total population of Karnataka who have received sensitization program, and also 33,754 people have received guidance through this program.
Thanks
So
for
that is
that.
a brief introduction about the program.
Thanks for that. It's nice to know that youth themselves developed the program, they were part of developing and scaling it up, and they're running the programs themselves. Can you tell us a little bit about the reach of the program in terms of geography and numbers?
Yes. So this program has been established in all 31 districts of the state, in the district stadiums. And as I said, the number is 8.3 million of total population, and also 33,784 people have received guidance under this program.
Very nice to know that in large numbers. So how are these Yuva Parivartakas and Yuva Samalochakas recruited at the local level?
So Yuva Parivartakas and Yuva Samalochakas are recruited from their respective districts. So later they are into one-to-one interview, group discussion at NIMHANS. And once they are selected in this interview, they are then selected for the training. So this training is basically 1 week of in-house, and later handholding and supervision is conducted at field level. So based on this performance, they are then recruited as Yuva Parivartakas, and Yuva Parivartakas who have better guidance skills are then appointed as Yuva Samalochakas.
Very nice to know that. Should we then move on to the urban mental health program?
Good afternoon.
Is that working? It is working.
Good afternoon, I'm Yashasvi. So I'm handling the Bangalore Urban Mental Health Initiative. So this program is a self-care and informal care mental health program specifically designed for urban cities. The premise for developing this module was that we have a treatment gap that is higher in urban areas compared to rural areas in India. So that was the first reason we thought we need a module that is specific for urban areas. And the main reasons that we found why we have this huge treatment gap was that along other reasons, first one is people are not aware of their problems, and the second one is they want to deal with their problems by themselves. So this too was the other two reasons which pushed us forward to have a module. And according to the WHO framework for mental health services, they place self-care and informal care at the bottom of the pyramid. So this highlighted us, we need to focus on self-care and informal care. So that was the premise for Bhoomi. So self-care, informal care for mental health is a very naive or almost a foreign topic in Indian context. So we started our module development with extensive desk review where we considered all concepts, skills, theories throughout the globe that has been used for mental health. And then we focused all these factors into skills that can be given to population at large and the skills that do not necessarily require a professional aid. With these identified skills, we conducted community stakeholder consultations where we showed them these skills and asked for their opinion about the requirement of these skills. And then we asked them, do you think we should add any more skills, or how should we take these skills to you population? And then we used both the results of the desk review, the community consultation opinion, and then we asked with the experts, what do you think about these skills that have been identified? And do you, as experts, think we need more skills or other methods or other factors that we need to consider for a mental health promotion model specific for urban areas? With these discussions, we arrived at 11 self-care skills, 1 informal care skill. So this identification of skills gave rise to a module development, and our module kept in mind few of the basic principles. First one was every concept had to be deprofessionalized, because we are delivering these concepts to the community directly, so they should be able to understand it, and we also have it in the format of book. So anybody who reads the book should be able to understand this concept. That was the first principle. The second one, we obviously took into consideration experiential learning. So for this to be experiential, so we considered activities where these activities has to be done or can be done individually or with a group of people first, and then these activities should be introspective or reflective of their lives, and it has to help them in empowering whatever skills they lacked or identifying in skills that they didn't have. And then we also introduced hypothetical case scenarios from everyday lives, because we wanted people to relate that the concepts that we are talking is happening every day in our lives. And then to make it a little spicier for the modules, we introduced self-assessment part of it. Because first of all, as layman, we need to know where I stand in these huge concepts. So we introduced those self-assessment scales as well. With this development of the models, currently we are implementing in Bangalore Urban, in East Zone specifically. So we have approached the community and we are delivering it directly to them as a first part. And as a second part, we are using or collaborating the community stakeholders, relevant government bodies to get trained so that they become the champions later and they can deliver the modules to the people later on. So along with this, to cap it all, we are creating a database for our module where we are giving standardized questionnaires and collecting data, and also the questionnaires that are relevant for our topics. So that's about Bhoomi. Thank you.
Thanks. I think it will be nice if you can elaborate on what the acronym actually stands for, Bhoomi.
Okay. So Bhoomi is Bangalore Urban Mental Health Initiative, urban model.
Thanks for giving us the insight of the program in this short duration of time. Could you actually tell us a little bit of challenges that you face in delivering mental health youth promotion program at the urban level?
For us, the first challenge was while developing the model itself, because our population is so diverse in urban areas. So we have to consider a lot of these barriers or the diversity. So we had to make it inclusive to all. The first one. Second one, people are not aware about the difference between mental health and illness. So when we say we are going to help you with mental health self-care, it's just considered as, okay, you're talking about depression or anxiety. So people don't want to come to us. This is the second challenge we have. So I think I would highlight these two for now.
Thanks. Yeah, should we move on to more specific summer program where mental health is taken all the way to school children, and it's a health promotion model for dementia and anxiety? Dr. Mutturaj, over to you.
Thank you. Ellargu namaskara. Basically, I'm talking about Sama. Here, one thing, like considering the fact that pooled prevalence of mental health issues among adolescent children between the age of 13 to 17 years is about 7.53% in NMHS survey. So, considering this particular fact, so basically, I think every children has right to get education. So, the education is made mandatory. Many children will be there, everybody will be there at the school level. So there if we address, then I think the impact is very high. So in that perspective, this SAMA is actually coming to, as a project it is conceived. SAMA is acronym. It is, SAMA means Safeguarding Adolescent Mental Health in India. It is a collaborative feasibility research study from by NIMHANS and University of Leeds. Here, what we did initially, we did the description as they mentioned, and you used the approach co-productions where we involved all the stakeholders, mental professionals, adolescent children, and teachers, and policy-related work officers. So through that, we developed modules we actually work at children level, student level, then school level, then parents, and at old school level. Here, for the students, we have developed 8 modules where we will be focusing more on prevention, promotion, and readdressal, focusing more on emotion regulation and stress-related management, and skills development. And with regard to parents and teachers, we stress more on improving mental literacy. And with teachers, like positive disciplines was the one thing which we focused more. And with the school, we develop certain activities where the stigma can be reduced and bullying related aspect can be addressed. So those things we have provided, and also we train lay counselors. Lay counselors were trained rigorously at NIMHANS, and they are working as our delivery agents. And later, there are 2 uniqueness of this program. One is YIB, Youth Advisory Board, and another one is filming. Basically, this at global level, this public patient involvement and engagement has got momentum. So there, if we involve it is meaning to say, no research without me. So we need to involve the youth. If they don't have say, then definitely it will not reach to them. So that we form the Youth Advisory Board, and then we are actually managing. At every level, they are actually supporting in terms of guiding us and giving very good inputs in terms of developing and monitoring and managing the project activities. Then one more thing is about filming. We recruited students, and through students, they are actually telling their voice. Their voice is captured through films. So these 2 uniqueness of our program.
Thanks, Dr. Mutturaj. From understanding Spandana, which is a large youth mental health promotion program that caters to needs of about 2 lakh youth every month, and of which 50,000 plus have beneficiaries. We just spoke about Bhoomi, which is very urban mental health center, to again being specific to school. Now we move on to telemedicine, Tele-MANAS, which is again a huge mental health promotion program catering to a large set of beneficiaries. Can you tell us about how this program evolved and how successful it has been in reaching out to people?
Thank you, Dr. Lavanya. So I would like to tell you about Tele-MANAS. Tele-MANAS stands for Tele Mental Health Assistance and Networking Across States. It's the National Tele Mental Health Program of India, and it was born in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, I would say. So there were a lot of lessons we all learned from the pandemic with regard to mental health. We had the National Psychosocial Support Helpline at the time, under the headship of Sir, of course. And during that time, the helpline received over 6 lakh calls. And it really shed a light on the importance of mental health and the need for a service that can unite us as a country to receive mental health services no matter where we are. So there is also a large treatment gap which exists with regard to mental health. The previous speakers have also spoken about it. I believe we have a population of 138 crores, but 10,000 psychiatrists and about 5,000 clinical psychologists to cater to that population. So it helps to have a digital mental health ecosystem that can help any individual access mental health care services from the comfort of their homes. And that's where the idea of Tele-MANAS was born. So Tele-MANAS, it was inaugurated on the World Mental Health Day 2022. So we are about 8 months strong. And during this time, we've received around 1,65,700 plus calls from all over India. And like ma'am already mentioned, it is currently functional in 31 out of 36 states in India. and about, so I'll just explain how it is. We have a toll-free number. Anybody, man, woman or child across India can access this service free of cost, and you have to dial a toll-free number, and you have the option of about 20 languages because we have a very diverse country with a lot of languages across India. So it's available in 20 languages, and you'll be connected to a trained telecounselor in about 30 seconds. And once you are speaking to the Tele-MANAS counselor, they are trained to identify symptoms of mental distress and mental illness, and they would then escalate the call further if so be the need to trained mental health specialists, so psychiatrists, psychologists, psychiatric social workers who are present with these individuals in the cells, what we call Tele-MANAS cells. Now, these Tele-MANAS cells are present across India in every state, about 1 to 3 based on the size of the state, because mental health problems in India can be very unique, dependent on the geographical area as well. So to understand these cultural sensitivities, they're established across India. There are a total of 51 Tele-MANAS cells, of which 42 are functional right now. These would be mentored by 23 mentoring institutes, 5 regional coordinating centers, which are all centers of excellence in mental health, and the EPEX Coordinating Center, which is NIMHANS, of course. And this is an initiative by the the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. So that is a brief overview of the.
That's a program of large scale.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I quickly wanted to change focus again to US Spandana because we've had a lot of challenges reaching youth. In fact, we go to their places in schools and colleges and do the sensitization programs and awareness programs, and that's how they get to know about the program. And as far as Sama is concerned, I think it's pretty much the same, that people go to schools and colleges and they do the interventions. How is the interventions planned, at least now, how are the awareness built around this Tele-MANAS program? Because, yeah, how do people get to know about your program? How will they know that there's a helpline and this is the number? And how do people reach out to you?
Yes, so we have planned large-scale awareness programs. I think from the ministry level also, different ministries have come together to make sure that the message reaches out that this service is available, and it's available for all ages. Individuals anywhere can access the service. I think there may be some apprehensions about whether the service works or not, but then that is soon dispelled if people actually call the service. And we have these flyers and posters and brochures that I would be sharing with the audience right now. So these are actually spread across on various websites, in front of schools, colleges, on various programs. I think our honorable ministers have spoken about this program time and again, hoping to reach a larger audience. And I think that is primarily responsible for all the calls we've received so far.
Thanks. Yeah, so we have heard about 4 large programs for now, all of which have been sort of developed based on the pillars of PHC. They've all been having the community participation of the stakeholder consultation that they've taken into considerations while developing this program. And they followed a bottoms-up approach by taking into consideration each of the stakeholders who are very relevant in each of these programs. Besides that, they've tried to make it equitable distribution through either use of technology or through various other strategies that each of these programs have used. Now over to the political will and commitment, we would request our political man here to tell us a little bit about what the government thinks and what its plans for the future are, how or what has already been done, what's the inputs from the advocacy side, yes.
Yes, ma'am. As you talked about the bottoms-up approach, which is very important in a democracy, but in a democracy, it is also very important that what is the vision of people who are in executive position, whether it is a political executive or the regular executive. Friends, we all remember a time when our female friends, the girls in our society, were hesitant or to ask for a sanitary pad. Or there was a hesitation to discuss about the menstrual health issues with our peers, within the families as well. And they used to sell these sanitary pads in black polythenes so that no one can see. So that was the stigma. And then a government came, it understood the sensitivity of the issue, and already a lot of efforts were being made by the civil society, by the activists, but it realized that a concerted effort needs to be there, and then several policies came up. More emphasis was there on the sensitization of the issues, and now we can see that how the policies of distributing sanitary pads from the school level to installing vending machines in the public, and we see that our friends are now openly taking out sanitary pads from those machines, discussing these issues very openly without any discomfort. So this is the change that was brought. So this is the behavioral shift which needs to be done. So I think for the mental health issues or mental health care also, it is the right time to bring the mental health care out of those black polythene and make it public and make it an issue like any other regular issue. So this is something from which needs an effort from a concentrated effort from the policy and the political side. And when we are talking about the mental health thing, I think the Mental Health Care Act 2017 is a very good step, right step in the right direction. And discussing more or brainstorming, if we want to discuss more on the policy or the framework issues that can be done. So I will talk about two things that that interventions are much required in my understanding. First thing is, we must realize, I think we all realize that how much we have institutionalized the stress and pressure in our school system. Very unhealthy competition we have institutionalized in our education system, right from the school days. Means the board exam results and asking students to focus more on studies for some competitive exams, and then insane celebration of class 10th results. So on TV, on national media, and that creates pressure on the parents, and then from the parents to the children. And it affects a lot of children, and which starts actually the unhealthy state of mind, which has long-term implications. So whether can't we have good frameworks from the policy sides in schools? Why can't the UGC or the NEC assessment have a grading system or credit system for universities or institutes which have mental health care system? Why can't schools, why can't education boards like CBSE or the state education boards, they have a grading system for the school and for the institutes to give more credits or more pointers to those schools which are having a very good mental health care system, where the mental health of the students are better than others. So all our friends, all these organizations, these people are doing fantastic work, but it needs to be scaled, and it can be scaled up if we have such policies, and then they can work effectively. And the second thing that I want to talk about is India's own civilizational heritage. In G20, as a track chair also, we all have a mandate to present before the world the Indian solutions to the global problems. We saw, we are still in the hangover of the National Yoga Day, which was celebrated recently. Not only us, the entire world celebrated the International Yoga Day, the International Yoga Day. Similarly, spirituality is another feather in the cap of India's civilizational heritage. So, when like yoga prepares you for physical strength, spirituality prepares you more for mental and internal strength. If you practice spirituality, if you have encountered it, if you have encountered its framework, so it makes you, it exposes you to become strong or to take on the challenges. It tells you that you are part of an integrated system, you are not an individual. The problem of mental health issues starts when one person sees himself at the center or at the very individual level, and when he starts thinking that he's not able to meet up the expectations of the society, or he's not getting the right place in the society. That's what has been told by the experts. So I think we can present it in a very proper manner before the world. We are the youngest population. This is the issue. There is no doubt which affects the youngsters most. Someone was telling 1 out of 6, 1 out of 7% is affected by mental health. As a track chair for the Youth in Democracy and Governance track, I think we need mentally strong youngsters to lead the nation, who will lead the world to make India a superpower. That was from my side. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, so we open it to the audience now. Any questions? Yes, please.
Hi everyone, my name is Prachi and I'm from Odisha. I just wanted to bring this up and ask the panelists, all of them, that while it was great listening from you about the mental health care models being run in India, I just wanted to ask if the status of mental health care systems for at-risk children in India. So like currently in India itself, there are around 4 lakh orphanages housing 4 lakh orphans in around 10,000 orphanages, and there are some 900 juvenile homes housing 1.7 million juveniles. And when we say youth, we tend to exclude them. So I just wanted to see, ask from you if there are any models specifically for these youth who need special care and special counseling. So, yeah.
Anybody, it's open for anybody to take the question. I'm not quite aware. Yeah, it's an excellent question, but I'm not quite aware of a program that caters to specific need of what you've been asking.
Yes, because
so I guess it's a good opportunity to start one and look into it. Yeah. Yes.
No, in any of these programs are inclusive, firstly. It doesn't exclude any select population of those who are orphaned or who are in juvenile homes, etc. In fact, all these programs which have been taken up from a top-down model, which was there earlier, have already been addressed to by the state in a way. But I'm sure more attention is required, and that's precisely what he mentioned, what we are calling it as bringing awareness from a bottoms-up model where people participate. And once they start participating, the value becomes stronger. And I'm sure in this process, they're going to look at others also who are involved. So there is a message that I want you to take it across, that all these programs which we are talking of are already inclusive. It doesn't exclude any groups of people. But whether any special attention is required for these people is something that has to evolve as the work keeps going on.
Thank you, sir. Yes,
yeah,
please.
there it is. The two people who are there.
Namaste. My name is Shrikant and I'm from Karnataka and I'm an Ayurvedic doctor. So like Suyan sir said, the government has doing a lot to try to include, spirituality is another phase which we also need to be looking at this venture of, mental health. So is there, the question is again open to all. Is there any system wherein we could include, EQ assessment as well, just like IQ assessment? Is there any system to assess EQ assessment as well in the school, so that this could be one major pointer as to assessing the school children, the problems at school children level?
Mutturaj.
Mutturaj.
To EQ assessment, if at all, if you look at the standardized, measuring tools, they have, like say for example, in our study we are using STQ, Strengths and Difficulties Questionnaire, where it covers the emotional aspect also. So like that, I think we tailor-made our measuring tools to this particular cause. So in that situations, we will be covering all those things. Say for example, in our research, we are focusing more on emotional regulations. So through emotional regulation, we will be assessing in the pre-test we will be doing and post-test and then follow-up. So during that time, anyway, we will capture these aspects of what kind of emotional changes occurred meantime. So those things anyway we will be covering.
I would add, I would add on to.
It is working.
So I would add on to Muthu sir and take this opportunity to talk about Bhoomi also here. So in our Bhoomi modules, 2 of the modules we are covering is spirituality 1 and also emotional regulation in that, how to maintain emotions. So we are giving training about that, and also for the questionnaires that you asked, we are also building the data set for it, which also involves questions for what you're asking, emotional quotient. And also for us, we are using a specific tool called as DERS, Difficulties in Emotional Regulation Scale, to understand where our population stands in managing our emotions. So,
sorry, just one addition to the same question. As far as my understanding goes, of course, there are multiple factors that influence mental health, but food seems to be one major aspect as well. What you eat becomes what you are. What you eat becomes what you are. That's what I mean. So, is there any project telling you as to, you should eat this, and there are, of course, what you like and what you don't like, but there is also what you should be eating and what you should not be eating. Both are not the same. So is there any program concentrating on that aspect of, because that essentially builds up the child, not just the body, but also the mind. Is it not? So we'll be building a better society. Is there any program as such?
sir, again, Bhoomi is also covering that aspect. We have an entire module which talks about the importance of physical activity, diet and sleep for mental health.
For the information of you brought a right question. On the 21st, in the last 4 years, we have been bringing awareness into Sattvic diet based on the same Ayurvedic principles which we are talking of, and we have an excellent team of Ayurveda. On the day of Yoga Day, the Institute, and of course even there are a few 2 days back also it was held, to bring awareness about our diet. As you rightly said, our diet decides a lot of things, and Sattvic diet is something that we are, go ahead.
So just to add on to this, even with regard to Tele-MANAS, I just wanted to tell you that it not just caters to people with mental illness, but we also have calls from individuals who may be distressed or even the mentally well population. I think that's where it's a bit different from what we envision as a mental health helpline, in that it covers, like Sir said, it is inclusive of the entire population. With regard to promotional aspects, I think it's a very important point that you brought out about promoting positive mental health through these practices, and it should start at a very young age. So our counselors are also trained in some of these modules, which we have developed, so that they can also advise students at a very young age. If we get callers between 0 to 12 years, it may sometimes be callers who are calling on behalf of, so it may be a parent or a caregiver who's calling, who may be concerned about certain behavioral habits or nutritional habits about their children. So the counselors are trained to handle such calls. So that's another aspect.
Even within program Spandana, there's a big, large component on health and lifestyle. So when they speak about health, it's all inclusive. It speaks about physical health, mental health, social health, spiritual health. So that our diet component is a large component within the Spandana module on health that covers it. Besides that, they also speak about sleep and physical activity to school children and colleges. So 15 to 35, even those who have started working. Yes, it is inclusive, and we do speak about that in the Spandana program as well.
Yes, one more.
A very delightful good afternoon to everyone. My name is Purnima. In my point of view, in present days, many government policies, sessions and workshops were conducted on mental health program. Still, why the youngsters are facing the problems of mental health? Youngster here refers to the in-between age of 15 to 24. What are the major things causing for the fall into the mental health?
So just correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you wanted to ask what leads to certain mental health issues, and also what are the common mental health problems that are usually seen. So may I take that?
Yes, please.
So I can tell you from our experience at Tele-MANAS at least that it's a growing program. We are seeing about 8% of the total callers are between the 0 to 18 group. And in this population, at least I can tell you that the most common concerns that children presented with, I think Suyashi already said about the exam-related stress. And it almost comes in waves, wherein we can track that certain exams are coming up, so the stress levels increase, and these children are very distressed, and they call. The good part is that they are calling, and it may be, it's a multitude of problems, With every generation, I think the kind of problems, the kind of mental health problems change. In this particular generation, I think I really have to commend the youngsters right now, because they live in a social media era, they live in a digital era, and though there are perks, there are also downsides to it. There is an overload of digital information at the tip of the fingertips all the time, access to many things which could have previously been restricted. So there are a lot of things, not just mental health related, but a lot of other factors which are impacting the mental health of these children. And it's important to recognize when it is at a distress level, and when that can be tackled at that level itself and prevented from becoming something more serious, which is why these programs, if it is freely available to children, and they know that, okay, if I call this number, ensuring my privacy, and I know children and youth are very particular about their privacy is also ensured in such services. So it's important that they know that these services are available in case they are distressed, that they can reach out. Right? Okay, I hope I answered.
It just seems like a quick reminder for lunch. I know all of you all are hungry. So we are going to be here for the second half of this day as well. So I think we will close this session. If there are more questions, you can always reach out to us. We will be here with you all for the next half.
I would like to add on what Swati said. So basically, this is a phase, the youth, the young adult, it's a phase where there's a lot of changes, let it be physical, mental, social, or psychological. Also, there is this fear of future, and then there is this lot of pressure to achieve something, and also heightened expectations. So all these expectations and pressure creates a pressurized internal and external environment through which they face a lot of mental health problems. So it's not only about mental illness here, it is also about mental well-being. So our program, Yuva Spandana, at our guidance centers, we provide a guidance where these mental health problems can be addressed. Also, the treatment gap has to be achieved this way. So there's a lot of work put into that also.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Lavanya Garadi. To sum up, I think we've had a number of deliberations, especially by our youth leaders who are helming youth-centric projects, from the Yuva Spandana to Tele-MANAS, to our political perspective from our young lawyer, to the Bhoomi project and the Summer project, which are exclusively for youth and young adults. We have had discussions on whether these projects are inclusive, or whether we should have a niche separate project for youth which concentrates on all the aspects of physical, psychosocial, spiritual, as well as their well-being, which gets taken care of. I'm sure that these deliberations will make very important statements in the final report that have come out. And I would like to thank the audience for being so participative. I'll also like to thank our panelists, our keynote speaker, and our moderator. And I request our registrar, Dr. Shankar Narayan Rao, to please felicitate each one of them. I request, sir, to first felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. B.N. Gangadhar, sir, who has taken his time to be with us today. Thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way from Delhi and for being with us. A small token of our appreciation for your presence today. Thank you, sir. I request our registrar, sir, to now felicitate Dr. Lavanya Gardi, who's been an excellent moderator for the session, which has brought out so many ideas and interactions and discussion with the youth of this panel.
Thank you, sir.
Our panelists, Dr. Mutturaju, Project Coordinator, Project Summer, who eloquently spoke about the project and about how it connects to the youth. Ms. Yashasvi Chinnappa, Program Coordinator, Project Bhoomi, the Urban Mental Health Program, which has all the components of physical, psychosocial, spiritual, and well-being. Shri Suyaj Pandey, Track Chair, Y20 India. Ayuva Spandana. Ayuva Spandana representative from the Center for Public Health spoke eloquently about how the Ayuva Spandana program reaches out to the public and to the urban Tele-MANAS team, our young psychiatrist who has been with us, explaining about the Tele-MANAS project and how it helps you respond to their
Just before we break, would like to let you all know that the brochures of all of these programs are at the stalls. You can pick them up. More information about the programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We will start the next session in possibly another half an hour, less than that. Request you to have and enjoy your lunch quickly and come back for more deliberations. Thank you, one and all. We hope to see you back soon.
two components, like one is systemic injuries and one is brain injury per se. So particularly when we talk of youth and particularly very
Sure. We're all keen to listen to people who are here to talk about sports. We cannot deny the fact that sports brings us great joy, be it playing or just watching it. History of sports in India dates back to the Vedic age, when playing sports was considered a matter of honor and pride. Sports is indeed a holistic health tool that unifies multiple pillars of lifestyle medicine. It not only helps in molding physical and mental health in children, but also develops many skills in us, including leadership, teamwork, competitive spirit, and several others. So to discuss this important topic today, we have a panel of champions from the field of sports and medicine who have put in a lot of hard work to bring glory to our country, and they'll be sharing their experiences with us today.
Without any further delay, let us start the panel discussion on sports as means of holistic health. Please join us in welcoming our panelists. First, we have Ms. Namita Gati Chetan, sports and performance psychologist. She has been a mind wellness coach facilitating sessions using feedback, mindfulness, and cognitive behavior therapy for athletes, personal trainers, and entertainment industry individuals.
I would like to call upon Mr. R.K. Murthy, a multi-talented marathoner who also has an exceptional career track record of successfully building organizations with rare experience of delivery and enabling functions for large IT industries. At the same time, he is an international athlete with medals in various events and a practicing coach who also has interestingly built a mobile app on health tracking domain. Mr. Murthy has represented India in several athletic events, and we are happy to have you here.
Up next, we have Ms. Swati Murthy, who is a yoga coach for sports persons. She plays a very important role in reducing stress, anxiety, and improving strength, balance, flexibility among the players. She's a consultant at Prakash Padukone Badminton Academy and Padukone Sports Management, National Center for Biological Sciences, and Startline, and many more. She's a sought-after yoga therapist for back pain, knee injuries, and several other ailments.
Next panelist, we have the Dhyanchand awardee, Ms. Tripti Murgunde, who is a national and international badminton champion. She has represented India continuously over 15 years and won at various championships, notably the South Asian Games, wherein she bagged 5 gold medals. She was also the member of the Indian team at the prestigious Commonwealth Games and the Asian Games. She is a member of several decision-making bodies in the sports field. Welcome.
16 and 20.
Next, we have Mr. Sajan Prakash, ace Olympian swimming champion, who has represented India in the 2016 and 2020 Olympics, making our country proud. To list a few amongst his innumerable achievements, he is the only swimmer to win silver medal in the Asian Indoor Games. He has won 50 international medals at various competitions, 3 gold and 1 silver medal at the South Asian Games. He holds several other records to his credit.
We also have with us Mr. Lakshit Mittal, the track chair, Health and Sports Y20. He's a dynamic entrepreneur and data enthusiast who is invested in health domain, and he was instrumental in the revolutionary Ayushman Bharat program, where he led the evaluation and monitoring team and built the PMJ mobile application.
To moderate this session, we have our very own Dr. Pradeep B.S., Professor and Head, Department of Epidemiology. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Hello. Check. Yes.
We would like to also welcome Miss Anne Melody, who is from Ministry of Youth Affairs, Nigeria. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Manjusha and team, and welcome all of you. So, Bangalore is not new to all of you except our Anne Melody. So, good afternoon, everyone. This session is about how sports contributes to holistic health. Holistic health in the sense means health in complete sense, physical, mental, social, economic and spiritual well-being. So without wasting much time, we are already delayed. So we will start with Namita to look at, to tell her experience about how she is going through being a sports psychologist within the United States of America, looking at budding sportsmen, how they approach sports and how does that contribute to their health, and also how does their health contribute towards their sports. Over to you, please.
Hello, check. So with the experience of being a sports psychologist in USA, the one thing which I realized is how their system in itself is supportive of these young athletes. From the grassroots level, they value sports a lot, they value mental health a lot. And in each step, they're always trying to improve themselves. They also don't have the notion that you have to go to a sports psychologist or get help if there is an issue or if there is a disease. For them, it's about improving and improving the performance, and they don't look at the stigma which is related to mental health in many other countries. Since I work a lot with kids, youth, they tell that playing sports has transformed their life, their mental life, their physical life, and their spiritual life in general. They always tell me that their mood, it's always better, they're less anxious, their symptoms of depression, symptoms of anxiety is less in them because they play sports. As they grow older, they also tell me that because of the pressure, because of the competition, they have a lot of performance anxiety, they deal with a lot of perfectionism tendencies. So as a sports psychologist, my main experience has been to deal with these certain issues which pertain to just athletes, and also how they're trying to maintain balancing their everyday life and the sporting life, because sport in itself is an identity for them, and trying to bring about that balance is equally important. So in a certain way, sports is helping them achieve what they want, but also there comes a point where they're not able to handle themselves because of their sports. So trying to balance both of them has basically been my work.
Thank you. Taking a lead from balancing sports and other things, the curriculum and other things, more so in a country like India or any other G20 countries, I will go to some of the accomplished sportsmen. I'll go to Trupti now. I know I will not follow the order, basically to make it very point to point and very randomly done, so that it, that's how sport is. That's how we will also handle it. So I'll go to Trupti, looking at how did you balance. It's not, you didn't become a Dhyan Chand Awardi on day one. You went step by step and minute to minute and game by game, or point by point, as we say. How did you do that, and how is it that you could have had a balance with such a thing in your life?
Yeah, firstly, I thank everyone for having me over and allowing me to share my experiences. I think to answer it in short will be a little tougher task for me, because people have actually asked me to write a book on my experiences.
Excellent.
So I'll just pick up some few things which are related to today's topic. I started at the age of 9, and my mother was a sports person. And as usual, the chill kids, I was a little bit on a tomboyish side. Used to play on the streets, a lot of games, right from playing marbles, gilli danda, if you know, and I'm sure a lot of them know these sort of street games. So my mother just wanted me to get channelized my energy. So in a summer vacation, she just put me, she wanted me to get into sports. She thought I can, sort of channelize that energy in the right manner. First, when I went, they said there's no place for badminton. So there's place for hockey. So you please start playing hockey. So I played hockey for a while till I got a place in badminton, and then my badminton journey started. By 10 years of age, I was a state
But when I was 11 years old, and to play the state tournaments also I had to move around within the state, my grandfather was not very pro sports. So he didn't want me as a girl child, coming from a little conservative thoughts, I don't blame him, he was a freedom fighter. And he didn't want me to get into sports or travel because he was not used to this sort of thoughts. My mother was pretty bold. I think it was my parents' support or my parents' thoughts which helped me. We literally sneaked out of the house to go play a state tournament, thinking that he will not come to know that I've played a tournament and come back. But eventually when I reached the finals of the tournament, that time the print media was the biggest media, not like the social media. The heading which came in the newspaper was with my name. And the first person to read was my grandfather at home. And whoever was at home got a nice peace of mind on that. But it just happened that with that victory or with that fame, what a little fame I got, a lot of his friends started questioning me, who is this? You know, who is Jyoti Gurgunde? So he initially hesitantly kept saying she's my granddaughter, but then the way they started appreciating, you know, that she's doing so well, and you know, slowly his mindset changed. You know, he said that society is accepting it, so why not? So I was glad that he was being a conservative, but still changed his mindset, and he would come and watch the matches after this. So that was the transition which happened. So thankfully then, being an 11-year-old, I didn't know what was happening, but my parents knew, rather my mother knew it very well, because he told to her that, you know, if you go, don't think of coming back. The meaning of that, I'm sure most of them understand what it is. So my journey, that was one of the hurdles. You know, I say if my parents were not supportive, I would have been a sports person today. You know, so that is how it is. And then another time when I experienced was, I won the Common Games medal in 2006. As I said, you know, in my achievements list, it looks very nice and fancy that I won medal. But I went through a lot before winning that medal, and not many people are aware of that. So that is the time when I had a lot of mental issues. I had my back injury, we were training in Indonesia, and suddenly my back snapped. From there we were going to go to Melbourne, where the 2006 Commonwealth Games were going to take place. And it was in such a bad shape that I didn't know whether I'd live further, because the doctor said, you know, it's a very bad injury. And so the only thing I would think at that minute was, let me just get my breath back and let me just be alive. I don't know, forget about the Commonwealth Games that time. You know, first thing was to just, you know, have your life back. Somehow, fortunate enough, the doctors were there, and whatever I got back in that very short time, just began my practicing, flew from Indonesia to Melbourne, landed in Melbourne, and my eye was red. So I had got up with conjunctivitis in the flight. I landed there, then the Indian contingent doctor said, now you have to separate yourself from others, so that I don't, you know, spread it to others. Again, I missed the. So it was just taking so much of toll mentally. Well, it doesn't end here. So I go there, then again I was out of practice. I think we had a few days extra before the actual tournament started. Now there's a list of confirmation which comes, I'm sure Sajjan is also aware of the entries. So when we went there, they realized my entry has not reached to them. And Commonwealth Games or the Asian Games, all these multiple sports events, as sports persons, we really look forward to, and it's a 4-year cycle, which is a very long period for a sports person, because every single day is hard for a sports person. We don't know what's going to happen the very next minute. You know, there could be an injury, there something or the other can go wrong. So 4 years I was waiting, 4 years I was training and looking forward to. I was one of the medal probables for that. And you know, mentally I was low with my injury, with my the entry to Melbourne, and out there. Then this was a bigger task. It was an error from the Olympic Association. So we explained to them, but all these things don't work. Verbally, nothing works. You know, you have to come up with proofs when it is at that level. So they asked us to put. Then the first committee rejected. Again, my hopes were gone that I would be able to participate in Commonwealth Games as such. finally, there was only one hope, one committee, which is the Commonwealth Games Council Committee. If they accept, then I have a chance to play the tournament. No fault of mine in this. You know, it is a simple error, just making a tick mark in front of my name for the entry. So a slightest of error, but how much it costs a sports person. And then finally, lucky enough, they accepted. After that, I went and played the tournament, and after that, I got this medal. So I'm telling you very short. When I tell you, I get all the pictures of what I went through throughout that. So that was one of the times when I was mentally going low every single time.
Yes.
But I always say or I always feel that for a sports person, when they ask when was the time when you mentally were feeling short, I think every single day we go to that level and again come back and again wake up next morning to come back and fight. I think that is what the sports teaches you. That is what sports gives you. So these are a few things which I have come across, and there are lots more. But I think
Yeah,
I should
we'll
not
come back.
take
Yeah,
others.
yeah, yeah. Nice. So in terms of challenges and other things, there have been a lot. Not just something which was in your control, there are things which are out of your control as well. So there are, the thing which I get from your thing is injuries and also some kind of health which actually matters the most. So I'll go to Swati, where she is an yoga trainer, for yoga coach for many of the young sports persons, also accomplished sports persons in a very well-known academy. How is it that injuries are prevented, or how is it yoga and psychology and sport interlinked, and how is it that, what do people come to you with, and how is it that you are promoting their health through your yoga or psychology as a coach? I would like to go with you and your comments, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone to come and hear me here. So yoga is a very important tool to help you release your stress. So this everyone knows, but when it comes to practice, one has to do it over a longer period of time. So when the athletes at the academy, they are ranging from junior players who are, the national champions, senior national champions, or Olympian, like there's Lakshya Sen who trains with me. So these are the players who keep having stress day in, day out because of the peer pressure. They have pressure of the country. They have pressure of their own practice through the year they practice, and then they have to face the tournaments. But the best thing about sports is that you learn to accept these losses and failures, and you know that you can introspect and then find out your weaknesses, strength, work on it, and then go for the next tournament. So here how yoga has been working with them is, they practice on a alternate day or every day. They not just do the stretching or the warm up and cool down of their regular, which is a part of their schedule, but other than that they do all the asanas, hold there, do the pranayam, do the meditation. So these are some of the things which cannot be done only for few days before the tournament, because it's like, there has to be a mindset awareness where that okay, I have to do it like how I train for my game. It could be any game, not just badminton. I'm saying it could be any game. When it is in part of your practice, everything that you do, like your training, your massages, your everything that is a part of your schedule, yoga also has to be done every day throughout the year. And that's when they see over the years changes within it. So over the years, when they keep practicing, I have seen that players have come back and said that earlier I used to be very stressed out before the match, but now I feel little more composed and relaxed. Some of the players have come back and said, I used to have this injury, but practicing yoga has helped. I don't get back pain anymore. I don't get those kind of stress, because some of the injuries happen also because of mental. You put so much of stress on yourself, it happens that it goes into your system, and it could lead to injuries. So this is something which has helped them.
So in a sense, yoga is not just physical, it also serves to promote mental health, preserve it, at the same time spiritual as well.
Yes.
So they learn to accept it, they move on.
Yes.
As happened with Trupti as well. So taking on the cue where you said it's not just passion, it's also perseverance and being regular on yoga, being well trained and how you go about. I would like to go with Sajjan. How is it that you have been, it's much more when it comes to swimming. It's not just learning to dive in and be with the waters. We use waters for entertainment, swimming for entertainment. You use it for competition, achievement. First it started with your passion. Now it is, you have been an achiever and you have to maintain it. And how is it contributed to your health? And if there is any experience of yours with yoga or training, passion, and holistic health, we would like to hear from you.
Yeah, and when we talk about sports, it's categorized, you know, whether it's being well-being or performance-based. We build a healthy lifestyle. Understanding the fundamentals and building the right foundation at an early age leads to a better, healthy lifestyle. So when we say about that, sports teaches you discipline, build values, and gives you the inner strength to withstand pressure and pain. So in this case, when we revolve around this, we come to the very basic things. So for me, yeah, like Tripti ma'am said, the achievements we look as very fancy, but nobody talks about what we went through. So that's what makes you a fighter and be more resilient, right? And when my experience that the last Olympics, even I was down with an injury, but for everyone, COVID came as a disaster. But for me, it was I was lucky that I got an extra year to prepare for the Olympics. So I worked on my breathing. I worked on more holistically and mindfully with my well-being. That took me to a new level, and that's when India got a first A qualifying for the Olympics, and that's when we did in the last moment. Thank you. So, you know, these small factors connects to bigger things in future. So when we understand the fundamentals and build the right foundation, I think it builds to a successful career.
Thank you, Sajjan. We do this life skills training where one way to manage stress, which is very close to my heart, is being in the here and now. So when it comes to shuttle badminton, it is point by point. When it comes to swimming, it is stroke by stroke. When it comes to yoga, breath by breath.
We say inch by inch.
What is it?
It's inch by inch.
Inch by inch.
In badminton, yes, point by point, but in point, it's fraction of second you get to, what sort of stroke you want to do.
Exactly.
So it starts from
It's kind of, all the life skills are there. In a sense, there is a problem where the opponent gives you a question or a problem, then you have to solve it in a fraction of a second.
What Sajjan was mentioning when you asked swimming is meant, for us in a fun way, in a very recreational way, whereas it is. So I remember yesterday our honorable Tejasvi Surya mentioned in his address saying that for the general citizens, sports is very recreational. Yes. But I say you have to categorize in that. You have the recreation or just playing a sport category. You have the intermediate sports persons, and then you have the elite sports persons. So there are a lot of different. The elite sports person intensity is very, very different. And when he said that when we try to do the triathlon, that's when we realize, how much of a discipline it takes, how much of life skills you can understand. So that is completely different ballgame. Or when you are just playing a sport as a recreational or for your health. So those differences are very difficult to understand unless and until you actually experience them.
Thank you. Nice. So, in a sense, it's not, there is, I will also add one more category of low light sportsmen like me. In the sense, I just go there to play, comment on those who are playing, and then come out of it. At times I also have bondas there to actually, the liberty which you don't have as elite sportsmen as well. So in a sense, I'll go to Sri Murthy, who is a marathoner, entrepreneur. At the same time, he also organizes such events. In India, when we were brought up, and even now the way we bring up our children is sports is extracurricular. Okay, we need to do something extra out of the box or out of the curriculum, like sneaking away from home without getting their parents know or grandparents know. Many things. How do you pull people? How do you make them run? Not from home, run for a cause. So how is it? How is it that you do, being yourself as a runner? So we want your inputs as well.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon to all of you.
I think the mic needs.
Good afternoon to all of you. Can you hear me? Hello? Check, check. Hello? Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
No.
first of all, thanks, Pradeep sir, and thanks for this opportunity. So before I start, okay, before I answer, I would like to tell you what kind of sports you follow. You follow into something called like Tripti was telling, there are elites, and there are somebody like me or even Lakshmi. We are all somewhat like amateurs. We do something else throughout the day, and plus you are called as recreational sports. So that's why you just come. So that's the small category. That's how I define my group of people. And second point, I want to take the cue from my friends here. So breath by breath, inch by inch. So running is step by step. Okay. So people ask me, first of all, how do you guys run? So I say just one step after another. That's it. So you can move on. What you said, I would like to tell my own example of that. I was a national triathlon champion, but anyway, nothing in front of Sergeant and all that. So I was a national champion at the age of 18. So then you fall into senior category. You become adult, men, women. Then whatever I was number one, I will completely dip some 200 levels down. So because you go into senior section. So then I immediately realized, I don't think so I can make it to nationals or international level. Because I was not there. Like most of us in India, we all come from middle class Brahmin family, we can say. So where, as you said, sports is extracurricular. So my parents told me, just stop running here, there, and all, start studying and get a job. So, I did that actually. So completed my graduation, went into, because I realized that I am not a sergeant or to be at that level. So started studies and got into job. But that back of my mind, my junior nationals and things were there. So I started doing sports, what I mentioned called amateur sports. So my primary is job, family and things like that, but at the same time spend some time into sports. So that's where what a couple of us spoke, that discipline, dedication, all things plays a major role, first of all, to get there. So I normally say now I have my kids, I have 2 daughters, they run, also they run. And happy to say that one of my daughter who is sitting in the audience, she's also a national medalist right now. So, but I tell them 3 C's are important for us. So one is commitment. So whether you're a serious elite athlete or a recreational or an amateur, you should have commitment, first C, to do what you're intend to do. Then the next one is consistency. So all of us here, or most of us here, we maintain something called consistency. Suppose, example, I get up at 4 a.m. come what may. Sometimes I travel to do my work and things like that. I come back at 2 o'clock home in the 2 a.m. but 4 o'clock I get up. That is consistency. And the third C is long we have done this. I get up at 4 a.m. for the last 20 plus years. So I don't remember any other, because I've been getting it. So you cannot, this continuity of whatever you start or practice it should be for the rest of your life, actually speaking. So it's not that 1 week I do, 1 month I do, and I stop it. So like Trupti was mentioning, the training for a medal for Olympic, it's a 4 years before, and minimum 2 sessions and 7 days. And some of them do even 3 sessions, if I'm not wrong, actually, correct? So 2 days, 2 times, 7 days, 14, into 4, into 12, into 4. So that's the dedication. And in the beginning where we touched upon the sacrifices, there is a sacrifice. We may not, in fact today's lunch was very, very yummy. And we normally don't eat, thanks to organizers, wonderful Thai restaurant, awesome food. We don't need this food, actually speaking, because we say if we eat this, I'm sure Sajjan will say, my fat percentage will go up, I can't afford to eat this. So that's how the fat percentage should be less. You measure it, it will be less than 6 for it. So it is like that, right, Sajjan? So that's how. So starting from food, and you know how this has become. My friends or my family, anything they bring sweets, you know, oh, Papa will not eat, he's a sports guy. No, keep, I like to touch upon and they will take it and go. Friends also, this guy will not eat, he's very strict, he's committed. So, but that is where we should begin to achieve something, that's when it happens. So, from wherever you are, so suppose whatever you want to make, so these 3 C's you follow and you go through it, and that's what I would like to say. And this will help if you're building a career on your sports, or somebody like me who was termed as an entrepreneur. This is what I say. That's when this story makes others to follow me or take a step with me. That's how I attract people to come into marathon, walking, running, jogging.
Thank you, sir. So, in a way, we had step by step is the message which I get. At the same time, the 3 C's, not just the commitment or those things towards your sleep or anything, commitments towards the sacrifices we make in terms of achieving things, taking it forward. So I would now go to a policy maker in a sense, and Melody, and to give her perspective from the African continent. How is it that sports persons there manage all these? At the same time, how is it that such a challenge within a country like a continent like Africa, I'm sure it is more similar to Asian countries as well, where generally we are all conservative, but we all know that it contributes to holistic health. How is it as a policy maker at the level of the government? Because success is what we see as the iceberg for all the commitment, so many learnings from failures and other things. How is it that the government is kind of supporting at a macro level for youngsters like them and as so to say? How do we go about doing it at the policy level?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. This is my first time in India and I'm loving it, so thank you so much for inviting me. My boss was here yesterday, who is the former Minister of Youth and Sports Development of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he just stopped being the minister about 3 weeks ago. And we've been in office for the best part of 4 years. And when we're talking about holistic health, and we're talking about the policies behind it, we're talking about the mind, the body, and the spirit. There are so many things that can affect the quality of anyone's life. And we're talking about finance, we're talking about health, we're talking about level of education, we're talking about physical fitness. So what my boss did when he got into office was he decided that we're going to reclassify sports. So sports in Nigeria is no longer recreation, but it's actually a business. So we can get the private sector to invest more in sports, and in turn we get young people to benefit from it. And then also when he appointed me as his special assistant, my background is engineering, electronic and telecoms engineering with a project management and marketing. So first of all, thought, what am I going to do in the sports industry? And the first thing was to understand that there's a whole sports ecosystem. There's sports journalism, there's sports law, there's so many areas to sport that it's not just the players. So we don't just focus only on the athletes. Let's focus on the jobs the ecosystem can create. So when you're focusing on the jobs the ecosystem creates, what are you focusing on? Finance. So we solved that one problem. So sports industry policy, as well as reclassification of sports as a business instead of recreation, those brought about the introduction of finance for our young people. Then we're looking at the health side, the mind and the spirit, the body. We looked at the fact that we needed to reintroduce sports competitions at the local level, community level, schools. So we introduced what we call the Principal's Cup and what we call the Headmaster's Cup. And this gets the young people involved in sporting from such a young age. So we saw the problem, we developed the policy, and then we started the implementation, which is how we feel any challenge should be solved. But then we also now want to look at the education aspect. Sport is an integral part of education. It's actually not just an extracurriculum activity. Surveys have been done that show that young people or students that are involved in sport actually do better in their academics than those that aren't. Because sports keeps you busy, it keeps the serotonin in your brain going, you remember things more when you're a sports person. You don't have time for depression because you're very busy. So we're able to look at sports from all those different angles. So we've spoken about finance, we've spoken about education, we've spoken about health. And then recently we just got the mental health bill passed as well in Nigeria, and which was pushed more by the young people. It was strictly young people that got this done, and we're so proud of them. And you saw them going out in the mornings for walks, getting celebrities involved. So they got the communities involved, they got community leaders involved, and they're bringing about that awareness of mental health in Nigeria, which in Nigeria we actually saw mental health as a stigma. And we actually saw it as voodoo. So, when someone says they're mentally ill, we believe it's the spirits in your village that are affecting you. But now, once these young people have been able to get this bill passed, we're seeing more psychologists and psychiatrists, spring up across the country. And I think, altogether with these, I think I've spoken about 4 different policies. So we've also got youth entrepreneurial schemes. Then we've got medical assistance for young people. So all these things that couldn't be accessed before are now being able to be accessed with some of these policies that we've put in place over the last 4 years. And we're hoping to do a lot more. Thank you.
Great to hear, actually. Yeah, so great to hear that there is an ecosystem which is being built in Nigeria, and the same kind of efforts are being made within India also. Adding to what the ecosystem you mentioned in terms of financing, there is also things like incentives, cash awards, the Dhyanchand Award, Ekalavya Award, and many different things looking at that as a perspective. So to the audience, I would say, many of them who are actually accomplished sports persons, those who create enabling environment, those who make their lives easier as coaches, as psychologists, we have all heard about these things. Many of them spoke about the individual challenges, individual way they came up with, and from the Nigerian perspective, we also got what is the ecosystem, how does it facilitate the overall environment to be kind of an enabling environment towards sports. Now looking ahead, I would go to Lakshit, listening to what all these people mentioned, and in your own perspective, you would have seen things, athletes and others. As chair of the Y20 Secretariat with the Health, Wellbeing and Sports track, how do we take this sports as an agenda towards holistic health, well-being and sports? Is it step by step? Is it inch by inch, point by point, or an overall ecosystem? Or how is it for the G20 countries? It's not just me, the delegates from all the G20 countries would like to know from you. And that is something which we want to put into the curriculum, communicate from being extra to be part of the curriculum. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me amidst this learned panel. Amongst accomplished sports people, it's a privilege, and I don't think I have the right skill set or the experience to say the challenges that sports people face, but I can pitch in here the two perspectives, and which is also your question is. One is how to bring people who are currently out of the sports net back to the sports net, and second, how can the government help in helping create that ecosystem? So we all see that we all, in our childhood, we do play active sports. We do a lot of physical activity, we do studies. Even if when it is called a recreation or an extracurriculum activity, it is integrated into our daily lifestyle. It is a lifestyle and not a style in life. But as we grow up, as we move to a more curriculum-focused approach, a more working age, we lose out on sports, and few people are able to pursue it in their as part of their life or in full rigor. So what we need to do is we need to bring back sports into the lives of people so that it becomes an integral part of their life, and it is something that is an integral part of their daily living. So sports has intangible benefits. Sports has intangible benefits for those who are not looking to jump up to a podium. It provides you holistic health facilities. It is physical health, mental health, emotional health, spiritual health. Sports is a means to it. So how do you help people realize the intangible benefits of playing sports? And in that sense, I'll bring the other part that I said. It's where the government has pitched in, right? So in the last 9 years at least, so we have done amazing work to bring sports back into the mainstream, to bring sports into the foreplay of the paradigm. We have schemes such as the Target Olympic Podium scheme, the TOPS, which builds the infrastructure, the entire ecosystem that is required for sports people to reach the very top, to feel motivated, to have that right incentive, to reach where the nation is proud of them and where they add to the nation's glory. Second is we have made a lot of people-led movements. We have initiated a lot of people-led movements such as Khelo India, Fit India, and those have come from the very top. The Honorable Prime Minister continuously talks about being fit. The way we have taken yoga to the international stage is absolutely mesmerizing, and sports is something that has been given an equal push. Now it is upon us to have that discussion as to what are the challenges in order to bring this into the daily life. What are the ecosystems that we need to create? As my fellow panelists here mentioned, so the 3 C's, how do we ensure that an average, regular human gets those 3 C's, the consistency, commitment, and what was the third one?
Continuity.
Continuity, the continuity, right? So I particularly, for an example, I'm a very, I falter on the third C, the continuity. That is why I think I forgot it. So, because I play sports maybe like twice a week, 2 days a week, and then would leave it for a bit, and then get back when I see the benefit of it. So how do we bring those 3 C's? What are the ecosystems we need to create? And then I'll combine those with the 3 I's that the Honorable Minister from Nigeria highlighted yesterday, which is the creating infrastructure, providing the incentive, and bringing in the investment in terms of the money and also the time and the energy from people. So it is upon us to put the proper ecosystem for these 3 C's and the 3 I's. So at G20, this is what our focus is, to do these consultations, to have these consultations, to hear from people what are the challenges that we have. So as the panelists here also shared the challenges that they faced when they were rising up. So what to identify those challenges and also to see the solutions, to public source, crowdsource the solutions, and that is what the voice of India should be. The G20 platform this year is a people-led movement again. It is not an economic exercise that is being run from the power bungalows. It is a movement where the people are adding. So people need to define the challenges that they need to address. They need to define the solutions that they want to see at the world stage, and that they want India to push for at the international platform. So that's the agenda, and as part of it, one of the important things that we are touching upon is promotion of indigenous sports, which will possibly help in continuing that people play sports that they played in their childhood. I saw people playing gulli danda outside the venue here. There was also the lattu. I don't know what is it called locally here, but those are the sports that we were born and brought up playing. So how can we bring those back to the life? That is what one of the identified challenge is that we are trying to propose a solution to. The others we are more than happy to hear, and that is why we're having this platform that NIMHANS has provided us to have these consultations.
Thank you, Lakshit. So, first was Kelo India, then Fit India, now it is Jito India. So that's how the rhetoric has been, and that's how the ecosystem has been created, and that's how things have been taken forward. So taking this agenda forward, the third C, the continuity, so it would be Kelo Y20, Fit Y20, then Jito Y20. That's how we would kind of, I know there is want of time because for that we have other panels as well to discuss. So I'm not going around because all the challenges questions were already answered. So we'll just take just two questions, not or three, just two questions from the audience if there are any before we close on this panel as such. Yes, please. One question there.
Hello, I am Hannah from Brazil. I'm studying Bachelor's of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery in Gujarat. And my question is, with technology for Mr. Lakshit, how do we actually bring those games back? Because, I mean, it's almost impossible in my view. I was brought up with technology. Many of the games that my mother used to play, I already didn't play. I was inside of home, we had a computer. And then later, it was, I see my brothers, which are younger than me, 10 years, and they are even less interested. So I think that maybe if it was brought in a setting that it was technological, maybe they would be interested, but how to play sports technologically is still not as accessible for everyone. So it's like a very big challenge. I would like to learn those games that my mother used to play, but
yeah. So it's a very interesting and a very valid question. Thank you for asking it. I think technology is a double-edged sword. On one side, it has it brings to us a lot of jargon and a lot of things that prevent us from playing sports. We are all spending a lot of time on social media that can be otherwise spent in playing some games, focusing on our fitness, but we do end up using social media a lot. So on that side, technology restricts us from achieving the right balance between sports and other parts of life. On the other side, there is also an entire of esports that is rising, and it has its own benefits. It has its own benefits to mental health, to cognitive abilities, to developing your fuller personality. So technology is something, is an advancement that I feel is here to stay. It is something that we will have to incorporate into our solutions or into our vision that we see of the newer balance that we establish in lives. It is not something that we can discard or that we can say as something that is not relevant or that is just hampering. We have to see how we can establish the right balance in terms of time, in terms of investment, how much of esports we develop, what are the right games that are developed. I see a lot of there were few news a few years ago about games that actually risk people's life, right? So those are also the facilities that technology provided us. So how do we ensure that it is not those games that get to the mainstream, and it is the general other technology, the more beneficial games to say that take the paradigm. So right, that is it is something that we have to find for. I think one of the solutions is to create those safe spaces to play the traditional sports, the indigenous sports, and to place for example, I stay in Gurgaon. I hardly see those places where I can play, let's say, cricket or hockey or badminton. I have to go to proper training center, which I might not be inclined to join. While in my childhood, I could just play around my society, around my colony. There were a lot of free spaces. So as we urbanize, how do we find those safe spaces? How do we create those safe spaces within the community rather than as a different part of the community, so that the option, the access is there, the access is not lost. So in the urban centers, it is yet a solution that we are yet to fully solve. But I think those are some of the areas that we can work upon and see, that they provide a better provision than currently.
I'll also just add, sorry. Just to let you know, I think, I'm not sure if you're aware, the government has already taken the initiative of introducing 5 indigenous sports in the Khelo India program, which has been introduced last year. So this sort of encouragement will definitely enhance more and more of involvement of getting into the indigenous sports. Malkham has picked up so well. So it helps the people who are interested in these sports. Malkham has been a very popular sport for India. And they're doing very well now. They have been teams going to the Asian Championships and some international events as well. So slowly, I think every country, if follows it up in a similar manner, we can still hold on to our traditional indigenous games.
Thank you. You have a question? Please be short for want of time.
Very much thanks and appreciation, but I'm a bit curious because I do not see any cricket players in the IT group. Because for India, cricket is like a religion. Since being here, I've seen that loves. The only thing you see in India and Pakistan playing each other, laughing, I think getting that joy is through cricket. I think every love in India here show the appreciation and the amount of sport, the joy that sport contributes to our well-being, and it also motivates us to live as brothers and sisters. So my question there is, like the topic itself, holistics. What is our steps? Because if we want to make the sport itself to be holistics, we have to consider, like my Nigerian sister, of course, the name itself, Ministry of Youth and Sport. I think making it holistics, it needs to be deviated from, we separate them, the sport and the youth itself, because it's two different umbrella body. So what steps will we need that SUSU will recommend to government to make it holistic so that there will be more development? Because India itself, the most common sport there in the world is football, and it's very difficult to see India playing the football. Even this cricket again, if you want to make it holistic, what advice do you need to give to the young people, to the government, and to the MDAs that to making it holistic and the step to achieve those goals that we are yearning for as a youth?
Thank you for the short question. We'll have a short answer for that, please. Let's have a one sentence answer for it.
It's actually an in-depth question, that is. It's not a short answer, is not possible. Maybe a couple of my friends can add it. So, very good. Actually, cricket is we say it's nation's hobby. Okay, that's how every Indian's hobby is cricket. Whether to play, at least they'll talk about it. It's a nation's hobby. So that's why that is famous. So, beautiful question what you asked. So how to make it very holistic? I think, see, for some of the nations, it comes automatically. Some of the nations, with some struggle it comes. So I think we fall into some second category, if I'm not wrong. So it's a step-by-step approach. I think we are inching towards that whatever you said, right? So that means I think whatever our friend, your friend spoke about 3 I's, that is most important it becomes. So that 3 I's, if it is flexible and easily available, a holistic approach will fall into automatically on its own. Otherwise, do you agree with me, Dr.?
I do. I have a summarizing phrase to close the panel.
Please.
Yeah. We'll have to go step by step, inching towards the goal when we make the right stroke of it. So we will close here, and we do have achievements, we do have achievers. If you want about cricket, you ask all of them, they will be part of your panel. And that's how we go up. That's how, no, 2 questions. My stage team is actually pushing me down. Okay.
Maybe we can take one.
We'll have it off stage. So that's how it is. We need to make the right stroke. And as our team within NIMHANS and within my department goes, we will have to find solutions together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
We would like to thank the panelists and the moderator for an interesting discussion which has reinforced the saying, a healthy mind dwells in a healthy body.
May I now request Dr. Yasha TC, Dean Neurosciences, to felicitate the panelists. They'll give.
Come here.
Check. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Deepak. I work as an assistant professor of psychiatry at the NIMHANS, Bangalore.
And I'm Dr. Divya, junior resident of psychiatry at NIMHANS.
We just had a very invigorating session on the topic of sports and mental health. I hope that all of you also found it as enthralling as we did.
Sir, do you know what is the next panel discussion is going to be about?
I have some idea, but not exactly. What is it about, Divya?
So let me give you some hints. So it is about the one that wakes us up in the morning, the one that we keep checking, the one that we keep updating to, the one that is sometimes out of our sight but never out of our mind.
Oh, that's an interesting riddle. Nothing comes to my mind, but are you talking about my wife?
That's close. But I was talking about smartphones. In today's day, technology has become the integral part of our lives. And the upcoming panel discussion is going to be about the role of technology and its impact on the future of youth, the health, well-being, and sports.
So without any further delay, let us introduce our panelists to all the audience members. Our first panelist is Mr. Kamal Madishetty. Mr. Kamal is a PhD scholar at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is the official Indian representative at Y20. He is one of the senior researchers at the Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, New Delhi, and his research focuses on emerging technologies for geopolitics and public policy. He has been a facilitator and participant in various intergovernment policy dialogues worldwide, including at Dubai, Seychelles, and Bangladesh. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
Next, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Swaroop Madhavan. Mr. Swaroop is an successful social entrepreneur in the fields of behavioral and cognitive technologies. He serves on the board of 2 companies working in artificial intelligence and has worked in close lines with more than 1,200 educational institutions, including the ones of Government of Karnataka, ASSOCHAM, Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, FKCCI. He has been the recipient of multiple awards and honors, including Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Memorial Award for Education Excellence and MSME ASSOCHAM Startup Entrepreneur of the Year. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
Next, let me call on the dais Ms. Navya Garadi. Ms. Navya is a young enthusiast. She is an interdisciplinary human-centered designer. She has a keen interest in exploring the role of emotions in both human and machine intelligence. She envisions preventive, detective, and monitoring assistive wearable technologies such as mood tracking devices, virtual reality therapy, stress management tools, emotional sensing wearables, and sleep improvement devices. Welcome, Ms. Navya.
Next, we have Mr. Sumit Kumar. Mr. Sumit is an IITian and the youngest nation security strategist. He is a mentor for various startups, including FarmHike, PWR Forensics, and was a co-founder of the award-winning DocTech Easy. He is on a mission to build a secure nation for our new generation. He works with the Defense and Strategic Affairs in Broadcast Engineering Consultants India Limited in the Government of India Enterprise under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting as the Assistant Chief Information Security Officer and Project Manager. Welcome, Mr. Sumit.
Next, I'll be inviting on stage Mr. Sahil Makkad. Mr. Sahil is a forerunner in the field of artificial intelligence with more than 17 years of diverse experience. As an AI enthusiast, he has spearheaded the development of innovative solutions like adaptive AI, generative AI, and responsible AI. He has diversified his field into multiple industries ranging from retail, analytical healthcare, and aerospace. Currently, he works as the AI Healthcare Marketing Analytics Practice Leader in COE Analytics at Happiest Minds. Welcome, Mr. Sahil.
Next, let me call to the dais Dr. Suhas Satish. Dr. Suhas is Assistant Professor of Psychiatry at NIMHANS. He is the Silver Jubilee Award winning, the best outgoing resident of his MD batch. In addition, he was also completed the postdoctoral fellowship in clinical neurosciences and therapeutics in schizophrenia and has received the Early Career Fellowship Award from the World Psychiatric Association. He is working towards ecological momentary assessments using AI, machine learning to create transdiagnostic models to stratify persons with mental illness and to optimize the delivery of healthcare services. His major interest areas include orthopsychiatry, young mental health, and severe mental disorders. Welcome, Dr. Suhas.
Finally, we invite our moderator for the session, Dr. Nitin Anand. Dr. Nitin is an additional professor of clinical psychology at NIMHANS, Bangalore. He is also a consultant at the Service for Healthy Use of Technology, that is SHUT Clinic, which is India's first clinic of its kind for the management of technology addiction among adolescent and young adults. His areas of expertise and interest include internet addiction, psychological correlates of excessive use of technology, video game addiction, social media addiction, and healthy use of technology among young adults. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Nitin. Before proceeding to the session, I would request all the audience members to kindly put their phones on the silent mode. This is just a housekeeping instruction. We now hand over the proceedings over to you, sir. Dr. Nitin, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak and Dr. Vidya, for a very warm welcome to the panelists. I think in the interest of time, we will start right away with panel discussion with the esteemed members we have from the field of mental health, from artificial intelligence, digital security, design, mental health, and also from the YPD Secretariat. To begin with the discussion, I would like to start the ball rolling with Dr. Suhas. And I want to know, in your experience, the major mental concerns for the youth, and how do you think are the existing systems, emerging systems of them trying to manage them?
Hello. Thank you for this very important question. I think when we look at the major mental health concerns of the youth that is troubling youth worldwide and more so in Islamic countries in India, we can probably stratify them into two kind of categories. One is diagnosable mental health disorders, in which we have a wide range of disorders ranging from depression, anxiety disorders, substance use disorders, that is addictions, all of which actually predispose them towards a trajectory that they would have otherwise not taken had they not been suffering from this particular mental health disorders. But we have this one particular strata which suffers from these kind of disorders. We also have a substantial proportion of youth who have non-syndromic, non-disorder level substantial mental health symptoms in the form of worries, anxieties, existential issues about what their purpose is, what their goals and objectives in life must be. And we have also a substantial proportion of youth who do not fall into the category of diagnosable severe mental disorders, yet who have gone into tendencies such as self-harm behaviors and suicidal injuries to themselves, which actually predisposes them to vulnerabilities in coping mechanisms, and therefore the existing modalities of interventions addressing these two categories mainly focuses on the secondary level prevention and the tertiary level prevention, wherein we talk about the mental health gap in India being as high as 80 or 90%. We actually look at early diagnosis and intervention as the traditional intervention strategies to address youth. Now, well, there are benefits to that because this is something that we need. We have a shortfall of human resources to help these individuals. The shortcoming is that we are not picking them quite up early in the form of picking up the early signs, doing primary prevention or primordial prevention, wherein we are preventing the risk factors from developing in the youth, which according to me is actually the most important thing that we need to now shift our focus and attention towards. From a more curative model to a preventive model, wherein we focus not only on the diagnosable mental health conditions and early help, but also on promoting mental well-being, coping strategies, and the health of the youth in general.
Non-diagnosable, but susceptible mental illnesses, but both are equally crucial for maintaining youth mental health. So, in this perspective, as you already indicated, that there is a mental health gap of around 80 to 90% in a country, a developing country like India. What are your expectations as a mental health professional from technology enthusiasts to bridge this gap, or how do you see as mental health professionals how technology can be integrated to help professionals to offer these services to you?
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. So now that we have spoken that we need to address both these set of populations. So one is that to just expand the services and make them to be available and accessible for all strata of the society at all points of time. And this is where interventions that are aimed using digital technologies and also telephone-based technologies to start off with, something like the Tele-MANAS program, for example, wherein we are making mental health services available for all. I think that's the first step, wherein we are actually speaking about the use of technology. The second and the most important step is to use the social media networking and the awareness generation to destigmatize seeking help for mental health issues. And that is where we see that in the past 15 to 20 years, that many of our role models for our youth in the form of, it might be popular Bollywood actresses, popular sports stars, film stars, politicians even, coming out and talking about their mental health issues, mental health distress, and giving it wide publicity using the social media and other digital technologies, which makes the people in their early years of development think, yes, if I'm going through that, it's okay. It means to say that I can have a good life too, provided I take early help and support. So first level, making help available. Second is destigmatizing. And we see a lot of improvements in this sector in the form of, maybe I can talk about the Visa app or the Wobot app, wherein youth under the seclusion of their smartphones can just download an app and start the conversation going with a chat box. There is confidentiality to a large extent, and they can actually at least get an idea about what are the kind of distress they are facing and how they can actually engage with the services better. Of course, there are shortcomings with these apps. They are not a comprehensive resource in itself, but through the use of technology, these apps and these modalities of reaching out to people who need help can link them to the existing the infrastructure, which can help in the early diagnosis, treatment, and also well-being overall. But lastly, and the most important point I want to make is to create the safe spaces in the digital environment and also in the physical environment, wherein youth can actually engage with the services. Instead of saying that you have to come all the way over to a tertiary care mental health hospital to have a check about your problems, your mental health problems, so on and so forth, to just have centers for well-being. Like for example, I can talk about the NIMHANS Center for Well-being, in which there is no stigma, right? I can walk into a center for well-being, right? And there is no shame in that. And I can go over there and I can speak to people about how I can actually be better. Can I make my health better and how can I make it better? There is so much pressure lifted off my chest as a youth to just walk into that center versus a psychiatry OPD or a psychology consultation room of a private setup or a government setup wherein I'm anxious. Okay, what is it that I'm expecting? So to create sort of virtual and in-person safe spaces wherein people can engage with the health providing groups and to take this discussion forward with, of course, appropriate use of technology. I think that this is where we can actually intervene.
So what I also comprehend that technology as a mental health professional will looking forward to integration of technology to mental health services. But also one very important point you raised about the safe spaces. How I possibly comprehend is about the ethical integration of technology into this. So would you like to make a quick comment about ethics and use of technology for health and specifically mental health?
Yeah. So with great powers come great responsibilities. And so when we talk about the great potential of the use of technology, we also know that the one potential limitation is that how much the app is actually getting to know about me. While I spoke about Visa and the Wobot, I can speak about hundreds of apps which actually intrude onto the personal safety and also profiling the individuals at a personal level for other commercial gains. So this is where the government of India has taken up steps in the regard and also is looking at actively engaging with all the stakeholders to bring out a policy in which there is enough resilience in the policy so that there is no intrusion of personal privacy concerns. At the same time, there is enough flexibility so that people can actually seek help. So we need to make a fine balance, but it's a good start to actually start this dialogue and process going.
Thank you, Dr. Suhas. Now with all these expectations from the field of mental health, we also would like to move towards Shri Kamal Madishetty as Secretary Panelist for Y20. What are the expectations of youth from technology use and also from mental health professionals combined in terms of either domains of awareness creation or towards domains of initial prevention or further towards domains of intervention?
Right. Hello. Yeah. So I think before we even look at, expectations, some of the issues that youth face are, important to note. Some have already been discussed, like increasingly it creates a sort of ghettoization when we talk about social media and young people going on social media. And I'm personally a technology optimist. I like the way technology empowers people. I like the way social media also empowers and gives voices to people. But at the same time, the kind of limited sort of, the limits it puts on imagination of youth is of concern. And we see this everywhere. We see this in terms of people's personal lives. We see this even in public life. We see polarization, for example, right? Even that has begun to have impact on mental health. We see also validation, seeking validation by youth on social media, where real world social relationships sometimes have a lesser degree of importance than, let's say, your virtual presence. So there are a whole bunch of issues, and there are some passive issues, there are some active issues. But I feel at the same time there is a lot of scope for technological interventions. First of all, I think the biggest and the most important, is information. Technology has given us information and has empowered youth like never before. People today have access to information on nutrition, on physical exercises, on mental health practices even, in a way that I think we did not before. Some of the issues associated with mental health have always existed, but it is now that we are even recognizing them. And I think technology has a huge role to play in that. But apart from that, I wanted to specifically, talk about a few things. I think health monitoring and management, is one area where youth in particular are more amenable to adopt technology. They are comfortable with, wearing a smartwatch, and they understand how to use a smartwatch. And that can, and also youth enjoy gamified experiences. When it is gamified, it motivates the youth, right? In a way that I think previous generations were not. Apart from that, also in terms of, like I said, information, but also specifically on mental health. But here I would say that it is not like mental health information is not available, it is out there. But a lot of times it sort of is not in a presentable, in a way that it is presented, does not appeal to the youth. I feel if you look at a university, for example, all of us have been to our first day at university. We have this very elaborate orientation programs. What we have probably there is maybe one slide in a PPT that talks about mental health, but not necessarily in a very relatable way. And I think this is something that no one set of people can do. It has to be a confluence of, medical experts, technology experts, and even people from the creative domain, to create a sort of content which is very relatable to the youth. Because once you deliver that, I feel that is very powerful. And then you have youth responding to, medical health issues in a way that we wouldn't imagine. So I think there is a need for collaboration across different fields to engage youth in a very relatable format. So you probably need to have some examples which the youth can relate to, rather than just tell them that, you know, this is what it is. And it's easy to look for those examples because there are lots of people who have gone through, and we have lots of information, we have lots of data available on these issues. So I think it has to be integrated. So the approach, I feel, has to be integrated across different domains: medical experts, technology, creative people, and also, of course, consult the youth in terms of what they expect.
So I think what I comprehend is that you are looking for creation of any kind of content for mental health and looking for health, but it's not looking in a more relatable manner which will be easy to relate. If that is provided, that manner, the levels of engagement likely would be higher. And if the levels of engagement would be likely to be higher, the retention of these information would be higher. Likely the stigma associated with these concerns, these mental health concerns and mental health concerns, likely also is addressed, and likely the help-seeking behaviors become a part of a life skill, become a kind of a normalized aspect of youth skill which they have. So thanks a lot for that. I'll be coming back to you. Now moving on with these expectations which we have from the field of mental health and also from the youth. Moving on to technology enthusiasts and the experts from the field. I would like to start with Sri Sai Mankar. Wanted to know how can technology enthusiasts or technology can provide real-time solutions in the field of health and especially youth mental health.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the question is how technology can help in the real time, right? So the way we see technology, right? I think I come from the AI background, and everything happens through data. Now, let's say if you already have many of the awareness programs running, right? Many of the treatment therapies we have done. How to counsel people, that has been done, right? So typically what we're getting out of that is data. Data from the patients, data from the doctors, data from the medical staff, everything, right? So once we have that data, now typically what happens is in the traditional system, in the medical system, we are pretty much dependent on the staff. We are as good as staff we get. Typically people may have different preferences, right? And what happens is these knowledge among the community, medical community doesn't extend that much. But once we have data in place, we are talking about having the patient single records kind of even government of India has also come up with my health records kind of thing, right? So typically that if we have that once in a place, right? We have collected all the data, their EHR data, behavior data, how they react in different situations. If we have done some therapies, how successful they have been. And again, even with a small, simple different vitals and different kind of symptoms in the patient, treatment may vary, right? If we have, these therapies and these treatments pre-recorded, right? Now data you have now with the AI system and technology system, you have now quantum computing, GPU system, which can learn from very large data. And once we have that learning, you have models, AI model hosted, and you can kind of, let's say you can get a patient data on the live. You can enter the database system and it give you some suggestions, some predictions, right? Maybe it will give you some KPIs. And now these KPIs, either it could be lifetimes for some suggestions, or example I can give you, let's say someone walking to hospital and going to a doctor's room, right? Maybe he will not be diagnosed for some of the problems, but if let's say from the facial detection, right? If some kind of it looks like it's disturbed. Maybe doctor can start asking those questions if that you missed out. So real time, either being in the formal setup or being in the different informal setup, walking to hospital, being in the office, or just opening your web camera and maybe that will diagnose you, or even you're talking to any of your friend on the WhatsApp about let's say I'm feeling like little bit bad about it, I'm feeling distressed, and many messages are coming like that. Maybe there is some problem. So real time, the data-based learning, if we have that, these kind of talks, these kind of facial expressions, these kind of, your EHR or genomics, other data, right, whichever is possible, we can actually make recommendations.
So would you like to share any examples from your field of work for these health-related concerns which have actually been considered to be reasonably successful?
Yeah. So it's not from exactly our mental health, but for one of the projects that we have worked, it is for the medical CRM. Okay, so medical CRM is typically we collect data from multiple providers, multiple pharma companies, and this customer of ours, make sure that we understand whom we are trying to reach out, right? And typically, it's about the awareness, right? So let's say, see the main part in the mental health system, we say that there are 150 million, cases in India, but only 30 million people turn up. Maybe there is awareness problem. There is, people don't want to come out, right? So this particular company, it's not only related to mental health, but any health problem, be it obesity, be it, the BP problem, right? So once we have the data of that customer, right? So what model does is typically, let's say you want to run obesity program, right? So typically what model will see, typically this BMI index is very high, right? So only for those people kind of campaigns. Think about, any mental well-being campaign coming to you and you're not interested. It will not be, it's a waste of time for everyone, waste of the commercial money, everything. So the same way, we have been very successful. The cost of awareness spreading has come drastically 20-25% down by running this AI-based propensity model. I think in the same, this can be applied to any kind of problems, be it mental health or anything.
So what I comprehend is that definitely there will be a human aspect, there will be a aspect where professionals will be required to interpret this data. It is not on its own, but however they likely will cut down the time. I think they will likely cut down the time, maybe possibly ensure faster access, maybe affordability may become better, accessibility may become better, and maybe reliability also may become better. And it may help, maybe health professionals and mental health professionals to spend their time, their crucial time in other aspects to improve healthcare practices. Thank you, Shri Sahil. Moving on to more specific questions to Ms. Navya. I have a question about what is design technology and what can it contribute to the field, and maybe you can give some specific examples because it appears to be successful, like wearable design technology towards especially awareness creation, prevention and promotive aspects of health. To Ms. Navya.
Yeah, is this better? Okay. First is of course humanizing technology, which hasn't been spoken about here so far at least. As a human-centered designer, one learns that the key difference between human beings and machines is that humans have emotions. So definitely thinking about assistive wearable technology or any kind of computational device that potentially has emotional intelligence. Of course, that comes with, of course, it's on the designer to design responsible systems and protect the individual who's using that device. So that's one point I'd like to make. Another is to, like Sir just mentioned, gamification, which is to advance and promote well-being as opposed to thinking of it as a diagnosis or thinking about labels like Suhas Sir mentioned earlier. So, getting young people and designing systems where we're encouraged and we're glad about doing and following practices that that promote wellness and well-being as opposed to instantly labeling somebody as whatever. And I think we all understand that we're living in an ecosystem that's very, very hard on each one of us.
one learns that essentially it's all the same story. So instead of being too quick to label somebody, it's always my take on this is to promote overall wellness and well-being.
So what I comprehend is, what you're trying to share here is that we have been using technology for primarily survival, for basically productivity, but however, technology has not really been designed for health and mental health now, or maybe it's in the nascent stages. It's in the initial stages where technology is being designed for health, well-being, for youth and for the larger population. And there has to be a human component whenever the technology is being designed, because ultimately it is being designed by humans and likely for humans, but the intention with which it is designed, I think, will make a larger difference for it. Would you like to share some of your experience about these wearable technologies which have come up, and youth also are looking towards it, and they actually are embracing it and this change? So as of now, I think it is primarily towards health indicators which are there, but there are not much of wearable technologies as of now which are for the mental health prevention, awareness, or promotion indicators. Or if they are there, they are primarily in research units, or they are in across the globe. They are at the research centers or the research hospitals. Any experiences which you would like to share about that?
I haven't personally yet worked on wearable technology, and based on my knowledge, it is certainly in the research stage, and it's not in the market yet for most of the population. But I am a tech optimist, and I believe that if young people have access to knowledge, especially of their own mind and body, then that definitely helps us work on ourselves at a different level. So it's like an investment.
Yeah, I completely agree, because I guess if we have information, I think we tend to regulate things. If we have information about our own systems, starting with health systems, about the heart rate which we have, about the number of physiological arousals which we have, the REM sleep which we have, that is better at this stages. But the rationale and the principle behind is, if we have this information, this basically initiates the self-regulatory mechanism which all individuals have, and mental professionals say it as SREM, self-regulatory executive functioning mechanism, which is there, which kicks in because you have this information. And if you have this information at regular intervals of time during the day, which is now for health indicators, it is basically giving you that many number of opportunities to regulate it. Okay. Otherwise, if it is at lesser intervals, only when you visit a physical place for a consultation, then only at that amount of time you have. But when you have these wearable technologies, you get more number of opportunities to enhance your health and mental health. Thank you, Ms. Navya. Now moving to taking the discussion forward to Shri Sumit Kumar. With these expectations and from your technology enthusiasts, your peers, how do you see that they can be actually delivered in terms of intervention or in terms of monitoring? Because they have spoken about awareness and maybe early identification. What role do you see it has in maybe intervention or monitoring? And the other related aspect would be, how do we safeguard these systems? Since you are a security strategist as well, how do we safeguard these systems once we develop it? So there are two parts to this question.
Okay. Basically, when we talk about the monitoring, it's whatever the technology is coming, it's totally based on data-driven. What kind of the data you are supplying for the technology, it's the most important. When your system is trained with the better data sets, then the accuracy will be definitely high. In the domain of the mental health, it's something like that. If the accuracy is something like that, the 88 or 90%, it's not be the correct. In the domain of the mental health, you need something like 100% accuracy, because there is nothing like, if any instrument is also not totally defined like that, because in the technology of the monitorings, we need something like that. They have the accuracy and the data set, and the testing and training data set will be the properly defined and labeled. And it will need a human touch also. Because in the domain of the mental health, we can't depend only on the technology. We also have to focus on what actually the human data sets and correction will be, label data set will be there, and what actually the data, the result technology will be providing to us. And the most important part is, I can show you, the one line is there, the human can keep secret, but machine not. This thing will be define you the exactly part, because the human can able to secret that whatever the thing is there. And right now the situation is going like in every world, whatever the new technology is coming, it totally depend upon the what type of the data set is there. And India is the one of the country who have the versatile numbers of data set is there. When we are talking about the medical sectors, we have the, means everyone knows, there is the Sadar Hospital. You can find all kind of patients there. So whatever the models and AI model, ML model is developing, it's developed from the data. And in the securing the, means securing the whatever the data set we need or something like that. It's a first, in the domain of the cyber, everyone knows the phishing, what is phishing or something like that. What first step of the phishing is something like that. I have to identify that what is your profiling, how is your activity, how it's your behavior is like that. Then I can make the something related to that, so you can just click on the link and whatever the data you can going to supply inside that. It's a totally game of the mental health. It's something like that. I can analyzing your behavior, I can analyzing how you are thinking, and then I will be creating some kind of the profiling or mail or something, and I will sending to you. So it's the something, if you are talking about the data security, then person have to think it's depend upon your hand. Okay, what type of data you wanted to lose or what type of data you wanted to keep inside. It's totally depend upon the human beings.
So are you aware of any kind of strategies which, because privacy is I think one of the key, especially for health data and even so for mental health data, because it will have repercussions for in this scenario for youth, because they are too early in their life, okay, and they have a lot of opportunities, academic opportunities, occupational opportunities ahead of them. And though we need technology, but at the same time we need to ensure that the privacy is also maintained. Would you like to give any examples which you have, or any perspective, or any observations you have?
When we are talking about the data security, and then first it's something like that, we have to identify that which data is the personal data, which data is the professional data, okay, and then we have to maintain the security like that. For the personal data, I have to keep that much of security, and when you are going the online, so when you are using the mobile, in the mobile there is the application is there. If you go inside that, there is the permissions is there. If you wanted to give the data of your image, then you have to allow it. If you wanted to give your data of the contact detail, then you have to allow it. So it's depend upon your sides. And the main strategy is something like for the youth, means the putting the status or putting the post on the online, it's something like that, it's also giving the data. Because at the time of the COVID vaccination is there, you can find out the many people are putting their status or post of the COVID certification, and they containing the barcodes. Who are the cyber criminal, they are getting the data from there.
So I think we are still in the nascent stages, where I guess where there's an increased number of awareness and participation of the youth as consumers of, say, digital health resources. I think that we encourage digital literacy, digital health literacy, maybe to be more specific. I think it will also go a long way in basically safeguarding their data and also helping both health professionals and professionals from the field of AI to help provide them this safer environment. Okay. So thank you, Shri Sumit Kumar. Now moving on to Shri Swaroop. I want to know about important crucial aspect in which you have expertise is in the field of academic achievement, and because this age of youth, possibly from the age of 15 to 16 years onwards to 24 or 25, this is the most crucial and possibly the most productive time of youth, and where they are actually on an accomplishment spree, where they are actually accomplishing every 1.5 or 2 years one or the other academic achievements, or maybe achievements in the field of sports. At this point of time, if they actually become stagnated, there is likelihood that it will have mental health consequences.
Absolutely.
Starting with simple anxiety, worry, sleeplessness, and then moving to relationship difficulties and depression, and maybe towards an extent of self-harm. So coming from the space of education, and you have utilized AI, would like to share your experiences in that domain.
Absolutely. I think, am I audible? Yeah. Bang on question. See, adding to that point, when you're talking about youth, and if I were to specify the age group of 10 to 19, right? You know the 4th highest killer on the planet is suicides, right? Quota, which is apparently the best for IIT JEE, has the highest amount of youth suicides in the country. Academics and mental health have a lot to go together. Let me add to that problem. NIMHANS did a survey in 2017 that said about 150 million of the population in India require mental health support. That is 13.7% of India's population that we are talking about. Now I'll give the second part of this problem. How many healthcare professionals exist to cater to this problem? You have one healthcare professional in India for every 300,000 of the population. World over, by the way, this is not very gloomy because this is just about 10 to every 300,000. Okay? Now the question arises that you don't have enough mental health care professionals to deal with the problem that's going to come through. Second problem that we also could note here is when you have to access mental health care, the long waiting queues to start from. To go with, there is a huge discrepancy between the care that you get in the urban setup like Bangalore vis-a-vis a rural setup, right? Now, essentially here is exactly where technology can bridge, right? The only solution for us to scale the mental health care to the youth is 100% through AI and technology and personalization. Now I'll tell you, go beyond technology and tell you why AI. You know, that's specifically where I'm going to speak to, because we work with children today. We've touched lives of about 1 million plus kids on the mental health care, right? You know, the problems essentially, now this is something that I would bring out of an experience instead of just on the theoretical side of story. We had a very interesting challenge one of the parents brought up. They were very stressed that my child is very capable but does not do well in math. Now in a general story, what do? When somebody does not do well in something? We give them more tuitions, yes or no? We give them more remedial coaching. We give them the best of content probably. Doing more of something is equal to getting better at it is the theory. But essentially what we don't introspect and see is why is the child really not able to perform? You know, there were 2 different situations we faced. The one situation, here is what was happening. He was a 13-year-old kid. When we observed in a real world setting, his friends would ping him on a WhatsApp, let's play Call of Duty. On the right hand side, from a very, very good edtech company where his tuition is going on online for math. I want you to think about it. Now, if you ask me what's the challenge here, impulse control, think about it. Without knowing how to control one's impulses, giving math tuitions is not the solution for the math problem, that's my point. What we're doing collectively wrong in mental health as such is, we are not able to create a system where children can participate in actually bringing their challenges up. This child's addicted to gaming. Now there is nothing that's more interesting. Think about a child, right? You give a toy to a child. I mean, all of us have children in our family. Give them their favorite toy and put their cartoon. What do you think they pick? Their favorite cartoon. I mean, it's a no-brainer answer. You go to any child and try to switch off the TV when they are watching their favorite cartoon or their mobile phone. You have a solid response of mental health right there in front of you. Okay? Now, you got to develop abilities like impulse control. Question second, do people even see this as a need? Now, a lot of parents that we work with don't even accept this as a need and problem to work with, right? Now, once awareness is built and until you don't solve the self-regulation aspect in the child, you can't really bridge the gap. Precisely the work that we've been doing in AI, coming to Dr. Nathan, is primarily around this, that we are able to diagnose the missing abilities in children through AI, through the data. Now, the data like handwriting, drawing, we pick up data which is around the child and we process that today, right? And through these, the insights that we've been able to give about 1,200 plus institutions that have kind of imbibed, I can go on giving the case studies, but issues as simple as completing homeworks, to cognitive disabilities, to behavioral issues, right? There's a whole spectrum of world that we've kind of gotten exposed to. But definitely my belief is this, technology and AI is the future of every form of healthcare. And for youth, because they're born in the age of technology, there is no better driving force. And as you know, you're sharing that if you could gamify it, if you could bring it to their everyday lives instead of fighting it, we've just solved the problem at a large scale. Yeah.
What I comprehend is personalization is the key. But at the other end, I would like to know the pathway, once the initial identification happens for these concerns and difficulties, what kind of experiences you have had in the pathways to link it with the existing mental health services?
So, 2-3 areas, right? One is, I think, when you really take an intervention to a particular user, let's say you've discovered it from a data angle, you've kind of mapped it based on the neural feedback, you figured out this is the ability that you need to work with. I think this is exactly where you know, gamification has a long way for us to kind of enable the last mile delivery. Reason is, a lot of parents today in a very urban setup don't have time to also spend. Now, who's going to work with the child? Okay, teachers have a lot of workload. Now, this is true to most of the developing countries. The problem being in Brazil, I mean, in a couple of other countries also where we've seen this issue. We're also kind of in Singapore, Malaysia. We also work in Middle East. The situations are very simple. Parents do not have the time. Teachers have a lot of workload. Now, who works with the child? The child has to do it on himself. So a bit of where we've seen the challenge coming to is, how does self-regulate, I mean, how do children take it up? And this is precisely why gamification is the path. That they love games, you get them a play environment. So what we've done in that process is, we've actually gamified CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. We've altered the frequency, intensity, speed and time, ability, and we've created our own custom games that children get through. But what's really happening is, we are kind of shifting the neural feedback mechanism within. And this is of course taken about 8 years for us to build, but essentially here is how we've gamified, and children love to play that, right? So keeping them in their natural environment and working with them instead of treating mental health as a separate aspect. That's exactly how we've kind of progressed there. Yeah.
So this is basically, you focus on the principles of accessibility, affordability, personalization, and developing a basically ecosystem without even labeling the initial detections of difficulties which the child is facing.
Correct.
Until basically even after these initial steps or initial strategies which technology can use to help them, if they do not really work, then possibly the time is there to basically refer them to more
absolutely
more professional channels.
Correct. Correct.
So I think we had a good round of discussion. I think Sri Kamal has something to add.
No, just a quick point. I mean, I totally echo my co-panelist Swaroopji's point about AI having the potential. I think not just because we are applying AI everywhere. No, because there are specific things that AI can do in healthcare sector, particularly mental health, which I think we can't do otherwise. Like for example, this whole idea of diagnosis wandering. This is a very interesting concept where people go to different doctors, especially in cases, in rare cases or rare diseases, and waste critical time where they could have been diagnosed, right? problems like that can be solved only by AI, because one particular doctor in one geography cannot possibly address this. And that's where I think even international collaboration and partnerships also come in, because data sharing, I mean, we've all lived through a pandemic recently, so we understand the need for data sharing right now. That's also something that I am a Y20 representative for in international relations. So there's a need for international collaboration on sharing such information, so that we don't lose, I mean, people don't lose crucial time in rare cases. The other thing is also, there's also solid research to suggest this, like there's a study by University of, I think, Southern California, which experimented with a virtual human avatar called Ellie, and they found that people in general are more likely to share their secrets with a virtual human rather than their friends. Now that tells us something, right? That means, and there have been other studies, and there have been other sort of similar chatbots like VBot in the US, which have also shown up similar results. And also intuitively we know that's true, right? Like people are, I mean, there is a certain barrier for you to open up, and maybe with technology that need not be the case. So I think that's an opportunity, and obviously it brings a lot of it's a big responsibility, because I mean, we all know that algorithms can go wrong and etc. But I think it is an opportunity out there. It's up to us how we approach it, and our entrepreneurs to approach the question. But I think certainly AI makes some solutions possible which were not possible earlier. Yeah.
Thank you, Shri Kamal. I think what I comprehend from our discussions, what we had with all the esteemed panel members, is that yes, the youth or mental health services will greatly benefit from technology, but maybe accessibility will increase, affordability will increase, transparency will increase, reliability will increase. But however, needs to be provided in a safe environment with a collaboration between mental health professionals and technology enthusiasts, especially with AI. But also with keeping the person in mind, keeping the human in mind, whereas that is where the design aspect of, or the design technology comes into play. Though even though maybe we are willing to maybe share it more with maybe human bots, or sorry, the AI bots, but we need to keep in mind the risks versus the benefits. So maybe the cost-benefit analysis need to be done if the benefit is really higher in the changing societies where there are a good number of stressors from academics, from achievement, from other psychosocial stressors, including relationship difficulties, diagnosable, subsyndromal or non-diagnosable mental health concerns. We have to do a cost-benefit analysis and see if technology has a higher chance to benefit and potentially benefit youth mental health client. I think we should go ahead, and the risks possibly can be managed if they are likely lower. I think with that, we would like to open it up. I hope we have some amount of time with us. We'll like to open it up for a few questions from the audience. Yeah.
Namaste, good evening. My name is Dr. Shrikant, and the problem was in the recent past, they were joint families, and now, as you know, it's all a nuclear family, and going ahead, it's going to be more nuclear. That means it's more differentiated. Everyone is single. And for me, at least in a joint family, what would generally happen is there are people of all ages. So I would look for suggestions, or I would look for role models right in my family. But in this setup, there is no one to look up to. Father is not there, mother is going to job, so probably the kid is looking for a constant companion. I think that's where AI comes in. At least, I mean, as I say, for me at least, it's a constant companion. So, because most of the problems probably start with people that you actually want them to listen and answer to. So it could be a teacher, it could be a companion, it could be also your girlfriend in the coming days, I mean to say. So that being the case, like you said, sir, cost, benefit and risk ratio, shouldn't we as collaborative many countries be discussing on a treaty where we say, okay, so if the AI is created like this is the limit that it should have and this is not the limit that it should have. Because I will start telling everything to it without control. And probably if the outreach is not there in school level or in the college level, you will end up saying a lot of things which right now the AI is in baby stage. If it grows up like a dinosaur, it might even eat me up. So it's worse than nuclear, your atom bombs, right?
Correct.
So are there any treaties that are being thought of on a global scale that could, a common ground that all countries agree on that what AI should do and should not do, where to draw the borderline?
Absolutely. So I'll address this question in twofold, right? I'm not going to speak from a global context, but definitely in India, yes, this question's already brought up. There are two things that the government of India has done with this regards, right? First one, they launched something called the mental health policy for children. Now, I don't know how many of you know this, but this was launched in 2023, right, just this year. It's compulsory for schools to have a mental health panel in the school comprising of the principal, a teacher, a parent from the Parent-Teacher Association and everybody, and do regular diagnosis of the mental health, right? That's A. B, from data protection, India by 2024 is coming out, I mean, the first and second draft are already even live for public. India is also enacting a data protection guideline policy. Also regulating AI, right? Because what you said is true, because the problem is this. In fact, my wife, she is also a psychiatrist, okay? The problem is this, right? Most of the patients today come with diagnosis to the doctor. They want the doctor to just give the medicines. Because, the Mr. Google, the Mr. ChatGPT can tell you everything, but again, there is this very thin line of...
It's Dr. Google.
Yeah, you put that as Dr. Google. For everything, it will tell you have a very serious ailment, all right? But now the point is, I think there is going to be revolution at both sides. Consumer awareness of what to buy in online. And on the second end, the policy framework. Both have to come together. Because no matter what you're going to do, because the previous panel, if you were there was also about phishing and a lot of other things that were happening. You can't solve it one way. We have to have both going simultaneously. But yeah, thanks for that question.
Yeah, just to add a point to that, there is a need for cautious optimism.
Yeah.
And there is a need to hasten slowly. It's an oxymoron, hasten slowly, but it is very much indicated in this because in Japan, for example, we are seeing a phenomena of sorts, a culture-bound syndrome called as hikikomori, wherein youngsters are being increasingly confined to their rooms, hooked on to their digital media, a digital environment, virtual avatars, and that's enough for them. They're happy with it, right? There is a persona, a representation of me in a digital world, a digital ecosystem. I interact with my X, Y, and Z friends or girlfriends or boyfriends, so on and so forth. And they're happy with that particular experience. Now, collectively, as scientists, as people across different communities coming forward, we need to actually ask ourselves, are we ready for that sort of an disengagement of the youth from the society at large and what it will actually lead to in the near future? So while the benefits of AI in providing a support system for people who lack the support systems because of different changing perspectives in the socio-economical setting, family systems, subsystems, so on and so forth, is welcome to a certain extent, we also need to be aware of the perils. So that is something that I wanted to mention. Second is that AI can absolutely not replace 100% gold standard clinical interview or a structured assessment by trained mental health professionals. This has not happened until now, and I do not think that this will happen in the near future. Will AI guide us to make better informed decisions? Absolutely yes. Will I use AI? Absolutely yes. But will AI actually be able to sit here and help a person who is there in front? No. Just like Dr. Google, AI will say, you have so and so and so and so syndrome, you're likely to, statistically speaking, you're likely to end your life on the 24th of January 2024. So you better write up your will and so on and so forth. So what do you do with that information?
Yeah.
Right? or else even wearable devices for that matter. If it gives you an update that, oh, your heart rate variability is down, you have not been sleeping well for the past few days, you have not responded to a few invitations, okay, you have gone into a depression. And statistically speaking, so many percentage of people with depression try to end their life. So is it AI planting the thought, giving information, helping an individual to seek help? So let's not be overtly optimistic in the ability of AI to help persons with distress, but at the same time embracing it and protecting it from all the perils that are associated with AI, and engaging with the existing resources so that we actually help the people in need.
So I think we do not have time. I'm getting messages from backstage that we have to end. Okay, just one question, a very short question, and a request for a very short answer. And we'll take other questions when we get down. We are here. You can get in touch with us.
You are audible. Please.
Certain things needs to be developed. For example, you gave the example of a child and how
Impulse.
he has to develop a new ability in order to counter that impulse behavior. So, as an academician, what are the new things we have to inculcate in children so that they don't fall prey to all these things? For example, what are the for example, we have curriculum change going on in NCERT right now. So, what are the possible suggestions? For example, for children, for adolescents, for people of our age, what are the other abilities that we don't know of, but we are supposed to develop in order to, because technology is a double-edged sword. It has its benefits and as well it has its demerits. So how do we balance between both? What are the abilities we need to, inculcate in ourselves, our peers, our youngsters, and the older generation also? We see that technology not only affects us, but also the older generation. So what are these few key characteristics or let's say abilities that we have to develop overall as the world population? What can we develop so that we understand that neither are we going in this extreme or nor are we going in that extreme, and
Perfect.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks a lot for this question, right? Just one line on that about children. Children do not have they have the knowledge, they don't have the wisdom to differentiate between what's right and wrong. Correct? They're still learning experiences in life. That's why we call them children to start with. Now you're bombarding them with information. Thanks to 5G, thanks to all of that, information is freely available, right? Now I'll tell you, one of the biggest unspoken challenges is pornography. The number of children as early in some of the schools we've seen as 8 and 9 watching pornography, okay, and being addicted to it today. Now, the answer to a lot of those questions also lie when you look back at what we inculcate. I think a layer of resilience in children early on, because very less spoken about, but extremely important as you move up your career, right? A layer of resilience and a layer of seek help as a norm, not as a taboo, right? To say that I'm weak in something should be actually appreciated. If I think that one small shift comes in, which I've seen a lot of parents being able to take that, then you would see the child actually taking help instead of believing whatever he sees or does. But sometimes we don't give that space because we actually, when somebody raises the hand and says, hey, I need help, we actually by default go down, hey, you still don't know something. But I think as a society that needs to change. But yeah, that's my take, but I'm happy to discuss this offline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with this insightful observations and perspectives being shared by each of these panel members, I hope it has been an enriching experience. And yes, maybe the moderated use of technology is the way ahead, because a small percentage and a good percentage of people also have behavioral addictions, what we call, earlier used to be known as internet addictions, and now they are becoming more specific as social media addiction, gaming addiction, gambling addiction, and pornography addiction. So maybe we have to use technology with understanding of its costs, benefits, and the risks involved, but possibly that's one of the pathways and the ways forward for the field of youth mental health. Thank you. Thanks to all the panelists and to the audience as well.
We thank all our panelists for such an interesting and enlightening session on a very relevant topic. We have discussed clearly how technology bridges the gap and provides more individual-centered, at the same time safe and equitable service delivery in the future. We would also like to thank all the audience who sat through the session and made it very interactive with their active participation. Thank you one and all.
Now let me invite on the stage our financial advisor and chief accounts officer, Mr. Harsha. He will hand over the mementos as a token of appreciation to our panelists and the moderator. Thank you, sir. Please come. Yeah. The mementos and the felicitation for the panelist. It was Mr. Kamal Madishetty. Next is Mr. Swaroop Madhavan.
Next, Ms. Navya Gardi. Next, Mr. Sumit Kumar.
Next, we have Mr. Sahil Makkad. Dr. Suhas Satish.
And our moderator, Dr. Nitin Anand.
Yeah. I request the panelists to please take those bottles also as a token. Thank you. I request all the participants and the delegates to collect their certificates from the registration desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
For this, names first in the backstage. Here. The panelists for the next session as well as the moderator can come backstage.
Hello, everyone. While we wait for the panelists to do a quick tech check, I just want to make an announcement that the certificates for the delegates will be issued after the valedictory function, so please wait till then. Thank you. We've come to the very last panel session for today on dance, music, theatre, yoga, and mental health, illuminating the path to youth well-being. On behalf of the Y20 Organizing Committee, I, Meera, extend a warm welcome to all the panelists and the moderator for this session. A quick note about the panel itself. The intersection of dance, music, theatre, yoga, and mental health has gathered increasing attention in the recent years as a powerful catalyst for self-expression and personal growth. This panel discussion will explore the impact of these disciplines on the mental well-being of young individuals and on self. Through an engaging and interdisciplinary dialogue, experts will shed light on the transformative potential of artistic practices in supporting youth mental health. The panel will explore possible unique ways in which art and yoga act as a therapeutic tool, providing a safe space for young individuals to process and communicate their emotions. By encouraging creative exploration and self-reflection, art and yoga offers a means to express and transform complex thoughts and feelings that may otherwise be difficult to articulate. Panelists will discuss how art can help young individuals develop a positive self-image, build self-esteem, and cultivate a greater understanding of their own experiences. We hope that attendees will be inspired to advocate for the integration of art and mental health practices in youth-focused initiatives, fostering a more inclusive and supportive environment for the well-being of future generations. With that, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our panelists who are almost set to go on stage. So may I request our panelists to take their seat on the dais, please. We'll begin with Dr. Virendra, our Y20 representative. A big round of applause for Dr. Virendra, please. Raksha, a yoga therapist. Raksha, we welcome you on stage. Okay. Thank you, Raksha. Please come. Shlagya Vashishta, a Carnatic classical vocalist. For this panel, we have a couple, Pratima Pandurangi and Dr. Dhruva Aital. We welcome both of you on stage, Pratima and Dhruva. Thank you. Asha Bhatt, an actor and singer. Pratima and Dhruva are Bharatanatyam dancers, and Dhruva is also a trained psychiatrist, so it's very nice to have all of you here on stage with us. And finally, the moderator for today's session, Dr. Chetan, a psychiatrist himself. Thank you. Dr. Chetan, over to you for the rest of the session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Meera. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this panel on arts and the interplay of arts with well-being and health. Yoga and other various art forms like dance, music, cinema, they all aid in personal growth, expression of self, and they also help in cultivating discipline. Complex emotions can be expressed through art forms. Practicing or even participating can be mentally arousing, blissful, and empowering. It can also help in developing health and fostering well-being, which is our theme today. This evening, we have with us the distinguished panelists to discuss this interplay. First, I would like to start with Ms. Raksha, who is a clinical yoga therapist. Your question is, ma'am, how yoga as a wholesome package can help in well-being of the youth?
Thank you, Dr. Chetan, for that question, and thank you for having me in the conclave. I think the first thing that comes to our mind as soon as we hear yoga is somebody doing a complex physical posture or an asana. But let me reiterate that yoga is not restricted to a physical practice. We do know that it is an integration of body, breath, and mind. Our mood and emotion has an impact on our posture, our breath, and so the yogic practices are utilized inversely as well. So can I do something with my body and breath so I can change how I feel in the mind? Now, keeping that aside, now yoga has a lot to offer in terms of counseling as well as yoga philosophy. The yoga philosophy is not really separate from yoga practice. It's very integrated. And when I say yoga philosophy, it's not some big, oh, that's something difficult to practice. It's something that all of us can imbibe in our day-to-day lives and something that could make our life more meaningful. So I'd like to talk about 3 such concepts today, which are from the yoga philosophy, Tapa, Svadhyaya, and Ishvara Pranidhana. When it comes to Tapa, Tapa says it's connected with our discipline, commitment, and willpower. So now we see that research tells us that an average attention span of all of us is about 8.25 seconds, which is even shorter than that of a goldfish. And so Tapa is that commitment that I come with for yoga practice. No matter how I'm feeling that day, no matter what's happening, no matter the weather, can I still show up on my mat? That is the kind of mental capacity that can come in with yoga. The second is Svadhyaya. Svadhyaya translates to self-introspection. So now, let's say with the practice of yoga, even if it is the components of asanas, pranayama, meditation, I am practicing this for 1 hour on mat every day, which means that I'm completely in tune with myself. I'm in that moment connected with my body and breath. And so I'm developing this aspect of self-awareness and mindfulness. So now as your practice starts maturing, we will start noticing that this aspect of mindfulness shows up on the times that you're not on the mat as well, off the mat. So then the day that you become angry, you become stressed, then you know that you could identify. First is identifying the emotion that I'm going through. Okay, I am stressed or anxious or angry. Then I have the choice to react how I want to. So then there is this kind of emotional regulation that's brought about with the practice of yoga. And that brings me to the next point of Ishvara Pranidhana. Now, Ishvara Pranidhana is a concept that talks about how we could face challenges, adversities in our lives. Right? So if something doesn't go according to how I want it to go, then what is my attitude towards it? Even if you are practicing traditional yoga, if you're learning it from a traditional teacher, getting that headstand, getting that Shirsasana is not the goal. The process is more important. The teacher will guide you through that process, tell you that the dedication and commitment is more important than the goal. All right, so this off the mat translating. So if I do not win that competition, if I do not get that first rank, then you know that the world is not ending. You're carrying that essence of Ishvara Pranidhana largely is surrendering, being open and accepting the results, no matter what the result can be. So I think the learnings of yoga here, yoga philosophy, which is ingrained with practice, is that at the end of the day, it teaches us a lot off the mat, like it does on the mat. And I'd like to bring about, when it comes to mental health, now research also tells us how with the practice of yoga, we develop a better sense of connection with ourselves. Now, as I develop a better sense of connection with myself, that extends on to the connection that I feel with people around me. So I build a better sense of community. And now imagine if every person is practicing yoga and we start developing that connection with ourselves, we feel harmonious within ourselves, we start extending that, creating a strong community. So there is lesser feeling of isolation, lesser feeling of loneliness, better mental health, right? And in the essence, I think we start becoming a big family altogether, and that itself is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I'd like to, I think, end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raksha. Many of us think that yoga is just physical asanas. It is much beyond that, is what we wanted to portray. And coming to our next panelist, Ms. Asha, I would like to ask you, as to you're an actor, singer, and also director at Astra Foundation. How can movies help in portrayal of positivity?
Is it audible?
Is it audible?
Am I audible? Yes, now I am. Thank you for the question, Dr. Chetan. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe movies can help in portrayal of positivity, that which we call here as Pran Shakti, into the minds and hearts of the audience on two different levels. On a very skin-deep level, it might be titillating sensory responses to color, to visuals, to cinematic grandiose, and this might just be a temporary serotonin boost, or I can say that can make the audience temporarily happy. At the same time, cinema can resonate on a much deeper level by invoking powerful messages, that which invokes powerful emotions, that which makes you smile, which makes you cry, which inspires you, which might actually change the course of your life for good. Now that, I would say, is the power of cinema. And definitely cinema is a medium where your Pran Shakti has a wider audience and it can reach a larger sector of people. It can even transcend borders on a number of different levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. Dr. Virendra. Dr. Virendra is an MBBS graduate, also student activist. He is currently the National Secretary of Akhila Bharat Vidyarthi Parishad. Now, as an audience to any form of art which we are speaking, how should the voice of youth be portrayed in it?
Okay. My voice is coming? Hello? Hello? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Actually, what you asked us, the thing is that nowadays in our country and other countries also, the youth is very much aware about the things which are going to their day-to-day life. Like many issues they are aware, and many things what is going to the world and what is the role of their friends and their own well-being into the condition which is going on in the world. So I think that in India, what I am seeing while working between the youth is very much related. The youth is very much, I think, like what I mean to say that the youth, what we can say, the youth is very much involved in the art forms for their expressions. If they are thinking that in India this thing is not going good, they can express their voice through the art. Like we can say in university campuses, when I see very much protesters are going through the universities and they raise their voice through the Nukkad Nataks. Okay, so they portrayed their emotions through the Nukkad Nataks. And what I can also see that being a doctor also, youth are nowadays taking music therapies also. We can see the music, every beat of the music is related to the particular energy. And in our body, the 7 chakras are there, the emotions are there, they are more related to the music. So in all the temples, there is something that music is going on there, so that through that music they can change their mind status. So if they have many things in life, ultimately the youth wants that they want these art forms to change their lifestyles, to change their well-being, to change their mindsets, to grow themselves also, to grow their personalities. This is I think nowadays the youth is going through. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Virendra. Dr. Virendra has to leave early, so we'll come to the second question of Dr. Virendra as to what are your recommendations for the youth of this country and also the youth of G20 nations.
Okay. Actually, my recommendation is, I think many are youth and students are here only in this G20 summit. Lakhs of youth across the world is now working with the Y20 also. Lakhs of youth is connected with G20 summit. So first of all, I'll say that this time, what it is going on, it is the transformation time for the entire world. We are going through the transformation. So lots of things are coming, like more we are globalizing, more connectivity between the youth and the countries is going more day by day. So I think that we are using most of the things that like cell phones, social media we are using. So nowadays social media, by using social media, lots of students are decreases their focus, their concentrations, and they are engaging in the things that they should not. So the thing is that people should utilize the social media, not get utilized by the social media. I recommend all the youth that utilize the social media, but don't get utilized by the social media. First thing is that. So you will be good and your community will be good and you can do better for the country, better for the nation. And one more thing I will recommend that the youth is the force which can transform anything, which can do anything to the world, which can create lots of things which is better for the world. So the youth of this country and the other countries and the whole world youth can become a magical force for the transformation and for making the world better for living. So I'll recommend that all the youth should come in a single platform and have to work in a direction to make this world better.
Thank you, Dr. Virendra. If there are any questions for Dr. Virendra on his viewpoint, we'll take it now. Are there any questions for him from the audience?
So thank you so much, first of all. I have a question about social media, sir. As you said, don't get used by social media. So now, as I'm doing my MSc in yoga therapy, and as we all know, especially after pandemic, it's very important to have a social presence. So although we often say social media, do not use it, but sometimes it's a platform for actual valid career. So how to strike a balance between it? Because I think we can actually influence a lot of youth with social media. Youth usually doesn't see a news or anything else, but we often see the news in social media, Instagram or whatever. So how to actually use it for our careers and not get used by it, as you said. And also I want to know what could be done socially to get it accepted as it is. So still today, so many people think that, it's just a time pass or it's just a recreational activity, whereas we actually use it for our careers. So what changes one can make socially? So thank you so much.
Actually, what I think that the youth anyone, they are using social media, day and night. And the youngers are nowadays, they are using social media and they're seeing videos and they're seeing reels day and night. They once they start to seeing reels, they'll stop till 2 hours, 3 hours. So this practice is decreasing something in their mind, their emotional level, and this practices also affects the imagination ability of young. So the thing is that the people should make balance. No doubt they should make balance. They utilize that. They have to be social so that they can connect to the other things also. And you are doing the course MSc, what you are doing in yoga. So I think that this yoga and meditation things, they can make a person well disciplined and well focused, well concentrated. So if they are practicing yoga and medicine, then they can control themselves to at what level they have to use social media and what not level they have to use. Where to stop the social media using. So it depends on the practices, and it depends on the what I can say, it depends on the need of using the social media. Unnecessarily using, that will be damage, definitely will damage. And if they are using for some cause and they are using as a career, they are making some pages and some other things that can make them earn, that will be also okay if it is work. And if it is not work, they are using just damaging themselves only.
Thank you. Any other questions? Now we'll move on to our next panelist. Ms. Pratima, she's a chartered accountant by profession and trained Bharatnatyam, Vidushi Bharatnatyam, and is also a teacher. How is dance as an art form different from any other physical activity, physical exercise, aerobic exercise, for example? And how does it help in improving one's physical health and well-being?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. So I would like to start with what dance means to me. So for me, dance is movement of body to express oneself. So I see, I have a 3-year-old daughter and I see her dancing around all the time. And when she's very happy, when she's very excited, there's some random body movements that she does. Or even when she's very angry, there are certain body movements that she does. And for me, that's dance. So if I think of it, all of us, even probably before starting to speak, we started moving in a way to express ourselves. And if I talk about Bharatnatyam, an Indian classical dance form that I practice, I think unlike other physical activities, it helps not just the flexibility of the whole body, but also with finer motor movements. So for example, we use a lot of hand gestures like this, or this, or this. And we use a lot of movements of very finer movements like the eyebrows, or the eyes, or feet movement, there are knees movement. So it works on each part of the body, so it helps with overall flexibility. That's on the physical level. If I talk about what happens at a cognitive level, I think with dance, there is a lot of mind-body connection that is established. So whenever we are dancing, I think we automatically look at where the hand goes. So our focus is right there. So that helps build that focus and a connection between mind and body. Also, I think a dancer, when they are dancing, they either create a movement or they are imitating someone who is doing. And they're also performing, especially in Indian classical form, they're performing the movements in different speeds, starting from slow, moving to the fast-paced. So there's a lot of calculation that happens in the mind to match the movements to the particular rhythm that gets translated into the body. So that actually helps one build their attention, focus, and also establishes a very strong mind and body connection. And if we look at dance, there's also a lot of musicality that's involved in the dance. There is theatrics, there is emotion, also with the physical body movement. So what each of these areas offer as benefits, in dance you can see a cumulative benefit. And as a one last thought I would like to say, so there are certain postures in dance. So one in Bharatanatyam which we call as Natya Arambha. Natya means dance, Arambha means beginning. So whenever we start a dance, we stand in a particular position where we keep the feet firmly grounded together, and then our spine is straight, our chest is open. So this for me helps in being grounded, also being confident at the same time. We also open our arms like this on either sides. So that helps in bringing a balance or stability in one's body. So this is just one posture that I am talking about. There are multiple postures like this. There are multiple gestures or multiple dance forms offer different styles of gestures and different dance movements. So I think if I have to summarize, so dance, unlike other physical activities, along with the physical movements, offers a lot in terms of cognitive abilities, in terms of emotional well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pratima. The next question is to Dr. Dhruva, who is a trained psychiatrist, also trained Vidwan Dhruva, double doctor. He's also a teacher in Bharatanatyam. Because you're a psychiatrist, I asked you this question. How does dance improve one's mental health and well-being?
Thank you so much, Chetan. I'm audible, I believe. So I will start with how WHO defines mental health. You know, mental health is not just mere absence of mental illness, but it's rather a dynamic state where one has an understanding of his abilities, what one can do. And now Pratima already explained in detail as how dance helps to build one's physical capacity and be one with it. While also there is mind-body connection which happens. And importantly, I think emotions are one thing which dance is the only medium that I am aware of where dancer gets to work with. It is such an important aspect of humans, but we do not get trained in emotion, either in recognizing, understanding, imitating. Dance and theatrics probably are the mediums where we get to work with emotions closely, along with the cognitive abilities that Pratima already spoke. So the practice of dance to me makes one physically capable, emotionally aware, and mentally also stable. And you use it to, I mean, the mental health definition says you should be able to cope up with the regular ups and downs of life. How is dance helpful? It is a better coping strategy. If you dance half an hour a day, probably rest of the 23.5 hours of your life is too difficult, but you can carry on. You have that emotional buffer which comes along with half an hour practice of dance. And as a result of all this, you should be able to work productively and contribute to the society. And to me, dance has a vital role to play when it comes to society, because social cognition, it's, if I put it in simple word, is our ability to read the room, whether people are interested, they want to, me to continue, they want me to stop. That's what a social cognition is. So that is something that comes naturally to a dancer because you mimic other dancer. And when you are dancing in group, for example, you try to coordinate with the other person. Even when you passively watch a performance, for example, all of you have watched Abhinava's mesmerizing performance today, I believe, and then the energy that came through was again because you can, if the dancer emotes something like shoka, you get karuna, that is sadness, and you feel sympathy for the same. So bhava and rasa, what we call in Indian classical dance. So thus, it helps us to get connected with one another and with the society, like how Raksha was mentioning about being Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And I would lead this last point, probably dance and all the art forms are one means to tap into spirituality, which is the fourth dimension of health, very closely connected to mental health. And when I say spirituality, it is not about renouncing the world, going to the mountains, or even practicing only religion very much, but it is something very day-to-day activities. How do I define purpose of my life? What is the meaning behind my one particular task? how do I define hope? Where do I get it from? And what is contentment for me? And what is bliss? What is transcendence? So art gives us this window where you can spend time with yourself, and as a result, you probably can explore this. Rightly, as pointed out by Virendruji, social media try to take us away from ourselves, and art forms try to bring us together within ourselves so that we can explore ourselves. So that's, according to me, how dance helps one's mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dhruva. Now, Dr. Dhruva was talking about the ups and downs in life and how dance would help in overcoming these ups and downs in lives. Now, the same thing can happen with music also. So, Shlagya, what is your opinion on Shlagya is a software developer by profession and is a trained Carnatic vocalist and a teacher. How does learning and teaching music help in achieving balance of ups and downs in one's life?
Thank you, Dr. Chetan. Hello, everyone. So talking about ups and downs, so I would like to quote certain personal instances which the audience would connect with. So starting from schooling, right? So I used to always go out for competitions and represent school, always used to miss classes. But coming back to school from all of that, I was never stressed. I never had this fear of, oh, I missed classes, I'll have to make up for it. So since my school, that's how it's helped me to not, is this better? Okay. Yeah, so that's how it's helped me, get through all of those times. But to quote a particular instance, I had to relocate to the US post my, wedding. So I was a person who had never left home until then. And all of a sudden I move and I think I immediately got homesick. So that is when I started exploring music more. So I started exploring different forms of music. I started teaching. I started performing more. So within no time, my mental health was back to normal. So I was a much happier person. I would not think about the sad moments, and so I was this lively person. So that's how music helps one to get through those tough times. So even to quote today's scenario, it might be a very small scenario, but I'm sure most of you would experience that traveling to your work location or maybe anywhere in Bangalore's traffic. I think it can be stressful to anybody. There's often complaints on that, right? So, but I travel every day to work and it's almost 2 hours one way. And I have to come home back to a one-year-old at home. So I think listening to music, coming home, I'm all energetic, I'm at peace. So I've never felt the burden of travel because music has been with me through all of those. So I think that's how it helps one, gain happiness and be at peace, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your personal experience also. Now, any art form, whether it be music, dance, cinema, all of these, it's for ourselves too. It's not only used as an entertainment platform for others, but it also helps us look within and helps us grow as a person. That's why I told in the beginning itself that it helps in personal growth too. Now, Ms. Raksha, what would be your recommendations for the youth coming from your background of yoga and clinical yoga therapy?
Right. Okay, so I think the first recommendation that I would have would be that yoga be taught at the level of schools and colleges in a more holistic sense. I think right now yoga is taught as an exercise regime or as a fitness protocol, but rather can we include nuances of values or these small lessons that could still be something that children can relate to? Can the curriculum be more holistic of including the philosophical counseling aspects which actually could also target mental health of youth? That's one thing. And I think the other aspect is could the components of clinical yoga therapy and philosophy or counseling be something that could be sensitized in the mental health professional community or in the medical fraternity, so that the medical professionals are also more aware about the benefits and the nuances that clinical yoga therapy can bring about, not just in the treatment of mental health conditions, but also largely in prevention of it. And if they could guide then their patients into a more holistic, integrated approach of treatment.
That's exactly what we do in NIMHANS.
Yes.
Ms. Asha, what would be your recommendations from the field of cinema for today's youth?
See, from 20th century and beyond, cinema has been a very powerful, influential, and accessible medium to cultural diplomacy. And I believe today, soft power, where we all artists belong to, have a role to play in countries' economic development, and we have an equal footing when it comes to hard power diplomacy. So I request every artist, also everybody here who's a part of G20, Y20, we have a role to play in nation building. And I believe in soft power diplomacy, and it's my request for all of you to believe in soft power diplomacy. That's number one. Number two would be, when I talk about Bharat in particular, I have been an NCC cadet myself, and I've also practiced yoga, Bharatnatyam dancer, and for me, art has a very special place in my heart. So I would like to say that by making yoga, which is again holistic, when I talk about NCC, National Cadet Corps, I believe for an overall development of a child, when we talk about high school kids, starting from 8th grade to up until 10th, it's my request, and again, it's my recommendation to make it compulsory in all schools in Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. Now, from Bharatnatyam background to Dhruvan, what would be your recommendations for the youth of today?
Do you want to go ahead?
I feel in this very fast-paced life, we call it as a hustle culture, I think it's very important to take a pause, listen to our own bodies, and try to express our bodies through movements. And I think dance can be a very beautiful movement to explore that. So my recommendation to the youth would be to explore as many dance forms as you can, or in general movements as you can. And if you're already a dancer, I think take out time to dance more, to explore your bodies and your way of expressions more.
I would say you need not do it for a big audience. It can be in between the four walls for yourself, like how we all are bathroom singers. We can also take a chance with dance within our four walls. And at a society level, probably we should give dignity to the art form, because we have a lot of, it's something that people do not look up to because there are very poor career opportunities, and so it is not accessible to people to reach out to. So probably attaching more dignity to the art form opens these avenues, makes it more people taking it up, and like how sports people are interested these days, with dignity comes the opportunity. So I think it is as a society for Y20 and G20 nations to give a dignified position to dance and the art forms.
Thank you, Dhruvan Pratima. Shlagya, what would be your recommendations?
Okay, my recommendation to the youth would be to never quit the extracurricular that you're part of. Being part of it, I've often heard people talk about 10th or 2nd PUC being your, the milestones and life-changing events, but do not quit. It just not has to be music. I'm talking about any extracurriculars that you're part of. The extracurricular is only going to help you achieve better. So never quit whatever you're part of. And the second thing would be to people who are already performing, who've learned the art, try and be more educative during your performances. So try to involve people in the art form, because I've often heard, if classical singing is something very technical, should we know a lot about it? How do we get started? And things like that. So as a performer, I personally try to explain what I'm doing before the performance. So I would encourage the youth also to educate the audience before your performances, so that we have more people interested in the art and they get an insight into what is actually happening on stage.
Thank you. So to summarize, probably, so one is to include all the art forms in the curriculum itself, so that it is not extracurricular, so that they miss it. Even if it is extracurricular, don't quit on any of the art forms. Use social media judiciously. When I say use art forms, it's not just art forms, any form of volunteerism, seva, like NCC, like NSS, like Bharat Scouts and Guides in India. I am sure that all the countries would have their own ways of volunteering for children. So that will help us in understanding the concept which G20 brings, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So we are all we all belong to Mother Earth. We all belong to one race. So that comes from altruism. And in that way, art forms help us in transcendenting beyond our bodies, beyond ourselves, and to the community. So this is to summarize. Now, before we take in question answer sessions, there's a quick small exercise we would want our panelists have come up with a quick small exercise for you people, so that you can also experience what we just spoke about. So after that, we'll take in question and answers. Over to you, panelists. And Ms. Divya, do you want the music now, or?
Yeah, I can go ahead. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll get started probably. So you want me to? I think. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I think that would be great. Yeah. So just a very quick exercise. So in classical music, we have something called as notes, or what we call as swaras. So we're just going to be playing with 5 such notes. So I'm going to associate a posture with each note. So when I show that posture, I would need your help to come up with that note. Okay, so to begin with, this is going to be sa, ri, ga, ma, pa. Okay, so sa, ri, ga, ma, pa. Okay, I want you to repeat with me. Sa, ri, ga, ma, pa. Okay, now I'm going to show the posture and you're going to sing. So this is sa, re, ga, ma, pa. Wonderful. Once again. Sa, pa. Sa, re, sa, ga, sa, ma. Okay, that's great. Okay, now we're going to do it together. Sa, re, sa, re, sa, re, ma, ga, sa, re, pa, ma. So did you all realize what you just sang? No? Sa, sa, re, sa, ma, ga, sa, re, sa, pa, ma. So we just sang, yeah. So we just sang Happy Birthday. So in the swaras of Carnatic music. So that's how you can experience or explore any song with the basics of the classical music. So thank you.
Thank you, Shravya. That was wonderful. So
Okay, we're still
I'll
here.
probably introduce a little bit movements to all of you. Are you all okay? Maybe a thumbs up. Okay. Okay. Let's just start wherever you are sitting. Let's just try and move our fingers. Okay. However you want. Let's go on to the wrist. Let's see how our elbows can move. the shoulders. Now the whole hand.
We are all swimming now.
Yeah. Swimming or like birds. Okay. Now maybe a little bit to the whole body. Just swing to both the sides. If you feel ready, you can probably stand up. Continue the swinging. Let's add hands. Now I'll just say a few words. Let's see how your body is reacting to your swinging. Rain. Does your body show how a rain moves? Or how your body responds to rain? How your body responds to rain. Yeah. Looking at a bright sun. On a rainy day, the sun comes out. It warms up the whole body. Let's probably imitate a bird. Okay. Let's move on to explore some of the emotions. How does happy feel in your body? Yay, yes. Yay, yes. Okay. Now how does surprise feel in your body? Yeah, yeah. How does surprise feel in your legs? Yeah, you'll jump. Okay. How does being sad feel? Yeah, feel a little closed. Maybe your shoulders droop. The movements probably slow down. How does being angry feel? Angry. Yeah, you want to feel like hitting something or stomping the foot. How does being hopeful feel? Hopeful, yeah. How does being excited to be here feel? Yes. Thank you, thank you. That was a beautiful experience. Raksha will continue.
Am I audible? No? Okay. Thank you so much. I think Shlagya and Pratima took us into a state of being very active, and I'm going to attempt to do the reverse. Let's all get seated. I would invite you to join me for a very short practice of mindfulness and breath work. We could do this all sitting. And if you could sit slightly forward so that your feet is in contact with the floor and your spine is straight. Okay. So let's keep our palm facing upward. Let's keep our spine straight and tall, reducing the arch of the lower back so that there's no strain in the lower back. Just roll your shoulders out once, open your chest. We know how being more happy feels, so open chest, relax your shoulders and your neck, and close your eyes gently. With eyes closed, I would want you to draw your awareness through the entire spine, imagining that there is a thread moving through the entire spine, starting from the base of the spine, moving all the way till the crown of the head and upward. So there is a two-way force of this thread. from the base of your spine. It's pulling you down, rooting you onto your chair. And from the crown of your head upward, it's pulling you up towards the sky, lengthening your spine. So become aware of how nice and elongated your spine feels. There's more space created. The spine is more open, tall. And as your spine becomes taller and taller, let's gently draw our awareness towards our breath now. Do not change anything, just observe how you're breathing today at this moment. As our spine becomes taller and taller, so does our breath. Just become aware, observe the pattern of your breathing. It might have found its own rhythm, its own pace. You may notice just by bringing awareness to the breath, automatically the breath might have become slower, which is the power of awareness. As we stay there now, let's start moving our awareness, tracing the path of the breath. As you're inhaling, becoming aware of the air touching the tip of the nostril. See how it's moving further in and in through the throat and finally reaching your lungs. And as you're exhaling again, tracing the path of your breath from the lungs. See how beautifully it's coming out, up and up through the throat, your windpipe, and again brushing out as it touches the tip of your nostrils. Let's just become aware and trace the path of our breath. You may notice that as you're breathing in, the air touching the tip of your nostril is slightly cooler, and as you're breathing out, the air may be slightly warmer. Wonderful, relax. Enjoying that pattern of your breathing. Face is relaxed, a beautiful smile on the face. Further enjoying going into that state of relaxation. As you stay there now, just moving into your head space. Become aware of how you are feeling now in this moment. There may be a sense of silence. There may be a sense of relaxation, calmness. Become aware of how you're breathing now. Just before we started a few minutes ago, and now, is there any difference in how you're breathing? The breath might have become a little more slower, regulated. And let's become aware of this association of our breath with the mind. As the breath becomes slower, deeper, or you may not feel the need to breathe that much, the mind is also calmer, more relaxed. Let's recognize that our mind is a mirror of our breath. Slowly becoming aware of the body. Become aware of your posture. See how you're feeling as you're sitting here today. As we stay here, making a mental note of any changes, if you are feeling any change. It could be at the level of your body, breath, mind, or maybe all three. Just make a mental note. And if there are changes, accept these changes wholeheartedly. With a deep breath in through the nose. And let's exhale through the mouth like blowing out a candle. One more time. Let's take a nice and deep breath in through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Wonderful. Let's slowly bring our awareness back to the body, moving our fingers gently, moving our neck gently from the left to the right. Beautiful. So with a few blinks, let's slowly open our eyes. Thank you for practicing together. Yes.
Are you all relaxed? Are you all sleepy? No. We'll wake up for the question and answer sessions. Yes. Probably for the lack of time, we'll take 3 people asked to ask the questions. We'll take those 3 questions.
Good evening. My question is to Dr. Dhruv. Sir, actually, at what extent the Bharatanatyam will help us to come up with the mental illness? Like we all know there is several mental illness like bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety disorder. So, if there is any patient for schizophrenia, then how we can teach him the Bharatanatyam and how can he come up with the mental illness? So, as we all know that how the patient of mental illness are. So, how can we do that?
Thank you so much for the question. I would say when it comes to the therapeutic benefits of the art form, we take the philosophy, not the aesthetics. I mean, if I am to use Bharatanatyam, I might not use exact steps, exact recitals that we do on a stage, but take the important things like body movements, emoting, bhava and rasa, what we say, and use that. And that's basically called as dance and movement therapy or creative movement therapy, where we use the principles of dance and use that to heal people. There is also called as what is called as body focus psychotherapy. So all of them use the principles of dance, not exactly the forms of dance, and they help. There are evidence for improvement in depression, anxiety, somatoform disorders, and to some extent in autism with dance movement therapy. I wouldn't say that exactly if I teach Bharatanatyam, they would be able to pick it up and then perform, but the points of dance, as I was saying, in dance movement therapy. Pratima can add because she recently was undergoing a dance movement therapy course, if I'm missing anything on this.
No, I think, hello? Yeah, I think you've summarized pretty well. So it's exactly like a psychotherapy where you are using verbal, the talk therapy as a medium. In dance movement therapy, you will be using one's body and movements to achieve a certain goal. So,
Ma'am, actually psychiatry patients, be frankly to say that psychiatry patients, 50% are not ready to listen anything to anyone. So, how that
So, in the severe mental illness, there is some evidence for negative symptoms to improve with dance and movement therapy. It's definitely not a medium for positive symptoms who are aggressive. We definitely can't make people who are about to beat us dance with us. And also there is evidence for mild cognitive decline, early dementia. So it's not one medium which can fit everyone, but there are patient population who can benefit.
So, sir, we can synchronize to say that it is only benefit for depression, anxiety disorders.
Just like medicines, antidepressants only work in depression. So it doesn't work in schizophrenia. So dance has a pattern of people who can get benefit from it, like therapy, psychotherapy. Severely ill patients might not be ready for that until they become little better. I would put it that way.
Thank you.
Again, for the lack of time, we'll take only one question. We'll be available later. You can ask your question. Sorry.
Namaste everyone. I am Phalguni Bhatt. I am assistant professor at Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women. And also I am a Bharatanatyam dancer and classical singer. Just one thing that I need to acknowledge is that 1 month ago I was in anxiety, which I could cure for myself by listening to violin, Indian classical music. And apart from that, my question is to all the panelists. In my college, I've been assigned to do a coordination job of being an SECC coordinator. So what is this SECC? This Skill Enhancement Credit Course, which has been implemented under NEP. So where the students are, given a chance to learn all the classical art forms. By doing this, when we are in meetings, even parents ask, and even our higher authorities ask. So doing so, what is the career opportunities for the students? So can anybody of you answer this? Because it is really a question for me also, which I need to answer, and to answer myself. And apart from this, because all these Indian classical art forms are towards peace, bringing peace in
We'll take
oneself.
only the first question,
Yeah.
for the lack of time.
Yeah, one small. Bringing peace in oneself. Can it be also one of the part to stop terrorism in the world? This is my question.
For the lack of time, we'll take only the first question to answer.
All
Any one of you can answer. Asha?
Sure. So correct me if I'm wrong, the first question actually revolved around skill and opportunities by learning those skills, right? Okay, so I can talk from my personal experience. When I was in school, so my parents, apart from like normal curriculum, like going to school, I started with Bharatanatyam, then Sangeeta, Veene, and probably on like weekends when we had some time, went into like painting and art. And even though when we had like these summer holidays, came from a nice typical South Indian family, we had chess, we had some sort of sports activities, etc. Growing up, I had different plans for myself. I wanted to become a fighter pilot. Back then for women, we didn't have that field open. But however, everything that I learned in my school, which now we consider it as skill, helped me in my profession where I am right now as an actor. For me, I'm really, really thankful for my parents that they pushed me into these art forms in my growing up years, because now I don't have to, probably yes, now I have to polish my skills a little bit and evolve with the new dancing patterns and the choreographies and music, because it's all about practice, right? And fine tuning. But that has helped me in my career as an actor, which I never thought I would be someday. So back then, did I want to be an actor? Did I know that these skills are going to help me? Probably not. But I learned it. And today's generation, now we have social media, we have a wider reach. Every single talent that you have can be showcased on a much, much bigger platform where there's a lot of reach. So anything that you learn right now, apart from your normal, anything that you learn with passion, let me add that, because passion is very, very important. Do what you love and love what you do is what I keep telling everyone, and I mean, I stand by those lines. That's when like there's of course lots of career opportunities if you hone that skill, if you master that skill, and if you polish those skill set. It's definitely beneficial.
Thank you, all the panelists.
Can I add to that? I would say, I mean, not everything that we learn need to come into our career. So whatever career we do, we will have stress, and these are very good stress busters. So if you want to excel in that career, it's important that you have good strategies to manage the stress. And my answer to those parents would be, whatever the career that they choose, I think these will help them to excel in that. So that is where the art and these skills come from. So yes. I think I have answered that.
Hello. Yeah. So just to add to that, if you're exactly looking for the career opportunity answer, so since I am in the field, I keep calling people to book for a concert, and trust me, I do not get artists if I don't book them 4 or 5 months in advance. I think that should answer your question, that the field lacks people who are pursuing it as a career. So there are a lot more opportunities, and we would like people to pursue it. So I hope that answers your question.
I thank all the panelists for being here and enlighten us in arts and its interplay with mental health, well-being, and fitness. And I thank the wonderful audience for being here and participating in this too. Thank you, one and all. We end this panel now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan, and all our panelists for this engaging and interactive session. Chetan, with your permission, we'd like to end the session. Okay. I request our registrar, Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, to present a small token of our appreciation to the panelists. Sir? First up, Raksha Bide. Thank you, Raksha, for being with us, spending this evening. Shlagya Vashishta. Shlagya Vashishta, a software developer, Karnataka vocalist. Thank you for the very interactive last piece. The dancer couple, Pratima Pandurangi and Dr. Dhruva Aital. Thank you. Asha Bhatt, an actress and singer. Thank you so much, Asha Bhatt, for making time in spite of your very busy schedule to be with us today. There you go. It's okay. Thank you. Okay, that was a small last thing that they had planned, but yeah. Maybe next time we will invite you for that piece. Thank you so much. Finally, to our moderator for this evening, the last panel, Dr. Chetan. Thank you so much, Chetan, for pulling all this together. It was a very well done session. Thank you so much. Thank you all the panelists and the moderator. And just a quick reminder, the water bottles are for you to take with you. And a small memory with the Y20 and G20 on it. Thank you. This is right there. All right. With that, we've come to the end of our panel discussions. 8 panels that we've had today, and I will hand over the mic to Dr. Jayant to take us through to the valedictory function. Thank you.
He was sitting here also. On the backstage he was sitting, sir. Only 3 are required.
I think so. Better, no?
Very good evening to everyone present here. Sadly, all good things must come to an end, and in that context, we move on to the last part of this entertaining and enriching 2 days, the valedictory session. I would like to call on stage Professor Bindu Kutty, Dean Basic Sciences. Oh, Dr. Prabhas. All right. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, so I would first like to call upon Professor Prabha Chandra. Ma'am? Yeah. Professor Prabha Chandra is Professor of Psychiatry and Dean Behavioral Sciences. I will next call upon Professor Pratima Murthy, Director NIMHANS, to please come on stage, and Professor B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, Registrar, to please come on stage. Dr. Pradeep. Okay.
No, madam, we are arguing one more chair, I'm arguing. Pradeep.
I'd like to welcome on stage Dr. Pradeep B.S. He's the organizing secretary for the Y20 consultation. So I think let's begin the valedictory session. And so I think it's been a wonderful past day and a half. And I mean, people from all over the world, there have been a number of very, very enriching and enlightening panels. And I think we've all had a wonderful time interacting with each other. So I would first like to invite Professor Prabha Chandra, Dean Behavioral Sciences, to say a few words.
Thank you, Jayan. First of all, I must say that this has been one of the most enriching 2 days that I've had in a long time. For all of us, I think this was a break away from our usual work, thinking, reflecting about young people, what they need, sort of rejoicing in all the culture and art and dance that we heard, the wonderful panels. So you'll all agree with me that this has been, a fantastic 2 days. We're really delighted to have so many of you here, even till the last session, which just shows that, it's all been so invigorating and not boring. I must tell you that the planning for this started nearly 3 months ago. Any event which looks as if it's very easy and nicely executed, a lot of work goes behind it, and there's a huge team which actually has played a very, very important part in this organization. As you can see that, from travel to accommodation to food to gifts to bags to the stalls outside, attention has been given to every small detail. I just would request all the organizing committee members to stand up, those of you who are here, please. To the organizing committee members, please stand up. Organizing committee members. Yeah, there are many who are outside, who are probably, still working. These are all people who made this possible. And thank you so much. The best part of it was, and the director will tell you that the enthusiasm which people from NIMHANS have shown, every department of NIMHANS, every section of NIMHANS has actually contributed to this whole planning and execution. Every small detail, like the flowers, the cutouts, all of that has been thought through, and I'm sure that you've all had a very enriching time. But most of all, I think we really need to thank in addition to the NIMHANS administration, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and the registrar, the administration, all of you who've taken time off from your lives, from your countries, some of you have come very far distances, traveled with difficult flights and missed flights and sleepless nights and all of that, and have been part of our Y20 celebration. So we really thank each one of you who've come today and yesterday to be part of this whole celebration of young people. I think, like you heard from many of the speeches, that this is going to, what recommendations we've done, what discussions we've had will all go into more policies for the youth, and we hope that following this, we'll see many more new things happening for the youth, both in terms of health, well-being, and sport. So on that note, and with a big thank you to all of you, I'd like to say farewell, goodbye, have a safe trip back home for those of you who are leaving, and for those of you who are staying back, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stay in Bangalore or wherever you're going to. So I hope you take back very, very positive memories. The Instagram is full of images if you want to see yourself doing yoga, breathing, eating. We've captured everything. I hope you'll be able to reflect on these memories even later through some of our social media. So thank you very much, all of you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I think the whole last 2 days of the consultation has been a collaborative process where there has been an exchange of ideas. And so it's not that the valedictory is not going to be participatory. So I would like to request maybe a couple of delegates who've been here over the past day and a half to share some of their experiences. I think we had a panel on volunteering, so yeah. I'm going to ask somebody to volunteer. Lovely, great. I think the first man who steps up is always the bold one, so come in.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yashas. I'm from Mysore University. I'm a second-year BA student studying psychology, criminology, and forensic science. This is my first ever Y20 program. And before this, I attended a somewhat Y20 program with Meetha ma'am. Like, we had a small conversation about it and we discussed. Excuse me, let me catch my breath. This is a huge thing for me, that's why. But in this program, I got to know a lot and how youth are involved in the future of our country and how they help build the country. And it's really a good thing. I didn't know about Y20 previously. Like a few months ago, I didn't know what Y20 was. But as soon as I got the invitation regarding that Y20 will be conducted by NIMHANS, I just told yes and came. I didn't expect anything, but this was such a huge thing and I loved it. Thank you very much, NIMHANS and everyone. And I really hope everybody really takes this into consideration and further tell your friends, family about it, and may help other people develop our art. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request one of the international delegates to come. Yeah, please. And tell us a little bit about your experiences here. Good, bad. Please come in.
Thanks very much for giving me this opportunity.
Once again, I'm Abubakar Toure from Sierra Leone, the west coast of Africa. Precisely, I've learned a lot, like especially when it comes to my soul. When I was a child, my favorite books, which was The Eyes Have It. And I understood when I was in my country that he's staying in my soul, that blind author. So giving me an invitation to visit again this great city of Bangalore is indeed a great dream for me. The IT city of the world, because when he talks about digitalization, India is the anthem of it. So, and in the area of Y20, I have visited, of course, I'm the central executive of OC, World Organization of Students and Youth. I've visited many of them. But I learned one unique thing about this, is the organization. Most of those, even Y20s, have been organized by peoples of 40 years, 50 years. But the director of MEHA, he made one single violent statement that we said, nothing for the youth without for youth is not for the youth. That statement motivates me. And I said, oh, and interestingly, when I was getting a few calls, the organizations of where they pick us, where are you currently? It's just like they are moving us from our house to our another house. The organization is superb. It's the best ever Y20 I've ever witnessed. So I'm advising every other institutions to learn from what they have taught us. The cares of our mental health, and of course we visited many other places, but the planning, I think this one, if the chief planner, the one who planned this event, in our agenda of, because I have been telling many people when it comes to all as one family, I said we cannot live as one family. It's a theoretical concept. So, but again, we can live as family, as brothers and sisters, but making a one family is very difficult. But Meha have told me that I was wrong, we can live as one family. Today, they have given us collective numbers of people around the world in different continents, irrespective of your race, caste, and said, yes, we can live as one family. These 2 days, we have been living as one family. Thank you very much to the institution. Thank the government of India. We well appreciate for all the love and sharing you have shown to us.
I'm going to take one more voice. Yes, please, ma'am. Ma'am.
Hello, my name is Prachi Mishra. I come from Odisha. And before this, I had attended G20 meet, which were more like focused on working group meetings. So it was all about working. This was the first Y20 that I attended. And the day started with our tour guide saying that Bangalore is the land of diversity. And to be very honest, I felt it is one of those rare conferences, like rare meetings, which was actually the land of diversity. Like including the international delegates, even the national delegates came from places like whose name were not very popular. I come from a very rural town called Hinkanal in Odisha, and it feels great that there's this platform for youth where we can put forward our opinion, our thoughts, our questions, and they'll be received, they'll be heard. And I think that is one of the core things of mental well-being, that you are heard. And I would like to thank NIMHANS for making all of us feel heard and valued. And like ma'am said, that we are all 18 at heart till we die. I think that is one takeaway I'll have. I'm 22, but I'm going to be 18 at heart till the time I die. And I hope all of you had a great day, and I surely had a great time here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for the warm words and the appreciation. It makes everything worth it. I would now like to invite our director, Professor Pratima Murthy, to say a few words to conclude the program before the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. I just have to a small correction on the 18 till I die. My husband says 18 till he dies, so I'm 16 till I die. So just, added a couple of years less. So I think it's been wonderful to listen to all of you, to really have you in our midst. They say all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, but we saw the reverse. I was a little concerned that is there too much play and no work? But today, I think having had all the 8 sessions and having seen every one of you participate so enthusiastically, I think the entire program was really, well worth all the efforts that have gone in to put this whole program together. So first of all, I think without all of you, everybody has been saying 15 countries, 300 delegates. I believe we had more than 1,000 people yesterday. The way we count this is not just the seats here, but the coupons for lunch and dinner. And that certainly has crossed 1,000. So I think the most important thing for me is the fact that so many different groups of people have come together, young and old, of course, but most importantly, as some of the participants said, people from so many different parts of both the country and the world coming together as one family, as really the theme of the G20 says. It's been wonderful. The second thing is what our friend from Sierra Leone said, is that we consider ourselves one big family. So sometimes it takes that little step to move from the I to the we. And it's only when we move from the I to the we and we look at things together that we can make the world a better place. So I think it's only when the youth come together. Sadly enough, youth are sometimes considered as being very self-preoccupied and self-indulgent, but I don't think so. I think youth has the tremendous power to really think of things around them, to address issues around them, to come together collectively to find solutions. And I hope indeed that those of you who participated in the Y20 will do that. And I hope 4 Ps will keep you going. Passion. That's very important. I saw a lot of passion in every one of you. Positivity. That certainly even in the most dreary, challenging situations, we can find something positive to look for and to build upon. Be perseverant. I think you heard a lot of older people tell you that things are not easy very often. There will be challenges. So be perseverant. Never give up. Be persistent in whatever you do. So if you remember these 4 Ps, I'm sure we will make ourselves happier, the world a happier place. I just want to conclude by saying thank you, of course, to all of you who speak English as a language. It's a universal thank you. Dhanyavad to those who come from, Hindi-speaking parts of the country as well as the entire country. Shukran to those of you who come from different parts of the world. Salamat, danke, gracias, obrigado. What else can I say? Spasibo, and ese to some of my friends from Africa, Tenki. It's been wonderful to have you all here. And I'll just end with a verse that we heard in the morning, which goes in its Sanskrit. It's from the Upanishads. It says, Asatoma Sadgamaya. Let us move from untruth to truth. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, from darkness to light. Mrityoma Amritam Gamaya, which is to say, let us work towards immortality of spirit. And Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi, which is really peace to all of us. So may peace be with you. May you have a wonderful time ahead. May you all contribute to a global and better and peaceful and a happy world. Have a safe trip back. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite our registrar, Professor B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaste. Good evening. We had a wonderful 2 days program of Y20. Thanks to each one of you. It's more than 15 countries. The young ambassadors have participated. A lot of sharing has occurred. It's a wonderful cultural exchange. And also, most importantly, the kind of interaction which we had in different sessions, they are quite useful for us to think, evolving the policies. Thanks to Government of India for the G20 presidency. As a part of the G20 presidency, we have the Y20 activities. We had a lot of deliberations and discussion. I'm very sure that a lot of learning has occurred for all the delegates who have participated from different parts of India and also different parts of the world as well. So to organize this event, there are several people are involved, several organizations are part of organizing this wonderful event. First of all, the Department of Youth Affairs, Government of India, then the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, most importantly, Government of Karnataka. We had NCC, we had NSS, we had sports and the culture. Different divisions of Government of Karnataka, they have taken part. Each one of them, they helped us in terms of organizing several components of Y20, including a brief tour of Bangalore. And we had a rich experience of discussing, sharing the information, and interacting with each other. All of that is possible because of this Y20 event. I would like to thank the leadership of our organization for organizing this Y20 consultation meeting at NIMHANS, our beloved director, Dr. Pratima Murthy, all the deans, faculty, heads of the department, and most importantly, all cadres of employees who were part of organizing this successful Y20 consultation meeting at NIMHANS. And thanks to our students, thanks to the employees of the NIMHANS, and each one of them, they spent a lot of time in terms of looking into the minor components of several organizational issues, just to make sure that everything is in order. And I'm very sure that each one of you are carrying a great memories of this event. And you had an excellent, the cuisine which was served for last 2 days, thanks to the Pi Vista, and also to ensuring that all the audiovisual components are taken care. And I would like to thank Skyline. And more importantly, the hospitality and the services which is offered by our entire voluntary team. And in the hotels, they did take care of each one of you. And thanks to the KSTDC, the Karnataka State Tourism and Development Corporation, for facilitating this event as well. So on behalf of the NIMHANS and the organizing team of G20, we once again take this opportunity to thank each of the delegates who are the ambassadors of your own country. And it was a rich experience for each one of us to learn and to exchange our ideas. And most importantly, for last couple of weeks, we had a wonderful coverage of this event. The press, media, and a lot of well-wishers. and most importantly, the cultural department of Government of Karnataka. And you might have had a rich experience of the cultural extravaganza. So all this is possible because of the untiring efforts of the entire team of Y20 organizing team, headed by Dr. Pradeep, and the chairperson of this program is Dr. Prabha Chandra, and all other colleagues of NIMHANS and other colleagues from various wings of Government of Karnataka. They did help us and they did participate in this event, and they made this conference or this Y20 consultation a grand success. So on behalf of the Y20 consultation team, I once again thank each one of the delegates who are part of this program and who witnessed each of the development which has occurred. I'm very sure that the discussion which we had, which will translate into a document, and that can evolve as a policy for the youth. And once again, on behalf of NIMHANS, thank you very much. Dhanyavad, Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. So I want all of you to say 3 cheers for Y20 NIMHANS. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Yeah, there is still some life left in the auditorium. So thank you, everyone. And that brings us to the end of the valedictory program. Paraphrasing Jim Carrey in The Truman Show, in case we don't get to see each other again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. The delegates can proceed to the dining area. If you've not had high tea, there is high tea there as well. I would request the organizing committee to please come to the front and take some photographs as well. Would love the delegates to come as well, sorry.
We'll have another photo. Could be 2 crowds. Come. Come. So we'll join with this. Only delegates are organizing team next we'll have. Ah, okay. Fine. That would be good, sir. Sir, can you please click? No, you give it to them. They will click. Just give it to them. Just go there. They will. Someone will come. Just go. No, they will come. One of them photographers will come. ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಏನು ರವಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು 23rd ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಗೇನ್ ಈ ಚೇಂಜ್ No, organization. ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಏನು ಬಿಡಿ ಸಾಕು ಸರ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ದ ಚೇಂಜ್ No, before they kept again that. That is what. Captain. See, sir. He's taking photo of delegates. See, again he's put the same thing. What is it? Leave it. You go there, no, this is only for delegates. This one, Y20. Proper Y20. Youth you have to be.
As in, we'll hold like this.
किसको दे बता
So organizing team. Come, Pradeep. Come.
Request the members of the organizing team to please come up on stage.
after this let you know
Shall I let you know in 5 minutes? I'll call you.
Seriously, that international delegate is taken, wife is taken out for shopping. Okay. So the lady doesn't know that she is supposed to stay back. Sir, what I she wants to leave because why she won't leave. They are right 20 secretary. They have all got me a one. India, more than he is a secretary. Bunny. You are waiting for that slide to be played. Then Sako. National anthem ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು.
that flag is like a national anthem that is
ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಷ್ಟಮ್ ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ಬೇಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಆಡಬಾರ್ದು
சார் போயிட்டாரு இல்லைப்பா ஏதோ எமர்ஜென்சி ஃபோன் வந்துச்சு இல்லைன்னா இருந்தார்ல இவ்வளோ நேரம்
அதான்
He's waiting. And there's 2-3 calls he got continuously. Okay, good. ಹೌದೌದು ನಾನೇ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ದು ಹುಡುಗಿಗೆ ವಾಂತಿ
ಸರ್ ಎರಡೇನೆ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ವಿಷಯ ಆಗೋದು ವೆರಿ ನೈಸ್
ಮೇಲ್ ಸ್ಕೈಲೈನ್
Yeah. Our people are where?
How people there? Two ladies have gone.
No, they are that academic. Blue tech people.
Alla, ladies only.
And the
Me.
all the ladies, that's all. Oops. Oh, sir. मुझे लगा कुछ बंद हो जाएगा कुछ नहीं. With our team.